setting the stage for a big new political showdown.
ये जो पार्थ चटर्जी को निकाल के तृणमूल कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उनका चेहरा को एकदम अच्छे से रखे, लेकिन ये नहीं होगा। तृणमूल सरकार पूरा एकदम करप्टेड है। हम सब लोग जानते हैं, सिर्फ तो 50 करोड़ अभी मिले हैं, 50,000 करोड़ भी उनके पास है। हम लोग बार बार बोलते हैं एकदम करप्शन बहुत अंदर अंदर में है। बहुत सारा नेता, प्रभावशाली मंत्री, एमएलए, एमपी इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं।
बोल चुकी है कि पार्टी जीरो टॉलरेंट टू करप्शन, कोई भी भ्रष्टाचार पार्टी सहन नहीं करेगी। अगर कोई कानून के नजर में आए तो कानून अपनी जांच तो करेगी। वो जांच में आपके लॉयर्स भी है, आपके लॉयर्स भी अपनी तरफ से जो है जितना प्रूफ है वो रखेंगे।
The Trinamool is in damage control mode and has now targeted the Enforcement Directorate. After the Howrah police intercepted a vehicle with 50 lakh rupees in unaccounted cash from Congress MLAs from Jharkhand, the Trinamool has questioned why the ED is silent on this mega cash haul and also claimed a secret BJP link.
সর্বভারতীয় তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস এর পূর্ণাঙ্গ যথাযথ তদন্ত দাবি করছে এবং যেহেতু প্রাইমা ফেসি কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকেও বলা হচ্ছে ষড়যন্ত্র, কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকেও বলা হচ্ছে সরকার ফেলার চেষ্টা, তাহলে এই তদন্তে শুভেন্দু অধিকারীকেও যোগ করতে হবে। তার কারণ হচ্ছে তিনি তো বলছিলেন এরপর ঝাড়খণ্ড।
The cash pile is growing, the evidence is mounting, and the political showdown is heating up. Partha Chatterjee, dumped by Mamata Banerjee, continues to cry conspiracy. With Partha Chatterjee's arrest and the mountain of evidence growing, it's been endless embarrassment for the Trinamool. Adding insult to injury are now the images of Arpita Mukherjee campaigning directly in person for the Trinamool Congress. With Ritik Mondal and Surya Agni Roy in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, US drone strike kills Al-Qaeda chief Ayman Al-Zawahiri in Afghanistan. More details up next. Stay with us. Now, in a major airstrike in Kabul, US has killed Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri. The strike to eliminate Al-Zawahiri was carried out on Saturday. Biden has said the underlining that no family member of the slain terrorist was harmed during this operation. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike when he came outside the balcony of a house in Kabul, Afghanistan, and apparently lingered on at that area, as the US intelligence had noted he often did. Zawahiri was the plotter of the 9/11 attack and key ideologue behind the global terror network for decades now. Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri was killed in Shipur neighborhood of Kabul, walking distance away from the US embassy complex. Biden and top US leadership have hailed this airstrike, calling it justice for victims killed in the 9/11 attacks. Taliban, however, has condemned the airstrike on its soil, calling it violation of Doha agreements. Now,
on Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack of 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
now, Taliban's ties with Al-Qaeda is an open secret to the world. Right after Al-Zawahiri was killed in the United States airstrike in Kabul, Taliban condemned the attack. The house that Al-Zawahiri was staying in, where he was killed, was owned by a top aide to senior Taliban leader Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is also a Pakistan stooge. Members of the dreaded Traitor group Haqqani network tried to conceal that Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, who was killed in the US drone strike, was at a safe house in Kabul and restricted access to that site. UN has also suggested that Al-Qaeda has a safe haven under the Taliban and increased freedom of action. Back in 2011, Pakistan sheltered Osama bin Laden. Al-Zawahiri and the better-known Osama bin Laden, as we know, had plotted the 9/11 attacks. Let me quickly cut across to Gaurav joining us for more on that. Gaurav, US drone strike kills the Al-Qaeda chief. Certainly, they've somehow got back after the 9/11 attacks, and it seems like Taliban has taken serious offense to this.
You know, there are two aspects to this big development that's taken place in Kabul. The fact that US succeeded in taking out Ayman al-Zawahiri is a big headline, no doubt. The fact that they used a Hellfire missile, they used precision-guided munition fired off a UCAV, unmanned combat aerial vehicle, shows American intelligence and intelligence capabilities and operational capabilities. But there is a very disturbing question that also rises. 20 years after America's involvement in Afghanistan and more than 3,000 lives lost, Al-Qaeda was back in Kabul. Living in downtown Kabul is a cause for very serious concern. This also raises the point, did the democratic world make the big mistake of not targeting terror at source? The terror, whether it is Al-Qaeda or Taliban or more importantly the Haqqani network, which has been described as a veritable arm of Pakistan's ISI. Terror was not hit at source in Pakistan, and that is why these offshoots of terror have mushroomed once again. While Ayman al-Zawahiri has been killed, there are several other terrorists who still remain at large, including the ideology of radical Islamist terror, Nabila.
Right. At this point, it appears that the Al-Qaeda chief was just about wandering at his home, where it seems like the US has been constantly tracking his movements. And this, according to Taliban, is defiance of the Doha Agreement. Give us an insight on that.
So, according to what the US President Joe Biden said, for some time since early July, they had intelligence inputs. Intelligence inputs had come in earlier. They were confirmed around the 1st of July that Ayman al-Zawahiri was living in a palatial bungalow in downtown Kabul. Incidentally, information has also filtered out that this house, this palatial multi-storied house, was actually owned by a key aide of the interior minister of Taliban, of the government of Afghanistan, Sirajuddin Haqqani, someone considered very close to Pakistan's ISI. So the Al-Qaeda chief was living in the Taliban chief's residence in downtown Kabul. Ground intelligence was mounted, aerial intelligence was mounted, satellite intelligence was mounted, and the moment it was confirmed around mid-July that this is Ayman al-Zawahiri, you had unmanned combat aerial vehicles loitering in the sky over this house in Kabul. And then on Sunday, an instruction and order was given by US President Joe Biden to take him out. And one after the other, in quick succession, 2 Hellfire missiles were fired from an unmanned combat aerial vehicle that destroyed the Al-Qaeda chief, that killed the Al-Qaeda chief, partially damaged the house, but no collateral damage in terms of other members of the family. They are safe, according to information that's filtered out, and they were taken out from that house by the Taliban leadership to another secure location.
All right. You know, I'm going to quickly cut across to an understanding that I could give our viewers here on the kind of missile that was used, the Hellfire missile that has managed to catch its target. In fact, Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri took a keen interest of the terror group's expansion in India as well. But to give you an understanding on what really took down Al-Zawahiri, here is the missile, slices through its target but doesn't really explode, which is how they managed to get to the target and not harm anyone around the vicinity. It's an air-to-surface missile, which again has managed to get its target with much precision. It can be launched from air, sea and ground. This is what it appears the United States have managed to use with much precision and weighs about 45 kgs. Well, this missile has reached its target. Eventually, the United States, we see, has finally shot down or struck down the man who plotted the 9/11 attacks. And they've used this missile, which has range that varies from 500 meters to 11 kilometers. This is indeed the Hellfire missile that has managed to get almost with great precision to strike down, take down Al-Qaeda's chief Al-Zawahiri. Now, we do know that Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri had quite a keen interest of the terror group's expansion in India through in fact, through the Al-Qaeda and Indian subcontinent offshoot. Gaurav, to give us an understanding on that again. If I could cut across to Gaurav, Zawahiri, we believe, Gaurav, had waded into Karnataka's hijab row as well. Zawahiri had released a video in April there focusing on the hijab controversy raging in campuses in Karnataka, where he claimed has exposed the reality of Hindu India and deception of its pagan democracy. In fact, he's also hailed Muskan, the activist at that point, backing her stand for rights of hijab. And we saw that many Muslim leaders here condemned the Al-Qaeda chief and his involvement or his comment on Muskan, the activist who protested on the hijab row. But yeah, this man there taking a keen interest in what was happening in India as well, calling it a Hindu India. All right. Now, in conversation with the Voice of America correspondent, he explained in detail as to how was Al-Qaeda chief really killed by the United States in Afghanistan's Kabul and how long did it really take to plan the operation. Let's quickly cut across to Akshita, getting us more.
Well, America may not have boots on the ground, but it still definitely has agents, probably nationals of Afghanistan that are on the ground working with the U.S. intelligence agency as well as eyes in the sky. And what we know, according to senior administration officials here, who did brief reporters just before President Biden spoke, is that they had detected the movement of Zawahiri's family back to Kabul. And that's what led them to keep an eye on this particular building. And then they started to notice this man standing on the balcony a lot, very similar to what we saw with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad, where he essentially exposed himself to American surveillance.
All right, now moving on, big suspense here and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. China sees red, warns of serious consequences. Taking you through more on that on the other side. Do stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Now, in a massive show of strength, China is all set to hold military exercises in South China Sea from this morning to Thursday evening in retaliation to US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's proposal to Taiwan. China has banned the entry of other international traffic in South China Sea for this period. China has also held military drills in Taiwan Strait. Pelosi, a known critic of Chinese Communist Party, is visiting Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea and Japan, but may make an impromptu landing in the island nation. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has called on China not to escalate tensions in the event of a visit. China has issued stern warnings saying, "Don't say we didn't warn you," and claimed that its military would never sit idly if Pelosi were to land in Taiwan. China has now said that the visit would interfere with China's internal affairs and would result in consequences for the United States.
Previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
We have been clear from the very beginning that she will make her own decisions and that Congress is an independent branch of government. Our Constitution embeds a separation of powers. This is well known to the PRC, given our more than 4 decades of diplomatic relations. The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. Now, the world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S.-PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
All right, let me cut across to Wenyi Lee, who's a senior journalist joining us from Taiwan, Taipei. Ms. Lee, we're looking at Nancy Pelosi all set to arrive, maybe an impromptu visit. It hasn't yet been scheduled, but almost feelers coming in from the United States that she could be arriving in the island nation as part of her visit in a few other island countries. How would you look at this? China sending out a very stern warning saying if you do come into our shore, then don't say we didn't warn you.
Yes, so Nancy Pelosi's visit is probably a really important thing for Taiwan now, because the importance is because it's the third highest ranking officials in the U.S. and in the past 25 years, she would be the first House Speaker visiting Taiwan in 25 years. So that's the importance of this visit, and so her visit is probably going to have some following effects that China doesn't want to see, because this could lead to more senior officials from other countries to visit Taiwan in the future. But this is also important for her to visit from some Taiwanese people's perspective, because they want to see the U.S. government showing solidarity and stands with democracies.
Yili, do people of Taiwan really appreciate United States involvement in this matter? Are they looking forward to Nancy Pelosi's visit, in fact?
So some people are really, they think that the visit is important for Taiwan, because that shows that, as I said, the democracies stand together, and some people are expecting to see there are going to be more cooperations between Taiwan and the U.S. But in terms of some threats from China or some in potential invasions, Taiwan people are actually more calm than what the outside world has expected, because people here has been lived in this kind of situation for decades. So actually people here, if you ask people on the streets now, they are pretty calm on the this events happening.
So Taiwanese not feeling threatened as yet. But of course, the United States very clearly saying that they will be looking at a visit, Nancy Pelosi's visit, and it should not lead to any escalation. China, of course, resisting it. Thank you very much, Weili, for joining us. Now, the world is heating up over China's threat. In fact, the latest showdown is over U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, with Beijing warning Washington of consequences, serious consequences. Xi Jinping issues a fresh threat to Joe Biden in a call on Thursday, declaring that those who play with fire will perish by it. It is a big conflict. Red alert issued. Let's hear it.
The dragon is breathing fire, and this time at the United States. At the back of provocations over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The 2-hour and 17-minute call between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping was fraught with tension. Chinese statement quoted Xi telling Biden to tread cautiously, saying that those who play with fire will perish by it. Biden reportedly told Xi Jinping that United States strongly opposes China's unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Neither the White House nor the Chinese statements mentioned Nancy Pelosi's name.
President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
Xi Jinping 强调 Xi Jinping stressed that the historical background of the Taiwan issue is clear. The fact and reality that both sides of the strait belong to one China are clear. The 3 joint communiques between China and the US are the political commitments of both sides, and the one China principle is the political basis of the China-US relationship. We firmly opposed to the separatism of the Taiwan independence and interference of external forces, and will never leave any space for Taiwan independence forces in any form.
China has carried out a series of aggressive Air Force and Navy exercises close to Taiwan amidst reports of an impending visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan in August. China has warned the US of consequences if Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan as part of a broader scheduled visit to Asia. China is firmly opposed to Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Recently, China has made it clear to the US on many occasions that it is firmly opposed to Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. We are fully prepared. If the US insists on going its own way, China will certainly take firm and forceful measures to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the United States should be held responsible for any serious consequences.
Chinese fighter jets have repeatedly violated Taiwan's air defense identification zone, and ahead of Pelosi's planned visit, Chinese anti-submarine warfare aircraft, helicopters and ships carried out an exercise. The images were flashed on Chinese state television to send out a clear message to US submarines in the Taiwan Straits.
If US insists on going its own way, China will take strong measures to respond and counter resolutely.
US national security apparatus is understood to have held a detailed briefing for Speaker Pelosi, explaining the risks of her potential visit to Taiwan. She, however, has invited both the Democrats and the Republicans to accompany her. If Pelosi were to visit Taiwan, it would be the first visit by a speaker in the past 25 years. Analysts argue if US backs down at this stage, then China would gain an upper hand. However, China is being extremely aggressive at this stage, as Chinese President Xi Jinping is looking for an unprecedented third term and would want to send out a signal of a strong leader. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now China is not just provoking Taiwan by flying its fighters into the island's airspace, but the dragon is also now breathing fire on India along the line of actual control. Over 2 years now since the military tussle in Ladakh and several rounds of dialogues, the Chinese Air Force has now resorted to intimidating tactics. Their fighter jets getting quite close to the line of actual control, disturbing trend testing India's patience.
China continues to tear in Ladakh, not just on land, also in the air. Chinese fighter jets have been flying close to the line of actual control. The aggressive forays in air clearly meant to provoke and send out a signal. And this happens as the two sides recently met for the 16th round of co-commander level talks. This is nothing but China's doublespeak. Disturbingly, such breaches have happened frequently in the past 30 days. Chinese fighter jets, including the J-11s, have come close to the line of actual control, violating the 10-kilometer confidence-building measure line. The Indian Air Force has responded firmly to these violations.
हमने काफ़ी radar deployment की थी वहाँ पे high altitude areas में all along East LAC. Chinese air activity वहाँ पे बढ़ रही है, तो हमने भी हमारे radar deployments और surface to air guided weapon deployment हमने भी बढ़ा दी वहाँ. जब भी हम देखते हैं कि कोई air violation की संभावना है या कोई उनके जहाज उनके LAC के उस पार फ्लाई कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे भी जहाज हम यहाँ से स्क्रैम्बल कराते हैं.
The Chinese have been carrying out exercises close to the line of actual control. Officials say this is when their fighter aircraft have come close to the LAC. The matter was taken up by the Indian side as per the established norms with the Chinese, and they were told to prevent any such incidents in future, sources said.
By deploying our air defense fighters, air defense radars, as well as the surface missiles, and enhancing the entire air defense capability in that area. With this, we are able to now get much earlier the early warning of the intruding aircrafts, and thereby launch our aircraft, that is scramble our jets, to challenge these intruding aircrafts and force them to go back to their own land. This is what is happening in the Ladakh area as of today.
The Indian Air Force is keeping a close watch on Chinese air activities after these incidents. Since the summer of 2020, India and China have been locked in a military standoff in Ladakh with over 50,000 troops deployed even during the harsh winters at heights of over 15,000 feet in eastern Ladakh. There have so far been 16 rounds of co-commander level talks, but a final resolution is nowhere in sight, even though there has been a piecemeal disengagement from some friction points. With Manjeet Negi, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Chow Shin Min, who's a professor from Taipei, Taiwan, to give us an understanding on China's aggression, not just in India. Professor, we're also looking at Chinese aggression towards the United States, as they feel quite threatened with Speaker Nancy Pelosi from the United States just suggesting that she may just visit Taiwan. It isn't a scheduled visit as yet, but she suggested that it may be an impromptu visit. Xi Jinping, we believe, has been quoted saying to their local media that don't mistake us. We have warned you, so be careful. They're already upping activity along Taiwan areas. How do you look at it as someone studying this tension?
Well, ordinary Taiwanese do not seem to be too careful, paying too much attention to this, as we have been accustomed to under constant similar situations coming from China. But those people who are watching the situation closely, I think it's highly unnerving. We don't know exactly what would happen, but China obviously has the means and the will and the capabilities to do harms to Taiwan.
All right, Professor, we are of course waiting to see how the Chinese will react, if at all the United States do visit, at least Nancy Pelosi does visit Taiwan. Then we're going to see how Chinese ups its aggression, but they're known to be on the offensive. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us with your take on that. Of course, India Today tracking those developments there. Tensions between China and Taiwan escalate as the United States now wanting to intervene. On that note, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more on that. Do stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
You are watching India Today.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Partha Chatterjee land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा। दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा।
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land scam and laundering. Uddhav Thackeray paid a visit to the Raut household in a mark of support and attacked the BJP and Shinde government.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
आप देख रहे हो ये पॉलिटिकल सर्कस चल रही है और जो भी इस राज्य में चल रहा है वो डेमोक्रेसी को पकड़ के नहीं है, लोकशाही को पकड़ के।
But despite Uddhav Sena putting up a brave face, the ED appears confident of nailing Sanjay Raut. The arrest memo exclusively accessed by India Today shows ED officials confident. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Chaddha University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates, Har Gustakhi Saaf. Brokerage Kyun Dena? NoBroker.com hai na.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. First, the headlines. After Sonia and Rahul's grilling, ED raids National Herald headquarters in the capital, Delhi. Searches at 12 locations now in connection with money laundering case. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee drops a bombshell, says 50 crore cash mountain seized by the Enforcement Directorate doesn't belong to her. Claims that it was placed in her absence. Congress attacks Modi government over Laal Singh Chaddha backing Amir Khan over this boycott trend on Twitter. Priyanka Kharge says India indeed has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rainfall prediction until Thursday. Floods, landslides in several parts of Kerala.
A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible.
Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Al-Zawahiri Islamabad stooge, and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in a posh Kabul safe house. And big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, US warns the dragon not to escalate tensions. All right, as the ED now investigating the National Herald case, we see 4 officers of the Enforcement Directorate were currently raiding a building which is known as the National Herald headquarters in Delhi. ED officers currently sitting in the accounts department at that office on the 4th floor of that National Herald building currently. ED raids that's underway. We believe that 4 of the officers are right now sitting at the accounts department of that National Herald building. Manish Pandey joining us for more on that. Manish, do give us an understanding on the intensity of this investigation as the ED officers are right now seated at the accounts department of the National Herald building in Delhi. Ashutosh told us there are no employees, the building is empty. So what exactly are they looking for?
Yeah, well, Nabila, as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned,
they are conducting searches at 12 premises, not only in national capital, but also in several other states, including in West Bengal. We have been given to understand is that these searches are on the official premises of National Herald and also on people who were involved in suspicious transactions. And this has emerged, as it's a fresh details as far as this entire case is concerned. Now, as far as the account department is concerned, not only in the national capital's, National Herald building, but also the other premises of National Herald, there the ED officers are going through the details of the finance department, all the finance related details they are accessing from the National Herald building. And we have been given to understand is that these searches are not only limited to National Herald, financial details, but also on suspicious transactions. Now, what ED sources have told India Today that these searches pertains to the business activity of National Herald, because remember, Nabila, these searches have come after the Enforcement Directorate not only questioned 5 senior leaders of Congress party, but also Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. And during those questionings, what ED sources are telling us that they got certain details, certain suspicious transactions, based on which they decided to access the finance department of National Herald, AJL and Young Indian Private Limited, and also people who were involved in the suspicious transactions. So ED is claiming that these are important searches as far as the case is concerned, because so far they have recorded statement, but they also need to recover evidences in the case. And so far the evidences are in the form of documentary evidence, but they are expecting that there are many more evidences lying in these offices, and that is why these searches are taking place.
All right, Munish, stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Ashutosh as well, who joins us right from outside the building of that National Herald, where ED raids are currently on. Ashutosh, 4 ED officers currently at the accounts department. They're placed there. They're searching away. Any word on what they found? And we also hear that there are other locations, almost 12 locations simultaneously, that the ED has raided pan-India.
Well, that includes the national capital and Kolkata as well. Of course, as Munish is sharing those information that AGL and Young India, all these premises are being searched. But very interestingly, this could be one case where all the questioning has already been taken place. Remember, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi for a really wrong, arts of the questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, and this comes after those, the questionnaire. Usually what happens when the searches are carried out, when the investigation takes place, whatever amount being seized or the documents being seized, on that line the questions are being prepared when it comes to the questioning main accused. But here, questionnaire already took place, raids were already carried out, but yet again seems to be that AD, which is the agency which is carrying out this investigation, has to file the charge sheet. And what it seems that they might have found certain evidences or certain lines. Perhaps for that, those documents were really required. But we know that around 10 a.m., the 4 officials of the Enforcement Directorate, right behind me at the Herald building, entered the 4th floor where the operational headquarters of National Herald is located. That's where the except the publications, all of the editorial work being carried out. And in the accounts department, 4 officials from the Enforcement Directorate are sitting, of course, questioning about certain documents, the files related to the transactions, particularly what it seems that clue that ED got during the questioning and the investigation. So besides the national capital offices of Herald Group and the AGL, Young India also being searched by the Enforcement Directorate, even in Kolkata. So there are 12 locations by different teams of ED is carrying out the investigation. Now, as far as the seizure is concerned, what really crucial and significant they have seized, that will only come post this search is over. Of course, we will have the details from our sources in the ED, what are the material they have seized, which will be crucial for the investigation further.
Ashutosh, thank you very much for joining us on that. Munish Pandey also tracking those developments. Munish, I'm going to come back to you for more on that in a little while. But for now, a massive crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate, the central agency raiding at least 12 locations in India, mostly Delhi and Kolkata, with regards to the National Herald case involving the Gandhi family. In a multi-city raid, the ED has raided the National Herald headquarters. That's where Ashutosh brought us that report right here in New Delhi. The central agency raid is currently underway on the 4th floor of the National Herald office. In fact, this is the same place where publication office of the National Herald newspaper is located, the official mouthpiece, as it's known, of the Congress party. The ED raided the office at around 10 p.m. Searches are currently on since then. Meanwhile, Congress has carried, so far, what we've heard of the Congress party now is that this is nothing less than a witch hunt, vendetta politics, attacking the centre, saying that this is the BJP's tactic to muscle the opposition's voice. BJP hit back, saying law is taking its own course. Sonia and Rahul are facing ED's heat in a money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper.
Shocking. No, this is a new low for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, it was involved in the freedom struggle, in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned, and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
The ED must be allowed to do its job. People who have looted the country are corrupt, prima facie, and have got no relief from the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, should not cry foul. And thus, the ED so far has ensured that people who've laundered money belonging to the people of the country are being punished, which is a very welcome sign. This is the unique trait of the Gandhi Parivar. They want to enjoy all power, indulge in all misdeeds, illegalities, launder money, and then pin the blame on somebody who's no more. And I must also point out the fact that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court for quashing of the charges against them, and the Honorable Supreme Court refused to quash the charges. That itself says a lot about the illegalities committed by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, this action appears to be a part of furtherance of investigation in the National Herald case. But you see, the unfortunate fallout is that there is a prevailing perception that opposition leaders are being victimized for political motivation. It must not be such an act on the part of ED officials. We expect that ED officials, although they have been emboldened by the last week's Supreme Court judgment with regard to their powers under PMLA, but they must not act with any kind of extra legal consideration. If they are pursuing an honest investigation, they are certainly within their right to do so. But it must not look as though they are doing it at the instance of some political instructions to undermine the opposition and to harass the leaders.
All right, here's the big news coming in on the Partha Chatterjee's scam. We're looking at crores of rupees that was found at Arpita Mukherjee's home, and now Arpita for the first time speaks out on this cash mountain that was found in her house. Arpita says the cash was kept in my absence. This is her first reaction on this Bengal recruitment scam case. ED raids are currently underway at 4 places in Kolkata in connection with Bengal recruitment school scam. Fort Oasis housing in Gariahat area is one of those locations where currently raids are on. Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids at flat number 506 in Fort Oasis housing complex situated at the Gariahat area of Kolkata. And according to the sources there, ED has found some documents and information regarding this flat by interrogating Arpita Mukherjee. Into the probe of Bengal teacher recruitment scam, the ED is focusing on visitors of Arpita and a few residences and 2 residences that she has where visitors may have come constantly to her home or office. That clarity is needed, but it appears that all those people who have associated with Arpita in the recent past, ED now trying to scan those people and zero in on who could be part of this larger conspiracy. Let's take a quick listen to what Arpita said.
चलो
ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
All right, that's Arpita there. Looks quite feeble at this point. Let me quickly cut across to Ritwik Mandal joining us for more. Ritwik, Arpita, all that sheen off her face. She is now, being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. And while the media, of course, hounding her, she says that money is not mine. It was kept in my house without my knowledge, in my absence. Very hard to believe that she wasn't aware of 20 crores in cash stuffed inside her residence. It's not as if she wouldn't know that there's something fishy in her house. It's a huge stash that we're talking about. But what would this really mean to the Enforcement Directorate investigating this scam?
Right, Navila, at this point in time, Enforcement Directorate is trying to understand whether this is an attempt to mislead the investigative agency. Remember that we have heard that Arpita already gone on record during the interrogation by the Enforcement Directorate that this huge amount of money which has been recovered from the residence of Arpita Mukherjee that belongs to Arpita's close aide and who is the former minister Partha Chatterjee. And today, while Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee both were taken to a hospital here in Joka for medical checkup, she reveals that that money doesn't belong to her, but she said that she doesn't know how such a huge amount of money was kept at her residence, both in South Kolkata and in North Kolkata, and it was absolutely it was kept without her knowledge. That means she is trying to indicate something, but whether it is under under investigation at this point in time, that whether she's saying right or wrong. And let me also tell you that at this point in time, because we know that tomorrow is the day when Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee both have been arrested in multi-crore job scam, will be produced on court. Before that, ED is trying to intensify its probe, and at this point in time, 4 separate places are under raid, where the officials are raiding. One of them is Arpita's flat, which is located in Madurdaho. Another is Goriat, a flat in Goriat, which are given to understand for us that where. And of course, a nail beautification parlor owned by Arpita in Baranagar.
So all locations associated with Arpita, we believe, is what ED is right now targeting and investigating. And from what we understand, that all the visitors who've met with Arpita and gone in and out of her owned locations, all of them currently under scanner. ED probes into these the scam allegations, crores of rupees that was found in her house. Arpita claims it isn't hers. It was kept in her home in her absence. All right, more big news with regards to ED carrying out this investigation. Here we're looking at opposition's Suvendu Adhikari, who meets with Home Minister Amit Shah. In a key meeting, Suvendu Adhikari and Home Minister Amit Shah meet in Delhi. Suvendu has shared a list of 100 TMC collectors who are allegedly involved in corruption with the Home Minister. In fact, he shared this information with Amit Shah, is what we hear. Almost 100 TMC leaders who could be part of this scam. A larger conspiracy is what Suvendu Adhikari indicates as he meets the Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi. Palmi Saha for more on that. Palmi, a quick word from you. Suvendu Adhikari has landed up in Delhi amid this raid, huge raids where ED is carrying out in multiple locations. And it seems like the cash haul there is big enough for the opposition leader Suvendu Adhikari to take this up with the Home Minister Amit Shah to say this is a much larger conspiracy. It's not just Partha Mukherjee or Arpita alone. There's a lot more to this.
That's right. Suvendu Adhikari, who's a BJP leader and leader of the opposition in the West Bengal Legislative Assembly, just met with Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah in Parliament a short while ago. The meeting lasted about 45 minutes, and in that meeting, Shubhendu Adhikari says that he handed over a list of what he calls TMC collectors who are mired in corruption, who basically are also those culpable of corruption as well and implicit in this entire scam. He says he's handed over a list and he's asked the Home Minister, requested the Home Minister that this entire scam needs to be dug deeper into, that it doesn't start and end with just one erstwhile minister, Partha Chatterjee. It has many more players in that domain. So he has, of course, raised other issues as well. During his meeting, of course, issues of Bengal BJP organizational issues as well. But this was one of the key takeaways at the time that the Enforcement Directorate is conducting further raids and searches in Kolkata in relation to the SSC recruitment scam as well.
You know, when you say 100 TMC collectors, it's, of course, Shubhendu Adhikari means all belonging to the TMC government. Any word on what kind of position those people hold? He has a list of 100 TMC leaders. That's quite a long list.
That's right. Of course, he calls them collectors, but he basically meant people who have been, making money using this cash for jobs scam. People who are members of the ruling party. He says that he has across the board there are hundreds such people, and he's given and shared a list of those names with the Home Minister. Remember, just a few days ago, we, for instance, did show a letterhead of the TMCs on which one of their district presidents from Jalpaiguri, in fact, had signed off and basically recommended someone for a job as part of this entire process. And that in itself was quite suspicious as to why a TMC leader was recommending someone for a job. When, of course, Mahua Gope was the leader, Mahua Gope was questioned about it. She, of course, dismissed that letter as fake altogether. But these pieces of evidence are coming to the fore, and the BJP, of course, they're pressing the Home Minister and the Home Ministry to look further and deeper into this corruption scandal which has rocked the state of Bengal.
All right. Thank you very much, Paulvi, for joining us on that. All right, shifting our focus to Sanjay Raut. And after early morning raids on Sunday, close to 15 hours of questioning, Sena MP was arrested. Enforcement Directorate told the Prevention of Money Laundering Act court that Sanjay Raut was not cooperating with probe and alleged evidence tampering. They sought 8 days custodial interrogation, but were granted only 4 days custody until 4th of August. Here's the report.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा. तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था. तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है तो निकलते हैं.
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं. जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता.
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now in Karnataka, amid power tussle in Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi is all set to land in the state as he is set to attend Siddaramaia's 75th birthday bash. Rahul will be holding key meetings with top Karnataka Congress leaders. Meanwhile, preparations are on in full swing for Siddhautsav, which is Siddaramaia's birthday, marking the senior leaders or the former Chief Minister of Karnataka's birthday on the 3rd of August. Karnataka's Davangere district is where a gathering would take place. Over 1,500 cooks have been hired. 5 lakh water bottles, 5 lakh Mysore Paks, sweet packets made. 3 lakh people estimated to be attending that event. In fact, the event would also be used to mobilize voters belonging to the minority, backward classes and Dalit communities largely. This comes at a time when a war is out and open between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah for Chief Minister's post. Will Rahul Gandhi really settle the crisis and declare a face for Karnataka Congress?
It's a Siddaramaiah Amrit Mahotsava. Preparations are going on. All people from throughout the state are going to participate. And even our Congress president, former Congress president, leader Rahul Gandhi is also participating in the this one day after tomorrow. So we hope it will be a great success. More than 5-6 lakh people, around 10 lakh. We expect around 10 lakh people to gather there.
Now, just a few days before release of Amir Khan's upcoming film, Laal Singh Chaddha has become the center of a controversy now. Day after social media trend of hashtag boycott Laal Singh Chaddha, Congress has now come out in support of the actor. Taking on Twitter, Congress leader Priyank Kharge took a direct swipe at the Modi government, highlighting how intolerance is indeed rising under the Modi government. He tweeted, and I quote, "When India was tolerant, Antony was Amitabh, Raj and Rahul were Shah Rukh Khan, Prem was Salman, Akbar was Hrithik, MD Yusuf Khan was, Mohammad Yusuf Khan there was Dilip Kumar." Yesterday, Amir Khan also appealed to citizens, asking them not to boycott his film and give him a fair chance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this environment has come about in Bollywood too. I mean, after all, they are movies. I mean, they were on celluloid, and we were a little more tolerant when Amitabh Bachchan played a Muslim character in Coolie. When he had a little accident, the entire nation prayed for him. And one of his most famous characters was that of Christian, of Anthony. Whenever you ask in the 90s, anyone asked who is Raj and Rahul, people would say it was Shah Rukh Khan. Salman Khan stole a lot of heart as Prem. And Hrithik Roshan got a lot of accolades when he played Akbar. I mean, where are we headed? I mean, it's all a movie. They're all part of the country. They have done well for the industry. They have done well for others too in the industry. I mean, how did they all become so famous if other people from other communities did not like them? Do you think Salman Khan movies crossed 100 crore only by one community watching them? Amitabh Bachchan became a star by only one community watching them? Today, the South Indian movies are making great waves across the country. Is it because only one community or only South Indians are watching them?
As the party, we don't have any policy of banning or not banning or demanding films ban. You know, we are a national party. We don't take up frivolous issues like that. But however, one has to be sensitive about what, you know, overall population is or public is or the viewers are thinking about the random statements these stars are making. Maybe that is the reason why they are demanding a ban. And maybe these actors who call themselves influencers need to be much more responsible when they make statements. You know, there can be reasons why, and I'm saying that if an iconic movie star who happens to be an influencer makes statements openly, then has to be responsible when he's making statements. You cannot blanket, everything under one color and say that, India is intolerant. How in the world can you make a blanket statement like that? I'm not holding on to that.
All right, cutting across on the other side of a short break, Kerala now battling monsoon fury. Red alert issued in seven of the Kerala districts there as incessant rains until Thursday. That's the prediction. Stay with us.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Now, heavy monsoon rains continue to batter several parts of Kerala. Normal life has been disrupted due to heavy downpour. Low-lying areas have been inundated due to floods. A red alert has also been issued for 11 districts in the state. All the educational institutions have been declared holiday. Amidst the chaos, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has cautioned people of the state to take necessary steps and travel less. Several tourist destinations in the state have also been shut until Friday. Fishermen folks have been advised not to venture into sea until further notice.
Heavy rains continue to hit Kerala as the state is on a red alert till tomorrow, and I'm right now at Pathanamthitta region, one of the majorly hit region in the state due to the heavy rains that started since Sunday. The place that I'm standing right now, it's a road actually, and the Pamba river is very close by. It's 500 meters away from the place where we are standing right now. You can see their houses almost merged in water. It's come to a major high level. It entered, from what we're picking up from the ground, from the residents here, the water entered the houses, and right now it's slowly, since the rain has come down a little bit, the water is slowly flowing. If I can show you this side of the machinery shop, these are the equipments that's merged in water. It's completely destroyed and they've stopped working. And also the wall, if you see, you can see a watermark here. So since yesterday, the water level was here, and day before yesterday, from what we are hearing, it was still here. And yesterday it reached till this level of water is what we are learning from the people here. A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible, because this will go on till Friday is what the IMD is telling the state. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, this is Shubhimol KG reporting for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Now, monsoon mayhem is far from over. Several districts of Kerala are currently facing incessant rains, which has thrown normal life out of gear. Red alert has been issued in 7 districts of Kerala, including the capital city, Thiruvananthapuram. Here's more on that.
No mercy from rain gods. Streets submerged in water. Hours of power blackout. Monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc. Southern and central parts of Kerala continue to be battered by incessant rains, and there is no respite in sight. The rains have thrown life out of gear. So far, 6 deaths have been reported due to heavy rainfall in the state. Red alert is issued in 7 districts, including capital Thiruvananthapuram. With the Met Department predicting heavy rainfall for 2 more days, a holiday has been declared for schools and colleges in affected areas.
Monsoon has been active over Kerala and it will continue for another 2 to 3 days. For the next 3 days, we have issued a red alert for Kerala. Day 1 and day 2, that is today and tomorrow, we expect heavy rainfall till middle Kerala, that is up to Idiki. And from 3rd day onwards, we expect more rain in the northern districts as well.
Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan called a cabinet meeting to discuss the rain alert. He has advised people to take necessary precautions. The government has opened control rooms. Ministers have been given charge of each district. All major tourist destinations in the state are shut till Friday. Fishermen are advised not to venture into the sea until further notice.
IMD has predicted that heavy winds are likely to hit the coastal regions, and people living in the coastal regions have been asked to move out of the place if required, as the rains will continue to hit the state in the next 4-5 days as per IMD's predictions. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, US drone strike kills Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Afghanistan. Biden says justice is delivered after neutralizing 9/11 plotter and Osama bin Laden's successor. More details up next.
His man Friday in custody. His closest and oldest aide in ED crosshairs. Sanjay Raut's arrest has hit Uddhav Thackeray hard. The former Maharashtra CM, in a show of solidarity, visited Raut's home and met with his family to express his support.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं. जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता.
Sanjay Raut has been the backbone of the Uddhav Sena, leading from the forefront and the background. The strategist and the attacker all rolled in one. Raut has been a staunch Thackeray loyalist, and it was his all-out campaign that
Now, in a major airstrike in Kabul, US has killed Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri. The strike to eliminate Al-Zawahiri was carried out on Saturday. Biden has said, underlining that no family member of the slain terrorist was harmed during this operation. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike when he came outside on the balcony of the house in Kabul, Afghanistan. Apparently lingered on right in that area, as US intelligence had noted he often did. Zawahiri was the plotter of 9/11 attack, a key ideologue behind the global terror network for decades. Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri was killed in Shipur neighborhood of Kabul, walking distance away from the US embassy complex. Joe Biden and top US leadership have hailed this airstrike, calling it justice for victims killed in 9/11 attack. Taliban, however, has condemned this airstrike on its soil, calling it violation of the Doha Agreement.
On Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack of 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Now, Sneha Murdani, my colleague, elaborates on the location of that safe house where Al-Zawahiri was hiding. Let's take a look.
This is to give you an idea about the map, essentially, of the safe house. They're bringing these details for you of the neighborhood. This is the Sherpur neighborhood, Zawahiri's safe house, and like it's being pointed out very clearly that this is in a posh Kabul neighborhood where Al-Zawahiri was killed. This was a drone strike. So without any boots on the ground, America has managed to achieve this. Zawahiri was hiding in the safe house of this Pak Terrace Stooge Afghan Minister Haqqani Zaid. The neighborhood housing, the safe house, is merely meters from the erstwhile what used to be the US Embassy. In fact, it is being said that it's actually a walking distance from the US, what used to be the US Embassy.
All right, India Today also spoke with Voice of America correspondent just a little while ago on how Al-Qaeda chief was killed by an R-9 missile, which is also called as Hellfire missile. Warhead-less missile slices through its target but does not explode. Let's take a listen as he explains.
Yes, this was a drone that was firing what are called Hellfire missiles, according to sources. And what these Hellfires are capable of doing, they're sort of like giant blades or scissors, have you, where they use kinetic energy. It's not a big explosion, and that's how they were able to take him out while he was standing on the balcony without killing anybody else.
All right, we heard what the American journalist had to say, but we're going to give you an understanding here on this Hellfire missile that's managed to strike down its target. Here's the non-explosive missile, which has been used to strike down Al-Zawahiri. It's non-explosive. This missile is equipped with 6 razor-like blades, and that's what makes it all the more lethal. We're also looking at this Hellfire missile, which, as it's known, which literally slices through its target but does not explode, as per what we heard from the American journalist as well, saying to us that this missile here, with much precision, would slice through the target but will not explode. This, of course, missile was used by the Americans to take down Al-Zawahiri. He's the man you see on the left-hand side of your screens. Taliban's close ties with Al-Qaeda is an open secret to the world. In fact, right after Al-Zawahiri was killed in a US airstrike in Kabul, Taliban condemned the attack. The house Al-Zawahiri was living in when he was killed was owned by a top aide to senior Taliban leader Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is also known as the Pakistan stooge. Members of the dreaded terror group Haqqani network tried to conceal that Al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, who was killed in a US drone strike, was at a safe house in Kabul and restricted access to that site. UN also suggested that Al-Qaeda has a safe haven under Taliban and increased freedom of action. Back in 2011, Pakistan sheltered Osama bin Laden. Al-Zawahiri and the better-known Osama bin Laden had plotted the 9/11 attacks. Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri took a keen interest on the terror group's expansion in India through Al-Qaeda, an Indian subcontinent offshoot. In fact, Zawahiri had earlier waded into the Karnataka hijab row as well. Zawahiri released a video back then in April focusing on hijab controversy raging in campuses in Karnataka, where he claimed that he has exposed reality, this has exposed reality of Hindu India and the deception of its pagan democracy. He also hailed activist Muskan, backing her stand for hijab rights. Zawahiri called Muskan his sister and said that he almost praised her by writing a poem in her courage. The terrorist said that he was made aware of Muskan's actions through social media. He accused the government of allegedly mistreating Muslims living in India. He's asked Muslims in India to react to this hijab controversy as well. Now, in a massive show of strength, China is all set to hold military exercises in South China Sea from this morning to Thursday evening in retaliation to US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan. China has banned the entry of other international traffic in South China Sea for this period. China has also held military drills in Taiwan Strait. Pelosi, a known critic of Chinese Communist Party, is visiting Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea and Japan, but may make an impromptu landing in the island nation. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has called on China not to escalate tensions in the event of a visit. China has issued stern warnings saying, "Don't say we didn't warn you," and claimed that its military would never sit idly by if at all Pelosi were to land in the island. China has said that the visit would interfere with China's internal affairs and would result in consequences for the United States.
Previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
We have been clear from the very beginning that she will make her own decisions and that Congress is an independent branch of government. Our Constitution embeds a separation of powers. This is well known to the PRC, given our more than 4 decades of diplomatic relations. The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before, without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. The world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S.-PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
Now, the world is heating up over Chinese threat. The latest showdown is over U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, with Beijing now warning Washington of serious consequences. Xi Jinping issues a fresh threat to Joe Biden in a call on Thursday, declaring that those who play with fire will perish by it. It is a big conflict, a red alert. Let's listen in.
The dragon is breathing fire, and this time at the United States. At the back of provocations over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The 2-hour and 17-minute call between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping was fraught with tension. Chinese statement quoted Xi telling Biden to tread cautiously, saying that those who play with fire will perish by it. Biden reportedly told Xi Jinping that United States strongly opposes China's unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Neither the White House nor the Chinese statements mentioned Nancy Pelosi's name.
President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
习近平强调，
Xi Jinping stressed that the historical background of the Taiwan issue is clear. The fact and reality that both sides of the strait belong to one China are clear. The three joint communiques between China and the US are the political commitments of both sides, and the one China principle is the political basis of the China-US relationship. We firmly opposed to the separatism of the Taiwan independence and interference of external forces, and will never leave any space for Taiwan independence forces in any form.
China has carried out a series of aggressive Air Force and Navy exercises close to Taiwan amidst reports of an impending visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan in August. China has warned the US of consequences if Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan as part of a broader scheduled visit to Asia. China is firmly opposed to Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Recently, China has made it clear to the US on many occasions that it is firmly opposed to Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. We are fully prepared. If the US insists on going its own way, China will certainly take firm and forceful measures to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the United States should be held responsible for any serious consequences.
Chinese fighter jets have repeatedly violated Taiwan's air defense identification zone, and ahead of Pelosi's planned visit, Chinese anti-submarine warfare aircraft, helicopters and ships carried out an exercise. The images were flashed on Chinese state television to send out a clear message to US submarines in the Taiwan Straits.
If US insists on going its own way, China will take strong measures to respond and counter resolutely.
US national security apparatus is understood to have held a detailed briefing for Speaker Pelosi, explaining the risks of her potential visit to Taiwan. She, however, has invited both the Democrats and the Republicans to accompany her. If Pelosi were to visit Taiwan, it would be the first visit by a speaker in the past 25 years. Analysts argue if US backs down at this stage, then China would gain an upper hand. However, China is being extremely aggressive at this stage, as Chinese President Xi Jinping is looking for an unprecedented third term and would want to send out a signal of a strong leader. Bureau Report, India Today.
We do know that the Chinese aggression is real. China's military is currently on high alert, and Beijing, of course, has cancelled the leave of some of the very crucial military and soldiers as it now prepares for war with China over US and their speaker, Nancy Pelosi's reported visit to Taiwan. Of course, we're looking at China's military drill all across the South China Sea. They're stepping up activity there in a way to intimidate the United States and try to deter them from involving. China imposes a no-fly zone as well. The military has mobilized all its air defense forces to immediately prepare for war after high-level briefing. Now, in a massive show of strength, China has also decided to hold military exercises in South China Sea and from today until Thursday evening. So no entry allowed from August 2nd all the way to August 6th. China has banned the entry of other international traffic in the South China Sea for this period of time, and therefore muscle flexing that we see all around the South China Sea, if at all Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan. All right, I'm going to quickly cut across to China now, provoking not just the United States, but as it does its best to provoke India as well. We're looking at China right now trying to intimidate as many of its fighter jets there are right now hovering around the line of actual control. But it's not just provoking Taiwan by flying its fighter jets in its island space. The Dragon right now breathing fire on India, as we see, and I mentioned, of their jets trying to breach the line of control area. Over 2 years now since the military tussle in Ladakh is on, several rounds of dialogues have happened, but yet Chinese Air Force resorting to intimidating tactics. Actual control, the line of actual control there, we see many of the Chinese jets, disturbing trend, testing India's patience.
China continues to tear in Ladakh. Not just on land, also in the air. Chinese fighter jets have been flying close to the line of actual control. The aggressive forays in air clearly meant to provoke and send out a signal. And this happens as the two sides recently met for the 16th round of co-commander level talks. This is nothing but China's doublespeak. Disturbingly, such breaches have happened frequently in the past 30 days. Chinese fighter jets, including the J-11s, have come close to the line of actual control, violating the 10-kilometer confidence-building measure line. The Indian Air Force has responded firmly to these violations.
हमने काफ़ी radar deployment की थी वहाँ पे high altitude areas में, all along East LAC. Chinese air activity वहाँ पे बढ़ रही है, तो हमने भी हमारे radar deployments और surface to air guided weapon deployment हमने भी बढ़ा दिए वहाँ. जब भी हम देखते हैं कि कोई air violation की संभावना है या कोई उनके जहाज उनके LAC के उस पार fly कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे भी जहाज हम यहाँ से scramble कराते हैं.
The Chinese have been carrying out exercises close to the line of actual control. Officials say this is when their fighter aircraft have come close to the LAC. The matter was taken up by the Indian side as per the established norms with the Chinese, and they were told to prevent any such incidents in future, sources said.
By deploying our air defense fighters, air defense radars, as well as the surface missiles, and enhancing the entire air defense capability in that area. With this, we are able to now get much earlier the early warning of the intruding aircrafts, and thereby launch our aircraft, that is stimulate our jets, to challenge these intruding aircrafts and force them to go back to their own land. This is what is happening in the Ladakh area as of today.
The Indian Air Force is keeping a close watch on Chinese air activities after these incidents. Since the summer of 2020, India and China have been locked in a military standoff in Ladakh with over 50,000 troops deployed even during the harsh winters at heights of over 15,000 feet in eastern Ladakh. There have so far been 16 rounds of co-commander level talks, but a final resolution is nowhere in sight, even though there has been a piecemeal disengagement from some friction points. With Manjeet Negi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, in a major setback to former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan, the country's election commission has found that his party PTI has received prohibited funding. ECP found that PTI received 34 foreign donations from America, Australia and UAE. ECP's scrutiny committee probing PTI's funding has revealed that the party allegedly hid funds worth millions of rupees. The State Bank of Pakistan and its bank statements revealed that the party had received at least 1.6 billion Pakistani rupees in funding, out of which PTI allegedly did not disclose funding worth at least more than 310 million Pakistani rupees to the ECP. ECP has now issued a show cause notice to PTI for violation of the constitution after it found that PTI chairman Imran Khan had submitted false nomination form. The funds were generated through a charity match, and an Arab personality also pitched in a large sum of money there. PTI can challenge the ECP's order in an apex court. In this case, the Supreme Court bans the party, then all those accounts will be frozen collectively. Offices will be sealed. All the members of the parliament will lose their status as lawmakers. So, got to see how Imran Khan would react to this. All right, for more details, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. I'm going to come back with the top headlines.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-backdrop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make travelling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Your approach towards these films and these roles. You know, you keep getting asked this question. A lot of actresses keep getting asked this question. What happens after marriage? What happens after 40? What happens? Are there roles written for women? It's a question that women constantly keep getting asked. And you've also answered this in the past. But now I want to ask you, is that, does ageism still exist? Does sexism still exist?
No, I think only on social media, not actually in life, because it makes good topic and you're constantly like talking about it. You're constantly, you know, it gives a topic of discussion. People are writing articles, debates are happening and everything. But I mean, in the reality of situation is that we're still working. Everyone's getting their work. If you're talented, you will get work. Yeah. If you're looking good, you will get work. If you're, you know, being yourself, you'll get work. So you have to have the confidence in yourself also, you know. And today, I think everybody is doing great work. Yeah. Age is just a number. I mean, people are doing different characters. And you're as old as you look, you know. So I think that that's what you have to go by. I mean, it makes good copy to write things and say things and all that. But I think Twitter और इन सब प्लेटफॉर्म में अच्छी होती है कि ये डिस्कशन चलना कि एजिज्म सेक्सिज्म ये है वो है but your decisions should speak that. I mean, I'm still working. I worked throughout my pregnancies and people who have a problem with it don't take me.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Chaddha University. In association with Green Lamb Laminates. हर गुस्ताखी साफ. Brokerage क्यों देना? NoBroker.com है ना.
All right, a very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Arpita Mukherjee taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Partha's aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks her silence for the first time on 50 crore cash mountain seized by the ED, says it doesn't belong to her, claims it was placed in her absence. After Sonia and Rahul's grilling, ED raids National Herald headquarters in the national capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Congress cries vendetta. Congress attacks Modi government over Laal Singh Chaddha backing Amir Khan over boycott trend. Priyanka Arge says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rains prediction until Thursday. Floods, landslides in several areas.
A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible.
And Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Al-Zawahiri, Islamabad stooge, and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house. Big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan after China's threat. US warns Dragon not to escalate tensions. And probe in Bengal recruit. All right, we're looking at the Bengal recruitment scam now, where ED is currently probing. We're looking at ED at several locations, currently raiding those places belonging to Arpita, who's Partha's close aide in connection with this school recruitment scam that's been exposed in Bengal. Days after the sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee cried vendetta, his aide now, Arpita Mukherjee, has distanced herself from the 50 crores recovered in cash from her house. Rubbishing all those charges, she's claimed that money does not belong to her and that it was kept in her house in her absence. Meanwhile, amid raids in Kolkata, Suvendu Adhikari, the opposition leader, has met with Home Minister Amit Shah in Delhi. He claims that he has a list of at least 100 TMC collectors who are all allegedly involved in the same corruption case. ED has so far recovered 50 crores in cash from Arpita's home, seized 8 crores from her accounts linked with shell companies. Joining us is Ritik Mondal, who's live from Kolkata, who's tracking those developments. Ritik, give us the latest development with the ED's raids right now at several locations belonging to Arpita. Have they found anything?
Right, Ravila. At this point in time, what we are picking up that officials of Enforcement Directorate, they are conducting raids across many places of Kolkata. One of them where from we are bringing this live broadcast is a housing which is located in Goriahat, and this is where, what we are giving to understand. This is the Fort Oasis complex of Goriahat and a flat number 506 of Block 6, which is under ED scanner now. What we are told that particular property could be belongs to Arpita Mukherjee or Partha Chatterjee, so which is why the officials came here to interrogate the people staying here. And apart from this particular housing complex of Kolkata, which is located in a very posh area of Kolkata, but also there are several other locations which are under scanner of Enforcement Directorate now. One of them is Arpita's one of the flats which is located in Madurdaho. Another nail beautification parlor owned by Arpita Mukherjee is also ED scanner now, and our team also reached there to interrogate the people who are at the nail beautification parlor owned by Arpita Mukherjee. So now what else we are picking up, that the very few moments left before ED will be producing both Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee to court tomorrow. And before that, as of now, as Arpita is not cooperating, and, just a while back they both were taken to ESI hospital for medical checkup, where Arpita claimed that money recovered from her residence doesn't belong to her, and she doesn't know how that a huge amount of money was kept at her places and without keeping her on the loop. So that means that she is trying to indicate something, whether given the fact that AD is trying to ascertain that whether Arpita is trying to make some such comment or to mislead Enforcement Directorate.
Of course, she can't wash her hands off the 50-odd crores that was recovered, almost 20 crores recovered from her residence, and her claiming that she has no knowledge of it and she does not know when that money was kept. It was kept in her absence. Very hard to believe. Ritik, thank you very much for joining us. A massive crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate. The central agency has now raided over 12 locations across the country. This multi-city raid is with regards to the National Herald scam, which links the Gandhi family. The central agency has now raided at the 4th floor of the National Herald office. Currently, raids are on where they're sitting. In fact, we hear that at least 4 of the ED officials are right now at the accounts department of that National Herald office. This is the same place where the publication office of the National Herald newspaper is located. Of course, that building there where no employees are present today, as per our reporters there on ground. National Herald is looked at as an official mouthpiece of the Congress. The ED has raided the office at around 10 p.m. and searches are on until now. Meanwhile, Congress has alleged political vendetta, attacking the centre, saying that you can't silence us. BJP has hit back, saying law will take its own course. Sonia and Rahul Gandhi currently facing the ED heat in this money laundering case linked to the National Herald newspaper.
This is shocking. This is a new law for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, it was involved in the freedom struggle, in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned, and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
The ED must be allowed to do its job. People who have looted the country are corrupt, prima facie, and have got no relief from the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, should not cry foul. And thus, the ED so far has ensured that people who've laundered money belonging to the people of the country are being punished, which is a very welcome sign. This is the unique trait of the Gandhi Parivar. They want to enjoy all power, indulge in all misdeeds, illegalities, launder money, and then pin the blame on somebody who's no more. And I must also point out the fact that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court for quashing of the charges against them, and the Honorable Supreme Court refused to quash the charges. That itself says a lot about the illegalities committed by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, this action appears to be a part of furtherance of investigation in the National Herald case. But you see, the unfortunate fallout is that there is a prevailing perception that opposition leaders are being victimized for political motivation. It must not be such an act on the part of ED officials. We expect that ED officials, although they have been emboldened by the last week's Supreme Court judgment with regard to their powers under PMLA, but they must not act with any kind of extra legal consideration. If they are pursuing an honest investigation, they are certainly within their right to do so. But it must not look as though they are doing it at the instance of some political instructions to undermine the opposition and to harass the leaders.
ED is raiding the National Herald offices. What do you have to say, sir?
This is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
All right, cutting across to Ashutosh Mishra, who's joining us live from right outside that National Herald office where ED raids are on. Ashutosh, we hear 4 ED officials who are still there. This raid started at 10 p.m. last night. And it's still on, we understand, in several other locations of Kolkata and Delhi, collectively 12 locations, all linked with the National Herald office, all being raided simultaneously.
Well, this includes Lucknow as well. What we are hearing from the sources, the Lucknow office, the Kolkata office, and of course the national capital, 12 other locations. So all the premises which was linked to the AJL and the National Herald, Young India Limited. So all these places are being searched, and this looks to be in the line of the investigation and the questionnaire that took place with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and certain other evidences which were already collected by the Enforcement Directorate during this entire investigation of the National Herald case. So yes, the raids still being continued. Those 4 officials from the ED right behind me at the National Herald headquarters, the office in the Delhi, they are in the accounts department. Of course, they are looking for certain documents that perhaps, surfaced during the investigation. So those are being searched at other, premises also, because in this entire financial transaction, the documents are really going to be crucial. When you file a charge sheet, you just cannot put out allegations on certain individuals, or there is some, miscalculation has been taking place in the certain deals. You have to substantiate with the documents all the transaction, and that perhaps needed to put on record only by those documents, and that perhaps what the investigative agency is doing. When all the evidences are corroborated, when in the statement that have been recorded, that will be put out in the charge sheet when the ED is going to file the prosecution complaint, the charge sheet in the court under the Money Laundering Act against this entire National Herald scam is concerned. Navila.
Ashutosh, as the raids take place, are we looking at the same Congress members who are protesting violently in many parts of the country landing up at those offices? Are Congress workers gathering there?
No, that's not the case. Right behind me, the National Herald headquarters at the Delhi's ITO, we do not see any Congress worker here protesting. So this is completely, that was the case which we saw when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, Sonia Gandhi was summoned. We saw the kind of protests erupted all across the country by the Congress workers. But clearly when this office are raided, we do not see the similar act. However, you heard the politicians, the MPs, the leaders from the Congress in the parliament outraging against ED. Few calling in vendetta politics, few are calling that this could be a divergent tactics from the current burning issues of the country where
we saw the kind of protest there. But Ashutosh, thank you very much for joining us on that. I'm going to quickly cut across, tracking the story from West Bengal's Kolkata. A woman there throwing a shoe at Partha Chatterjee. Well, that's the big news that we're tracking. A woman has thrown a shoe at Partha Chatterjee at the ESI hospital. This woman is said to have... Such leaders are embezzling public money. This is what the woman says. Such leaders are embezzling public money. That's why I threw a shoe at him. A woman seen throwing a shoe at Partha Chatterjee, and that's been captured on cameras. Public anger there growing against Partha Chatterjee, who's a TMC leader. He's now been axed from the ministry, from the cabinet, but a little too late, too less. At this point, Partha Chatterjee, who's known to be a very strong leader within the TMC government, very close aide to Mamata Banerjee at one point, but ever since the cash haul was tracked, it appears that Mamata Banerjee has completely cut off, not answered his calls, not spoken to him once, and has taken a decision to axe him off the cabinet. Partha Chatterjee is right now in custody of the Enforcement Directorate. A woman now very frustrated with what's happened throws his shoes at Partha Chatterjee, saying that he has embezzled public money. Tracking these developments. Arupam, who's that woman there? We see her walking barefoot. She's thrown a slipper at Partha Chatterjee and says this is out of frustration because he's embezzled public money. Tell us more.
At Yoga, where Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee both have taken routine medical checkups, and when they were coming out, the officials were trying to move them out. And this woman, who claims she is from a lower class, she has thrown her shoes to Partha Chatterjee and went without wearing those shoes. And she claims that Partha Chatterjee is accused of swindling money which belongs to poor family and poor youth, and that is why she is depressed, and that is why she has taken such steps.
Who is this woman? Is she a commoner? Is she someone from within the party, or do we know anything of her?
As of now, we cannot establish any political link of this woman. She is claiming that she is from lower middle class. She is a commoner. That is what she is claiming at present. So we can't, at this moment, establish any political link of this woman to any party.
Let's take a listen, Anupam, let's take a listen what that woman really said post the attack.
সুবড়া ঘড়ই আমতলা বাড়ি আমতলা বড় বড় সর না এই সর না রে আরে দূর ফোন না দূরে আমি একদম আপনি হাত রাখতে ভাই লম্বাই তো এই লম্বাই তো সুবীর লম্বা গাড়ি আছে সুবীর গাড়ি আছে ভাই পিছনে ভাই পিছনে আমতলা বাড়ি দিদি আপনার জুতো কোথায় গেল
আরে এক প্রশ্ন কতবার করবে ভাই
আপনার বাড়ি কোথায় আপনার নামটা কি বলুন
সুব্রা ঘড়ু
হ্যাঁ বাড়ি আপনার বাড়ি কোথায় আপনার নামটা কি বলুন
সুব্রা ঘড়ু
হ্যাঁ বাড়ি
There you have the visuals there of a woman throwing a slipper at Partha Chatterjee. Very aggressive and angry with the kind of cash haul that was found exposed by the Enforcement Directorate, close to 50 crores. So these women believe that it is public money that has been swindled. Partha Chatterjee currently with the Enforcement Directorate. He is in custody. It doesn't seem like he has a way out of this. As public anger building against the ex-TMC minister Partha Chatterjee, as this woman throws a slipper at him, right at him. And when she was questioned why she did that, she says she was angered and upset with the fact that Partha Chatterjee has embezzled public money. This is nothing but public money. In fact, if it is bribe, if it is in whatever way that he's gotten this ill wealth, which needs to be proven by the Enforcement Directorate that it is his. But so far, whatever prima facie evidence that establishes this corruption scale points fingers at Partha Chatterjee indeed, and of course his close aide Arpita Mukherjee. Now, these women, they're very upset because Partha was the Minister of West Bengal. He was the Industries and Commerce Minister. He was a person very well known to the people, the locals, the public. Many of them voted for him. And they're obviously quite upset at this point that this kind of money was recovered. And it's understood at this point, people have a grouse. There's a lot of development that's supposed to or due to happen in West Bengal may not have happened according to what they wanted. And this kind of money that has surfaced has really disappointed public, really angering sentiments. Let me cut across to that woman as she throws a chappal at Partha. Here's what she says in justification.
কেন বাচ্চা আমাদেরকে জুতো ছুঁড়ে মারলেন কেন?
শুনুন, আমার পেশেন্ট অসুস্থ, আমি ওষুধ আনতে এসেছি, আমাকে ছেড়ে দিন, আমি ওনাকে জুতো মারতে এসেছি, জুতো মেরে আমি খালি পায়ে ঘরে যাচ্ছি।
কেন?
জুতো মেরেছি কি জানেন? আপনারা জানেন না? হ্যাঁ, জনসাধারণের কত গরিব মানুষের টাকা নিয়ে কোটি কোটি টাকা ফ্ল্যাট কিনে রেখে দিয়েছেন, আবার বলেন কেন? ওনাকে এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে, ওনাকে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে টানতে টানতে নিয়ে আসবেন, এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে হুইল চেয়ার। হ্যাঁ, আরো খুশি হতো ওই জুতোটা যদি ওনার টাকা লাগতো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
তা আপনি এখন খালি পায়ে যাবেন কি করে?
কোথায় যাবেন? জুতোটা কোথায়? আপনি জুতো কোথায়? জুতো এখানে যেখানে মেরেছি, শোনো না।
Now, after an early morning raid on Sunday, close to 15 hours of questioning, Sena MP Sanjay Raut was arrested. Enforcement Directorate told a Prevention and Money Laundering Act court that Sanjay Raut was not cooperating in the case and that the probe needed more evidence. If he was released, he could tamper with evidence. They now sought, they were in fact seeking for 8 days custodial interrogation, but were granted only 4 days until the 4th of August. Here's a quick report on what went by.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है वो निकलते हैं।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, for more on that, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. In the club, up next with Dipali Patel.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political
She takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Joining me is someone who's not just a brilliant singer, but an equally good music composer, a fantastic pianist, super talented, and his remarkable contribution in the music industry has also got him Padma Shri Award. Welcome to India Today Television, Adnan ji. It's always a pleasure talking to you. How are you and how have you been?
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to be here. I'm feeling wonderful and very excited about my new song. Every time it feels as if it's the first time. You know what I mean. So it's the usual butterflies in the stomach and hope people like it. But I feel great. I feel wonderful.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly begin by asking you about the same only. What is your current state of mind now that your song is out, Alvida, your first track ever since the pandemic hit the world? I remember talking to you in Delhi in 2020 when we met for your song, Tu Yaad Aaya, and you spoke about your comeback after a gap of 9 years.
Yeah. Well, the thing was that then suddenly the world changed as we knew it. And now with this new release, it seems almost as if it's the first time. I'm as as nervous and anxious and excited as I would have been in my first release. So I always approach my work, my music with that kind of attitude. I never like to be complacent in any way. I always like to work with the same intensity as I would do it, as if I were doing it for the first time. So there's no change in that respect. But it's overwhelming because of the kind of love and appreciation that I've received so far. I'm very, very grateful and very excited and very, very happy,
Adnan ji, if you could sing a few lines of your track, Alvida.
Sure. हौले हौले हाथों से हाथ तूने छोड़े, हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े, है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे, धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे, अलविदा अलविदा ना हुई तू हमारी तो क्या, अलविदा अलविदा अलविदा, हम तो तेरे रहेंगे सदा.
Absolutely amazing. I wanted to ask you about your Instagram profile. You know, you have deleted all your pictures and videos from social media platform. And why is it so? You know, and now it says Adnan Sami 2.0. Your fans are very curious. What does that mean?
Well, actually, you know, I feel as if, first of all, I feel as if I'm moving into a new phase in my musical journey. And I've been feeling these kind of vibes for quite some time, and my whole attitude. I think, you know, over the pandemic, I think a lot of us had a lot of free time to reflect upon where we were in life, because, you know, usually when you're in the middle of everything, you know, life is moving so fast that you don't really get the time to sit and analyze things too often. So this pandemic gave me an opportunity to sort of reassess where I was in life and what I wanted to do, how I wanted to approach the forthcoming phase of my life. And, you know, it made me reevaluate and reassess a lot of things. And so this is my first song release in this new phase of my life. I've gone through a tremendous kind of a transformation, as it were, not just physically, but emotionally and, you know, spiritually and even musically. So, you know, I felt that, if I'm going to start this new phase, because I feel very different, my whole attitude has changed. So I said, okay, let's share that, and let's bring that forth in your public approach, in your image, and the way you're going forward in life. So I decided that all my previous Instagram posts, I didn't want to delete them, which a lot of people thought I deleted them. I've just archived them. So I wanted to clean the slate. And start this new phase with a fresh, with all fresh postings. And of course, because I'm internally, I'm feeling like a new person. So I said, okay, fine. So there's no harm in sharing the facts with everybody else. So that's why I went and I said, this is Adnan 2.0. And so therefore, that's why there was this change. Now, having said that, I did that with the attitude that, all right, okay, my first post in this is going to be Alvida, because that's the title of my new song.
Yeah.
And so I just posted that one slide and one word, Alvida. And frankly, I didn't realize that suddenly people will start coming up with their own interpretation. Ki kya hai ye lafz? Kahin se, people started to get worried. People started to come up with their own wild imagination, their own interpretations, and some people started thinking, is he okay? Is he going through some depression? And some people started to give me lectures and comments that be strong, and it's life. No matter what happens in life, you've got to go through it, and you've always been a strong person, and so on and so forth. Some people even went to the extent of saying, "Listen, if not for yourself, do it for your daughter. She needs you." And I'm like, dude, everything is okay. It's just a song, I mean, it's just a title. It's just a word. I've not said anything. God forbid, I'm very happy with life. Of course, then the next day I posted a small teaser, and I think that sort of clarified everything, that there's no such drastic step that is going to happen, but everything is good, So that's what happened, basically.
Yeah, so talking about the change, I must say you're inspiring so many people out there with your transformation. Talk to me about your weight loss journey, your Maldives pictures that went viral on social media. What's the secret and how difficult has it been for you? Take us through it.
Well, as I think everybody knows who knows me, I've had massive issues with weight. At my peak, I reached 230 kilos, which is one hell of a weight to achieve. But so I lost a lot of weight, and from time to time I keep, as I call it, yo-yoing. A little bit, 5 or 10 kilo, kabhi upar ho jate hain, kabhi thode kam ho jate hain, etc., etc. So again, it's been people who suffer from weight issues. It's frankly speaking a lifelong, struggle. It's not as if you lose weight once and say, right, that's it. I'm done with this. I'm going to be slim for the rest of my life. No, you have to constantly work towards it, And sometimes you put on a little bit of weight, then you lose it, then you put on, So, but it requires a lot of discipline. It requires a lot of, mental strength. I would say when you're trying to lose weight, it's about 80% mental strength and 20% physical. It's always mind over matter. So when I went to Maldives, I just decided to post some photographs. I had no idea that they would suddenly go viral in the sense that in the manner in which they did. But nevertheless, I mean, it's good to know that people notice these things, and people are very, very, they're very, very vigilant these days. So, I've learned my lesson, especially by the fact that, one word can make such a sensation. So, a photograph speaks 1,000 words, I guess, So,
yeah, of course.
So that's basically, I've been working hard in trying to sort of cultivate my mental strength, my inner spirituality, my physicality, because I think all of these things you need to work towards, and I think that's where the 2.0 again comes in,
Of course, yeah. But your fans also want to know, if you followed a certain diet, what does your regular meal looks like, during weight loss journey?
Well, I mean, I normally joke around and I say that, I went on a seafood diet. No, seafood, what fish? No, seafood. But yeah, I mean, the point is that, it's not, I follow a high protein diet, I follow a high protein diet. I try to avoid carbs and all that. But you see, the truth is that you cannot prescribe one diet for everybody generally, because everybody's got a different body. Everybody's body responds differently to different foods. I mean, there are people out there, for example, they can eat an entire horse, for example, and nothing will happen to them. Their metabolism is tremendous, And there's some people who will have a little bit of food and suddenly it'll just pile onto their body, So everybody's chemistry is different, so you cannot prescribe one particular diet for everybody. But for me, what worked for me was a high protein diet.
Adnan, what are those 5 tips would you like to give out to those who want to lose weight and are struggling to do so?
Well, first of all, consult a dietitian, because don't just go onto the internet and think that, because the internet has these they promote these particular diets, whatever they may be, and they say, you want to lose 10 kilos in 2 months, this is the diet for you. No, don't do that, because, your body can respond in a very different way. Everybody's body breakup, chemical breakup is very different. So first of all, don't do anything on your own. Consult a medical professional, dietitian. And secondly, exercise. Thirdly, nobody can make you diet. Only you can. So, don't do it to satisfy somebody. Don't do it to do a favor for somebody, because you're not doing a favor for anybody. You're doing it for yourself. And don't do these kind of diets where you say, you know what, कल 2 महीने के बाद मेरे रिश्तेदार की शादी है. I have to fit into a certain dress for that particular wedding, or that a certain, I have to, because if you do that, I mean, 95% chances are that once that particular event is over, and if let's say you did fit into that particular dress, you'll probably double your weight after that, because you're going to go on a binge. So don't do that. And secondly, whatever you do, if you are overweight, you need to understand one thing, and that is that your struggle with weight is going to be lifelong. And so therefore, don't try to just go on a diet. Change your lifestyle. You have to, your approach to food in general has to change. So you need to, whatever you do now, you need to think that you need to sustain it for the rest of your life.
Coming back to the music, Adnan ji,
yes.
Take me back in time to the days when everyone's playlist had all your iconic songs, from Tera Chehra to Lift Kara Do. I mean, it was a crazy decade of back-to-back hits. How did it all begin for you, starting right from your childhood? How has your journey been? Give us some anecdotes.
Well, I started playing the piano at the age of 5. My father was in the diplomatic service. He was ambassador to 14 countries. So we were always moving from country to country, in my childhood, all over the world. And when I was 5 years old, he was ambassador to Portugal in Lisbon. Now, the thing is that for ambassadors, the ambassadorial residence is always furnished. So you arrive basically with just your own personal belongings, clothes, a few photographs. The rest of the house has already been furnished. It's already there. It's an official residence of the ambassador. It just so happened that in Lisbon, the ambassador's residence happened to have a piano.
Mm-hmm.
It was already there in the house. So, I don't come from a musical family, as you would imagine. And so therefore, but everybody in my family loves music and loves poetry and arts and literature and so on and so forth, regardless of whether it is from the east or from the west. I mean, my father was crazy about the arts. So he loved music. So when there was a piano there, I mean, that's when I got fascinated by that instrument. And I slowly and gradually started to play it. And my father was delighted that I was playing the piano. And so he started to encourage me. And so I composed my first piece of music around the age of 7. And so therefore, that journey started first as a hobby. And later on, my father said to me that, look, I'll support you in your music, but listen, get yourself a proper education, which is very important. And, I will support you in every way I can. So he sent me to England. I studied. I was at rugby school. Then I went off to University of London, King's College, and Lincoln's Inn, and I became a barrister at law. So once I finished that, I said, listen, now I want to concentrate completely on music. He said, look, I don't know anything about the music business. So now that you've got your education sorted, go ahead and give it a shot, which I did. And, I was grateful that, people liked my music. And then I came to India in 1999. My first track that was released here with Asha Bhosle ji, was Kabhi To Nazar Milao. And that's when the whole thing started for me in India. My first album was in 1986. I was hardly 17, 18 years old at that time. And that was a classical album on the piano. And that was with myself on the piano, and Ustad Zakir Hussain on the tabla. So it has been a long journey. I started very young, and but like I said, many albums later, today it still feels as if it was the first time.
Yeah, always. If you could sing, 2 lines of Lift Kara De, or your first song with the song that you just mentioned.
Okay, whichever one. Kabhi to nazar milao, kabhi to kareeb aao, कभी तो नजर मिलाओ, कभी तो करीब आओ, जो नहीं कहा है कभी तो समझ भी जाओ, हम भी तो हैं तुम्हारे दीवाने ओ दीवाने, हम भी तो हैं तुम्हारे दीवाने ओ दीवाने.
Such a lovely voice. You know, how has Indian cinema evolved over the years? I want to know from you, especially in the last 75 years, and what difference do you see in the music that is being composed right now in comparison to that was made back then in 1960s or 50s maybe?
Well, you know, I mean, cinema, like any art form, keeps evolving, you know. And, you know, like, for example, the cinema of the past, for example, just duration. I mean, there was a time when movies used to be at least 3 hours long, right? You know, in the 50s and 60s, there used to be 8, 9, 10, sometimes 12 songs in a film. As opposed to today, movies have, and they were very dramatic, they were very theatrical, they were very larger than life. Even the emotions, the expressions, there was a lot of cinematic license in the stories also, which were sort of very far-fetched in reality, but acceptable in that era of time. Today, first of all, movies have become much shorter in length. The acting style has become far more toned down, more realistic. The stories have become more realistic. You know, if you know, in the past, if there was a macho, you know, Rambo kind of a character, he would beat up 20 people at the same time, and then right after that, he'd go and sing a song and dance around the bushes. You know, I mean, and people accepted that. And I mean, I'm not trying to mock it. It was something that was very beautiful, and it was very nice at that time, you know. And it's even today, if I see that, I mean, some of the greatest songs that you've had. I mean, you know, if you see films like Sholay, or if you see films like Diwar, you know, you had one of the most upright police officers like Shashi Kapoor in Diwar, and then suddenly he comes up with कह दूं तुम्हें क्या चुप रहूं, and you accepted that, you know. Yeah. Today, if you see Ab Tak Chhappan, for example, and suddenly if he breaks off into, if Nana Patekar suddenly breaks off into a song, you say, excuse me, what's going on here? It won't be acceptable, you know. So, but that was beautiful at that time, and today what we have is also beautiful.
But you know, Adnan, there's also a remix culture that has come in.
Yeah, I mean, you see, the point is, I mean, remix culture, frankly speaking, is not really a new phenomenon. I mean, remixes have been happening even in the 90s. You know, and the West has been doing cover songs all the time. I mean, you know, Dean Martin did Sway, right? A beautiful song, Sway, and that was basically that was a cover that was an English version of a Latino song, right? And then after that, so many people did Sway, and you can even call those as remixes. You know, Pussycat Dolls did it. So many people did it. Michael Bublé did it. I mean, so the thing is, even in our culture, we've had you know, Roop Tera Mastana, Chura Liya Hai Tumne, 90s से चले आ रहे remixes. तो ये कोई नई phenomena नहीं है. वो आप उससे you can argue that, you know, today's remixes are not as good as the ones in the past or whatever. But the fact is that this is actually not a new phenomenon. Yet, one thing I would say, and that is that the quantity of the amount of remixes as opposed to original compositions has changed. I mean, there's more emphasis being given to remixes, and people or producers or music companies wanting to play a little bit more safe कि भाई आपको पता है कि ये गाना जो था वो पहले बहुत बड़ा हिट था. It was a huge hit. So let's play safe and just redo that song and rehash it in a new way. And we will not be burning our money because we are pretty sure that it's going to be a hit again. So the thing is that ratio of remixes has become more now than before. But it's not a new phenomenon. It has been going on for a long time, for better or for worse. I mean, I personally, obviously being a composer, and I believe that we need to have more original songs coming out because, you know, every generation deserves to have original songs that they can identify with. They don't have to share it with any other generation. I feel that is very important. And people
All
need
right.
to... Yeah.
I'm running out of time, Adnanji. On that note, I will take your leave. But before I say alvida, I will request you to sing a few lines from any of your favorite songs that you can relate with in your personal life.
Oh, all of them are autobiographical as far as I'm concerned. But I'll since you mentioned this, Karade. Meri unchi shaan mola, meri arzi maanne mola, tu hai sab kuch jaanne wala, main hu tera maanne wala, mujhko bhi to lift kara de, thodi si to lift kara de, mujhko bhi to lift kara de, thodi si to lift kara de.
That was lovely, Adnanji. Thank you so much for joining us and all the best for Alvida. Hope to see you sing and be seen more often on screen.
Thank you very much. Alvida, alvida.
हाथ तूने छोड़े हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े हौले हौले हाथों से हाथ तूने छोड़े हौले हौले ख्वाबों के तार तूने तोड़े है कसम हमें दिल को टूटने न देंगे धड़कनों से अपनी तुझको छूटने न देंगे.
Watching
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore rupees cash mountain seized by Enforcement Directorate, says it does not belong to her, claims it was placed in her absence. After Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED raids National Herald headquarters in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Congress cries vendetta. Congress attacks Modi government over Laal. Chaddha backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Priyanka Kharge says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rain prediction till Thursday. Floods, landslide in several areas.
A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible.
Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Al-Zawahiri. Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house. Big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, US warns Dragon to not escalate tensions. To our top story this afternoon, probe in Bengal recruitment scam is only exploding by the day. ED raids are underway at 4 places in Kolkata in connection with Bengal recruitment scam. Days after sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee cried vendetta. His aide Arpita Mukherjee has distanced herself from 50 crore rupees recovered from her house. Rubbishing all the charges, she claimed that money does not belong to her and it was kept at her house in her absence. Meanwhile, amidst raids in Kolkata, Shivendhu met Home Minister Shah in Delhi. He claimed he has a list of 100 TMC collectors who are allegedly involved in corruption. ED has so far recovered 50 crore rupees from Arpita's house and seized 8 crores from her accounts linked with the shell companies.
दोनों इशू में बात हुआ। एक तो रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम, इसमें एडुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ करीब 80-90 लाख 80-90 लाख अनएम्प्लॉयड एडुकेटेड यूथ का सवाल है। और ये रैकेट है, इसमें ईएमसी का 100 से भी ज़्यादा लीडर लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। इसको जड़ से उखाड़ना पड़ेगा। ये पूरा रुपया तृणमूल का है और बुआ भातीजा का है। मेरा पास जो जानकारी था मैं ऑनरेबल एचएम को पास दे दिया। उसमें 100 से भी ज्यादा टीएमसी का एमएलए, मिनिस्टर और पंचायत लेवल का लीडर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है।
Ritik Mondal is now joining us live for the very latest. Ritik, all the cash, corruption, crores, all of this is going on for a while now. What is the latest as far as Arpita is concerned, as far as Partha's fate is concerned as well? Throwing across to you to bring us all the latest.
Right, there are very few hours left before Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee will be produced before the court tomorrow. And at this point in time, what we are given to understand that Enforcement Directorate, the probing agency, is intensified, is probe. And at this point in time, they are conducting raids in many places across the city related to this multi-crore scam that has unfolded. And we are bringing this live broadcast from a housing that's called Fort Oasis, which is located in Goriahat area, and we are given to understand that block number 6, they have identified a flat number 506 which is located here and which is situated in block number 6. It's related to Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee, which is why they have landed here and trying to interrogate the officials. Now what more we are picking up that particular flat remain shut, or it was locked for several years. And apart from this particular place, raids are raids are going in several places related to Arpita Mukherjee. One of her nail parlor in Belghoria. Apart from that, a flat which is located in Madhudaho, Anandapur, which belongs to Arpita Mukherjee, also are under scanner now, where the officials are raiding this place. And our team is heading towards North Chobbish Pargana. We believe that a standalone Bengali sari shop which is named Shaha Textile is also under scanner, and the owner of the particular shops was also grilled by the Enforcement Directorate earlier also. Now at this point in time, Arpita Mukherjee's claim, which is a very shocking claim, is coming that while she was asked today, while she was taken to the ASI hospital, she was asked that how come such a huge amount of money was kept at her residence, and she claimed that money doesn't belong to her, and she doesn't know how it was kept without her, in her absence. So it means Enforcement Directorate is also probing whether it was an attempt to mislead the investigation procedure ahead of the situation, amid the situation when Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee both will be produced on court, and she claims such thing that she doesn't know, while she also said she also gone on record saying that particular amount, a huge mountain of cash which has been recovered from her residence, which is located in South Kolkata and another in Belghoria, is belong to Partha Chatterjee. And we have also tracked down several properties related to this multi-crore scam, which was particularly owned by Arpita Mukherjee. And now Enforcement Directorate is not also, they are questioning the both, but also raiding several places related to the multi-crore scam.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Ritik, for joining us with that elaborate ground report right there. Former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee faced public anger over Bengal SSC scam. A woman threw a shoe at Partha Chatterjee while he was being taken inside the ESI hospital for a checkup. The woman accused Partha of embezzling public money and said it's why she hurled a shoe at Partha. This comes after Partha Chatterjee was greeted with chor chants when he arrived at AIIMS Bhubaneswar for a medical checkup.
দিদি আপনার জুতো কোথায় গেল? দিদি কেন পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে জুতো ছুঁড়ে মারলেন কেন?
শুনুন, আমার পেশেন্ট অসুস্থ, আমি ওষুধ আনতে আসছি, আমাকে ছেড়ে দিন, আমি ওনাকে জুতো মারতে আসছি, জুতো মেরে আমি খালি পায়ে ঘরে যাচ্ছি।
কেন
জুতো মেরেছি কি জানেন? আপনারা জানেন না? জনসাধারণের কত গরিব মানুষের টাকা নিয়ে কোটি কোটি টাকা ফ্ল্যাট কিনে রেখে দিয়েছেন। আবার বলেন কেন? ওনাকে এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে, ওনাকে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে টানতে নিয়ে আসবেন। এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে হুইল চেয়ারে। হ্যাঁ, আরো খুশি হতাম ওই জুতোটা যদি ওনার টাকা লাগতো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
তা আপনি এখন খালি পায়ে যাবেন না করে?
কোথায় যাবেন? জুতোটা কোথায়? আপনি জুতো কোথায়? জুতো এখানে যেখানে মেরেছি, শুনুন না।
A massive crackdown by Enforcement Directorate. The central agency has raided over 12 locations across the country. In the multi-city raids, the ED has also raided the National Herald headquarters in New Delhi. The central agency raid is underway on the 4th floor of Herald House in the alleged money laundering case. This is the same place where the publication office of National Herald newspaper is located, the official mouthpiece of the Congress party. The ED raided the office at about 10 p.m. Searches are on since then. Congress has alleged political vendetta, attack center saying you cannot silence us. BJP hit back saying law is taking its course. Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are facing Enforcement Directorate heat, as you already know, in a money laundering case which is linked to the National Herald newspaper.
This is shocking. This is a new law for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, which was involved in the freedom struggle, in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned, and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
The ED must be allowed to do its job. People who have looted the country are corrupt, prima facie, and have got no relief from the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, should not cry foul. And thus, the ED so far has ensured that people who've laundered money belonging to the people of the country are being punished, which is a very welcome sign. This is the unique trait of the Gandhi Parivar. They want to enjoy all power, indulge in all misdeeds, illegalities, launder money, and then pin the blame on somebody who's no more. And I must also point out the fact that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court for quashing of the charges against them. And the Honorable Supreme Court refused to quash the charges. That itself says a lot about the illegalities committed by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, this action appears to be a part of furtherance of investigation in the National Herald case. But you see, the unfortunate fallout is that there is a prevailing perception that opposition leaders are being victimized for political motivation. It must not be such an act on the part of ED officials. We expect that ED officials although they have been emboldened by the last week's Supreme Court judgment with regard to their powers under PMLA, but they must not act with any kind of extra legal consideration. If they are pursuing an honest investigation, they are certainly within their right to do so. But it must not look as though they are doing it at the instance of some political instructions to undermine the opposition and to harass the leaders.
ED is raiding the National Herald offices. What do you have to say, sir?
It is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
After an early morning raid on Sunday in close to 15 hours of questioning, Sena MP was arrested. The Enforcement Directorate told a Prevention of Money Laundering Act court that Sanjay Raut was not cooperating with the probe and alleged evidence tampering. They sought 8 custodial days interrogation, but they were granted custody till 4th of August. Here's the complete report.
Early morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है वो निकलते हैं।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन ये झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
Amidst the power tussle in Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi is going to be landing in the state as he's all set to attend Siddaramaia's 75th birthday. Rahul is going to be holding a key meeting with top Karnataka Congress leaders. Preparations are in full swing for Siddhautsav to mark the 75th birthday of Congress leader Siddaramaiah on 3rd of August. Karnataka's Devanagari district is where it's going to happen. Over 1,500 cooks have been hired. 5 lakh water bottles, 5 lakh Mysore Pak sweet packs. 3 lakh people are estimated to attend this particular event. The event is also going to be used to mobilize voters belonging to minority backward classes and Dalit communities. This comes at a time when a war is out and open between D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah for Chief Minister's post. Will Rahul Gandhi settle this crisis?
It's a Siddaramaiah Amrit Mahotsava. Preparations are going on. All people from throughout the state are going to participate. And even our Congress president, former Congress president, leader Rahul Gandhi is also participating in this one day after tomorrow. So we hope it will be a great success. More than 5-6 lakh people, around 10 lakh. We expect around 10 lakh people to gather there.
Just a few days before the release, Amir Khan's upcoming film Laal Singh Chaddha has become the centre of controversy. Day after social media trend of boycott Laal Singh Chaddha, Congress has come out in support of the actor. Taking on Twitter, Congress leader Priyanka Kharge took a direct swipe at the Modi government, highlighting how intolerance is rising under Modi government. He tweeted, and I quote, "When India was intolerant, Anthony was Amitabh, Raj and Rahul was Shah Rukh Khan, Prem was Salman, Akbar was Hrithik, Mohammad Yusuf Khan was Dilip Kumar." Yesterday, Amir Khan also appealed to the citizens, asking them to not boycott the movie, give it a fair chance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this environment has come about in Bollywood too. I mean, after all, they're movies. I mean, they were on celluloid, and we were a little more tolerant when Amitabh Bachchan played a Muslim character in Coolie, when he had a little accident. The entire nation prayed for him, and one of his most famous character was that of Christian, of Anthony. Whenever you ask in the 90s, and anyone asked who is Raj and Rahul, people would say it was Shah Rukh Khan. Salman Khan stole a lot of heart as Prem, and Hrithik Roshan got a lot of accolades when he played Akbar. I mean, where are we headed? I mean, it's all a movie. They're all part of the country. They have done well for the industry. They have done well for others too in the industry. I mean, how did they all become so famous if other people from other communities did not like them? You think Salman Khan movies crossed 100 crores only by one community watching them? Amitabh Bachchan became a star by only one community watching them? Today, the South Indian movies are making great waves across the country. Is it because only one community or only South Indians are watching them?
As the party, we don't have any policy of banning or not banning or demanding films ban. You know, we are a national party. We don't take up frivolous issues like that. But however, one has to be sensitive about what, overall population is, or public is, or the viewers are thinking about the random statements these stars are making. Maybe that is the reason why they are demanding a ban. And maybe these actors who call themselves influencers need to be much more responsible when they make statements. There can be reasons why, and I'm saying that if an iconic movie star who happens to be an influencer makes statements openly, then has to be responsible when he's making statements. You cannot blanket, everything under one color and say that, India is intolerant. How in the world can you make a blanket statement like that? I'm not holding on to that.
Slipping to a break. When we return, Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts, incessant rainfall prediction till Thursday.
You are watching India Today.
Did you know that work from home is now permitted in India's special economic zones? Well, yes, work from home will be allowed for a maximum of 1 year and may be extended to up to 50% of total employees, including contractual workers. The Ministry of Commerce of India has notified the Department of Commerce to offer new Rule 43A for work from home in the Special Economic Zones rules of 2006. The notification was issued on demand from the industry for making a provision for a country-wide uniform work-from-home policy across all special economic zones. The Department of Commerce thereafter held several rounds of discussion with various stakeholders before firming up the notification. This was the communication from the Ministry of Commerce. The notification is provided a 90-day transition period for SEZ units whose employees are already working from home. Special economic zones are areas of India that have different economic regulations than the rest of the country. The economic laws are more liberal here than in a country's domestic economic laws. This is done to attract foreign direct investments. As of now, 378 special economic zones have been notified, with 265 of them being operational. The new rule allows certain categories of special economic zone employees to work from home. It includes employees of IT or ITES, SEZ units in the special economic zones, employees who are temporarily unable to work, employees who are traveling, and employees who are working off-site. The SEZ unit will be responsible for providing equipment and secure connectivity to employees who work from home. So what are your thoughts on the centre's new work from home policy? Tell us in the comments section.
You are watching India Today.
Heavy monsoon rains continue to batter several parts of Kerala. Normal life has been disrupted due to heavy downpour. Low-lying areas have been inundated due to floods. Red alert has been issued for 11 districts in the state. All education institutions have been declared, they've declared a holiday. Amidst the chaos, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan cautioned people of the state to take necessary steps and travel less. Several tourist destinations have been shut till Friday. The fishermen folks have been advised not to venture out in the sea until further notice.
Heavy rains continue to hit Kerala as the state is on a red alert till tomorrow, and I'm right now at Pathanamthitta region, one of the majorly hit region in the state due to the heavy rains that started since Sunday. The place that I'm standing right now, it's a road actually, and the Pamba river is very close by. It's 500 meters away from the place where we are standing right now. You can see their houses almost merged in water. It's come to a major high level. It entered, from what we're picking up from the ground, from the residents here, the water entered the houses, and right now it's slowly, since the rain has come down a little bit, the water is slowly flowing. If I can show you this side of the machinery shop, these are the equipments that's merged in water. It's completely destroyed and they've stopped working. And also the wall, if you see, you can see a watermark here. So since yesterday, the water level was here, and day before yesterday, from what we are hearing, it was still here. And yesterday it reached till this level of water is what we are learning from the people here. A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible, because this will go on till Friday is what the IMD is telling the state. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, this is Shubhimol KG reporting for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
The monsoon mayhem is far from over. Several districts of Kerala are still facing incessant rainfall that has thrown life out of gear. A red alert has been issued in 7 districts of Kerala, including capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. Take a look at this report.
No mercy from rain gods. Streets submerged in water. Hours of power blackout. Monsoon mayhem continues to wreak havoc. Southern and central parts of Kerala continue to be battered by incessant rains, and there is no respite in sight. The rains have thrown life out of gear. So far, 6 deaths have been reported due to heavy rainfall in the state. Red alert is issued in 7 districts, including capital Thiruvananthapuram. With the Met Department predicting heavy rainfall for 2 more days, a holiday has been declared for schools and colleges in affected areas.
Monsoon has been active over Kerala, and it will continue for another 2 to 3 days. For the next 3 days, we have issued a red alert for Kerala. Day 1 and day 2, that is today and tomorrow, we expect heavy rainfall till middle Kerala, that is up to Idiki. And From third day onwards, we expect more rain in the northern districts as well.
Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan called a cabinet meeting to discuss the rain alert. He has advised people to take necessary precautions. The government has opened control rooms. Ministers have been given charge of each district. All major tourist destinations in the state are shut till Friday. Fishermen are advised not to venture into the sea until further noticed.
IMD has predicted that heavy winds are likely to hit the coastal regions, and people living in the coastal regions have been asked to move out of the place if required, as the rains will continue to hit the state in the next 4-5 days as per IMD's predictions. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, Shibimol KG reporting for India Today from Thiruvananthapuram.
And we're slipping into a short commercial break on India Today. When we return, big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan after Chinese threat. US warns dragon to not escalate tensions.
You are watching India Today.
Another Maha-Vikas Aghadi leader under ED glare. After Sena's Anil Parab, NCP's Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh, trouble mounts for Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. Uddhav's close aide has been accused of money laundering charges in the rupees 1,000 crore Patra Chaul scam. This is not the first time a prominent leader from Maharashtra is being probed by ED for their involvement in a scam. In September 2019, ED filed a money laundering case against NCP chief Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Pawar in connection with the Maharashtra State Cooperative Bank scam case. Former Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab is also facing heat for his alleged links to the violation of coastal zone rules in the construction of a resort in the Dapoli beach in Ratnagiri. Nationalist Congress Party leader and former minister Nawab Malik was arrested on February 23, 2022 by the Enforcement Directorate. Malik was arrested over alleged land and money transactions with henchmen of fugitive terrorist and underworld Don Dawood Ibrahim, who is also mastermind of 1993 Mumbai attacks. The ED...
So sorry!
Say cheese, say paneer.
Watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. US Navy deploys 4 warships east of Taiwan as Pelosi heads to Taipei. That's the latest coming in at this point of time. Breaking news at this point. Gaurav Sawant will be joining us for the very latest. Gaurav Sawant is joining us for the latest. Gaurav, how would China and what are the possibilities, the manner in which China could hit back over Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit?
So very aggressive China, the kind of words that's coming, and it's actually up chain all the way to the Chinese President Xi Jinping. Remember that 2-hour, 17-minute long conversation that we had a couple of days ago with the US President Joe Biden. The Chinese President said that if you play with fire, you will burn, you will be singed by that fire, or words to that effect. And that's exactly what the spokesperson of the Chinese embassy in New Delhi has said, once again warning the United States about Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan. Now, we are told in a couple of hours from now, her aircraft would be headed in the direction of Chinese Taipei, and that she's not only likely to visit there for a couple of hours, that she may stay overnight and tomorrow visit the parliament. Now, this, according to China, is a major escalation and a major interference in China's internal affairs. Remember, China sees Taiwan as a part of its territory. Not just that, it's said, Chinese president in the past has said that the integration cannot wait forever, indicating that there is a timeline and there is a deadline before which, after which this integration of Taiwan, which sees itself as an independent country, will happen with mainland China. And that is why at this point of time, you have a large number of American warships and Chinese warships and aircraft in this entire area. Now, this is an indication of the heightened tension in this part of the world.
Absolutely. And what is the US, how is the US warned China at this point of time? I believe that they have also put out a statement in this regard.
You're absolutely right. The United States has made it very clear. Nancy Pelosi is free to visit whichever country she wants, whatever part of the world she wants, and no country can dictate terms to the United States of America. Again, in that 2-hour, 17-minute long conversation between Xi Jinping and Joe Biden, the indication was that China is not very happy about Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Now, this also becomes very crucial for China, because Xi Jinping is seeking an unprecedented third term as president of China. Now, should that happen, he would virtually, be the strongest man in China ever after Mao Zedong, in modern China. And that is exactly what he's aiming for. Now, in case Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan, which is likely in some hours from now, it would be seen as a major loss of face for Xi Jinping. Despite the threats, despite the rhetoric, Nancy Pelosi will be in Taiwan. And what can China actually do on ground? China has carried out a series of military maneuvers and drills towards the east, while there are live firing of missiles, of rockets, including into the sea. There are aircraft, fighters, submarines, warships, stealth frigates, all of them out at sea carrying out an exercise from the 2nd to the 6th, and a notice equivalent of a NOTAM. Maritime notification has gone that a missile firing can take place anytime. This, in a way, is an indication that a US aircraft should not come to Taipei, and yet if it does in some hours from now, loss of face for China and a major shot in the arm for the United States of America.
Absolutely, Gaurav. In a massive show of strength, China is going to be holding a military exercise in South China Sea from morning to Thursday evening in retaliation to US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan. China has banned the entry of other international traffic in South China Sea for this period. China has also held military drills in Taiwan Strait. Pelosi, a known critic of Chinese Communist Party, is visiting Singapore, Malaysia, South Korea and Japan, but may make an impromptu landing in the island nation. The US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has called on China not to escalate tension in the event of a visit. China has also issued a stern warning saying, "Do not say we did not warn you," and claimed that its military would never sit idly by if Pelosi were to visit the island. China has said that the visit would interfere with China's internal affairs and would result in consequences for the US.
Previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the Speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
We have been clear from the very beginning that she will make her own decisions and that Congress is an independent branch of government. Our Constitution embeds a separation of powers. This is well known to the PRC, given our more than 4 decades of diplomatic relations. The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. Now, the world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S.-PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
I would say that this is more suitable to be directed at herself or the U.S. side. Now, about the position and the attitude of the Chinese side, it's been very clear. China has on many occasions made it clear our position on this, and we have made serious demarches to the U.S. side. We are also closely following the itinerary of Speaker Pelosi, and if the U.S. continues down the wrong path, we will take strong and resolute measures to ensure our sovereignty and security interests.
China's military is now on high alert, and Beijing has cancelled the leave of some military officials and soldiers as it prepares for war with China over US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's reported visit. The military has mobilized the air defense forces to immediately prepare for war after a high-level briefing and a massive show of strength. China is going to be holding military exercise in South China Sea till Thursday evening, and that's the latest of the sea curfew. No entry allowed from August 2nd to 6th. We're bringing you all the latest details as far as this curfew is concerned. China has banned the entry of international traffic as well. There's muscle flexing during the Pelosi visit which is going on. These are the main pointers that you know as far as the sea curfew is concerned. We're bringing you the latest as far as this conflict is concerned. The world is now heating up over the Chinese threat. The latest showdown is over, as we are already reporting. U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, with Beijing warning Washington of serious consequences. Xi Jinping has issued a fresh threat to Joe Biden in a call on Thursday, declaring that those who play with fire will perish. It is a big conflict. Red alert.
The dragon is breathing fire, and this time at the United States. At the back of provocations over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. The 2-hour and 17-minute call between Joe Biden and Xi Jinping was fraught with tension. Chinese statement quoted Xi telling Biden to tread cautiously, saying that those who play with fire will perish by it. Biden reportedly told Xi Jinping that United States strongly opposes China's unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Neither the White House nor the Chinese statements mentioned Nancy Pelosi's name.
President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
习近平强调
Xi Jinping stressed that the historical background of the Taiwan issue is clear. The fact and reality that both sides of the strait belong to one China are clear. The 3 joint communiques between China and the US are the political commitments of both sides, and the one China principle is the political basis of the China-US relationship. We firmly opposed to the separatism of the Taiwan independence and interference of external forces, and will never leave any space for Taiwan independence forces in any form.
China has carried out a series of aggressive Air Force and Navy exercises close to Taiwan amidst reports of an impending visit of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan in August. China has warned the US of consequences if Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan as part of a broader scheduled visit to Asia. China is firmly opposed to Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Recently, China has made it clear to the US on many occasions that it is firmly opposed to Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. We are fully prepared. If the US insists on going its own way, China will certainly take firm and forceful measures to safeguard its national sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the United States should be held responsible for any serious consequences.
Chinese fighter jets have repeatedly violated Taiwan's air defense identification zone, and ahead of Pelosi's planned visit, Chinese anti-submarine warfare aircraft, helicopters and ships carried out an exercise. The images were flashed on Chinese state television to send out a clear message to US submarines in the Taiwan Straits.
If US insists on going its own way, China will take strong measures to respond and counter resolutely.
US national security apparatus is understood to have held a detailed briefing for Speaker Pelosi, explaining the risks of her potential visit to Taiwan. She, however, has invited both the Democrats and the Republicans to accompany her. If Pelosi were to visit Taiwan, it would be the first visit by a speaker in the past 25 years. Analysts argue if US backs down at this stage, then China would gain an upper hand. However, China is being extremely aggressive at this stage, as Chinese President Xi Jinping is looking for an unprecedented third term and would want to send out a signal of a strong leader. Bureau Report, India Today.
China is not just provoking Taiwan by flying its fighters into the island's airspace, but the Dragon is also breathing fire on India along the line of actual control. Over 2 years since the military tussle in Ladakh and several rounds of dialogue, the Chinese Air Force has resorted to intimidating tactics. Their fighter jets getting close to the line of actual control. Disturbing trend is testing India's patience. Here's a look.
China continues to tear in Ladakh, not just on land, also in the air. Chinese fighter jets have been flying close to the line of actual control. The aggressive forays in air clearly meant to provoke and send out a signal. And this happens as the two sides recently met for the 16th round of co-commander level talks. This is nothing but China's doublespeak. Disturbingly, such breaches have happened frequently in the past 30 days. Chinese fighter jets, including the J-11s, have come close to the line of actual control, violating the 10-kilometer confidence building measure line. The Indian Air Force has responded firmly to these violations.
हमने काफ़ी radar deployment की थी वहाँ पे high altitude areas में all along east LAC. Chinese air activity वहाँ पे बढ़ रही है, तो हमने भी हमारे radar deployments और surface to air guided weapon deployment हमने भी बढ़ा दिए वहाँ. जब भी हम देखते हैं कि कोई air violation की संभावना है या कोई उनके जहाज उनके LAC के उस पार फ्लाई कर रहे हैं, तो हमारे भी जहाज हम यहाँ से स्क्रैम्बल कराते हैं.
The Chinese have been carrying out exercises close to the line of actual control. Officials say this is when their fighter aircraft have come close to the LAC. The matter was taken up by the Indian side as per the established norms with the Chinese, and they were told to prevent any such incidents in future, sources said.
By deploying our air defense fighters, air defense radars, as well as the surface missiles, and enhancing the entire air defense capability in that area. With this, we are able to now get much earlier the early warning of the intruding aircrafts, and thereby launch our aircraft, that is scramble our jets, to challenge these intruding aircrafts and force them to go back to their own land. This is what is happening in the Ladakh area as of today.
The Indian Air Force is keeping a close watch on Chinese air activities after these incidents. Since the summer of 2020, India and China have been locked in a military standoff in Ladakh with over 50,000 troops deployed even during the harsh winters at heights of over 15,000 feet in eastern Ladakh. There have so far been 16 rounds of core commander level talks, but a final resolution is nowhere in sight, even though there has been a piecemeal disengagement from some friction points. With Manjeet Negi, Bureau Report, India Today.
In a major airstrike in Kabul, US has killed Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri. The strike to eliminate Al-Zawahiri was carried out on Saturday, Biden said, underlining that no family members of slain terrorists were harmed during the operation. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike when he came outside on the balcony of house in Kabul, Afghanistan, and apparently lingered there, as US intelligence had noted he often did. Zawahiri was the plotter of 9/11 attack and key ideologue behind the global terror network for decades. Al-Qaeda leader Zawahiri was killed in Shipur neighborhood of Kabul, walking distance away from US Embassy complex. Biden and top US leadership have hailed the airstrike, calling it justice for victims killed in 9/11 attack. Taliban, however, has condemned an airstrike on its soil, calling it violation of Doha Agreement.
On Saturday, at my direction, the United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan, that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri. You know, Zawahiri was bin Laden's leader. He was with him the whole time. He was his number 2 man, his deputy at the time the terrorist attack of 9/11. He was deeply involved in the planning of 9/11. One of the most responsible for the attacks that murdered 2,977 people on American soil. For decades, he was the mastermind behind attacks against Americans, including the bombing of the USS Cole in 2000, which killed 17 American sailors and wounded dozens more. He played a key role in the bombing of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 224 and wounding over 4,500 others. Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
My colleague Sneha Mordani elaborates on location of the safe house where Al-Zawahiri was hiding.
This is to give you an idea about the map, essentially, of the safe house. They're bringing these details for you of the neighborhood. This is the Sherpur neighborhood, Zawahiri's safe house, and like it's being pointed out very clearly that this is in a posh Kabul neighborhood where Al-Zawahiri was killed. This was a drone strike. So without any boots on the ground, America has managed to achieve this. Zawahiri was hiding in the safe house of this Pak terror stooge and Afghan minister Haqqani Zaid. The neighborhood housing, the safe house, is merely meters from the erstwhile what used to be the US Embassy. In fact, it is being said that it's actually a walking distance from the US, what used to be the US Embassy.
India Today spoke with Voice of America correspondent a little while back on how Al-Qaeda chief was killed by an RX-9 missile, which is also called as a Hellfire missile. A warheadless missile slices through its target but does not explode. Listen in as he explains.
Yes, this was a drone that was firing what are called Hellfire missiles, according to sources. And what these Hellfires are capable of doing, they're sort of like giant blades or scissors, have you, where they use kinetic energy. It's not a big explosion, and that's how they were able to take him out while he was standing on the balcony without killing anybody else.
Let's bring you the details as far as the Hellfire missile is concerned. It's a non-explosive missile. We're getting you this image right here, equipped with 6 razor-like blades as well. You can see that through its target, but it slices through its target. But it does not explode. Air-to-surface missile. What else can it do? Let's bring that on your screens at the moment. It can be launched from the air, sea, ground, weighs about 45 kilograms, and that's the weight of this missile on your screens. Let's tell you a little about the range as well of this missile. It varies from 500 meters to 11 kilometers. Taliban's close ties with Al-Qaeda is an open secret to the world. Right after Al-Zawahiri was killed in US airstrike in Kabul, Taliban condemned the attack. The house Al-Zawahiri was in when he was killed was owned by a top aide to senior Taliban leader Sirajuddin Haqqani, who is also a Pakistan stooge. Remember, the dreaded terror group Haqqani network tried to conceal that Al-Qaeda leader who was killed in US drone strike was at safe house in Kabul. Al-Qaeda chief Al-Zawahiri took a keen interest in terror group's expansion in India through Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent offshoot. Zawahiri had earlier waded into Karnataka hijab row as well. Zawahiri had released a video in April focusing on hijab controversy raging in campuses in Karnataka, which he claims has exposed the reality of Hindu India and the deception of its democracy. He also hailed activist Muskan, backing her stance for rights of hijab. Zawahiri called Muskan his sister, and he wrote a poem praising her courage. The terrorist said that he was made aware of Muskan Khan's actions through social media. He accused the government of allegedly mistreating Muslims who are living in the country. He asked Muslims in India to react to the hijab controversy as well. In a major setback to former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan, the country's election commission has found its PTI party received prohibited funding. ECP found that PTI received 34 foreign donations from America, Australia and UAE. ECP scrutiny committee probing PTI's funding revealed that the party allegedly hid funds worth millions of rupees. State Bank of Pakistan bank statement revealed that party had received 1.64 billion in funding, out of which PTI allegedly did not disclose the funding worth more than 310 million to ECP. ECP has now issued a show cause notice to PTI for violation of constitution after it found PTI chairman Imran Khan submitted false nomination form. Funds were generated through charity match. An Arab personality also pitched in a large sum of money. PTI can challenge ECP's order in apex court. In the case the Supreme Court bans the party, then all accounts will be frozen, offices sealed. All members of parliament will lose their status as lawmakers. Slipping to a break, when we return, Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore cash mountain seized by ED, says it does not belong to her, claims it was placed in her absence. Details in minutes from now.
You are watching India Today.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks, and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-backdrop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems, and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make travelling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
For me,
watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with headlines first. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore rupees cash mountain seized by ED, says it does not belong to her, claims it was placed in her absence. After Sonia and Rahul grilling, ED raised National Herald headquarters in capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Congress cries vendetta. Congress attacks Modi government over Laal Singh. Chaddha backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan after China threat. US warns Dragon to not escalate tensions. Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Al-Zawahiri. Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house. Breaking news just coming in. ED has raided a nail salon owned by Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. She owned a nail salon and that has been raided now by the Enforcement Directorate. This happens to be in the Belghoria area. We're getting you latest as far as the Enforcement Directorate's raid is concerned. Multiple properties of Partha's aide Arpita are being raided. As you already know, her home was also raided and there's a nail salon that she owned. And that is currently being raided as we speak. A nail salon owned by Arpita has been raided. This is a nail salon owned by Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita Mukherjee. This happens to be in the Belghoria area. We're getting you latest as far as the ED heat on Arpita is concerned, on Partha Chatterjee's aide Arpita is concerned. Let's get you the latest in moments from now. All right, Ritik is joining us for the latest. Ritik, multiple locations raided, the latest being the nail salon owned by Arpita. Over to you for the latest.
Chaddha, it's been 4 hours now past that the Enforcement Directorate is probing, and also raids are on here in Kolkata, in several parts of Kolkata. One of them is this one. This is the Fort Oasis apartment, which is located in Gariahat, and flat number 506, which is on the 6th floor of this block 6 building. And this is, let me tell you, this is a very residential and a very posh area of South Kolkata, which is under scanner now. We are given to understand that a flat is under ED's surveillance, and apart from this particular location, there are several locations too which are under where the raids are undergoing. One of them is a nail parlor and nail beautification parlor owned by Arpita Mukherjee, which is located in Belghoria. Another flat in Madurdaho, Anandapur, which is also owned by Arpita Mukherjee, where ED officials reached this afternoon to track down some more details. Let me tell you that there are very few hours left before Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee will be produced before court tomorrow. And ahead of the situation, when we are given to understand that Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee is not cooperating with the investigative agency, and as of now they have tracked down several documents, details, and not only a mountain of cash has been recovered from Arpita's place, but also a haul of cash and a haul of gold was also recovered. Now they want to track down the more details related to this multi-crore scam, which is why they are conducting raids. And not only that, which was very shocking, today Arpita Mukherjee, while she was taken to ASI hospital for medical checkup, she reveals that amount of money which has been recovered from her place doesn't belong to her, and it was kept inside her flats without keeping her on loop, without in her absence. So it means that while Arpita is trying to indicate some more, and as per the ED officials are concerned.
Yes, Ritik, I'm coming back to you for more on this story. The probe in Bengal recruitment scam is exploding now. ED raids are underway at 4 places in Kolkata in connection with Bengal recruitment scam. Days after sacked TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee cried vendetta, his aide Arpita has distanced herself from 50 crore rupees recovered from her house. Rubbishing charges, she claimed that money does not belong to her. It was kept in her house in her absence. Meanwhile, amidst the raids in Kolkata, Shivendu met Home Minister Shah in Delhi. He claimed he has listed 100 TMC collectors who are allegedly involved in corruption. ED has so far recovered 50 crore rupees from Arpita's home and seized 8 crore rupees from her accounts linked with the shell companies.
ঢোকানো হয়েছে। আমার ঢোকানো হয়েছে।
दोनों इशू में बात हुआ। एक तो रिक्रूटमेंट स्कैम, इसमें एडुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ करीब 80-90 लाख 80-90 लाख अनएम्प्लॉयड एडुकेटेड यूथ का सवाल है। और ये रैकेट है, इसमें ईएमसी का 100 से भी ज़्यादा लीडर लोग का इन्वॉल्वमेंट है। इसको जड़ से उखाड़ना पड़ेगा। ये पूरा रुपया तृणमूल का है और बुआ भातीजा का है। मेरा पास जो जानकारी था मैं ऑनरेबल एचएम को पास दे दिया। उसमें 100 से भी ज्यादा टीएमसी का एमएलए, मिनिस्टर और पंचायत लेवल का लीडर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है।
Former TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee faced public anger over Bengal SEZ scam. Woman threw a shoe at Partha while he was being taken inside the ESI hospital for a checkup. The woman accused Partha of embezzling public money, said that is why she hurled a shoe at Partha. This comes after Partha was greeted with chor chants when he arrived at AIIMS Bhubaneswar for a medical checkup.
দিদি আপনার জুতো কোথায় গেল? কেন পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায়কে জুতো ছুঁড়ে মারলেন কেন?
শুনুন, আমার পেশেন্ট অসুস্থ, আমি ওষুধ আনতে আসছি, আমাকে ছেড়ে দিন, আমি ওনাকে জুতো মারতে আসছি, জুতো মেরে আমি খালি পায়ে ঘরে যাচ্ছি।
কেন
জুতো মেরেছি কি জানো আপনারা জানেন না? জনসাধারণের কত গরিব মানুষের টাকা নিয়ে কোটি কোটি টাকা ফ্ল্যাট কিনে রেখে দিয়েছেন। আবার বলেন কেন ওনাকে এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে ওনাকে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে টানতে টানতে নিয়ে আসবেন। এসি গাড়ি চড়িয়ে হুইল চেয়ারে, হ্যাঁ আরো খুশি হতাম ওই জুতোটা যদি ওনার টাকা লাগতো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
তা আপনি এখন খালি পায়ে যাবেন না করে?
জুতোটা কোথায়? আপনি জুতো কোথায়? তো এখানে যেখানে মেরেছি শোনো না।
Massive crackdown by the ED. Central agency has raided over 12 locations across the country. It is a multi-city raid. The ED has raided National Herald headquarters in Delhi. Central agency raid is underway on the 4th floor of Herald House in the alleged money laundering case. This is the same place where the publication office of National Herald newspaper is located, the official mouthpiece of the Congress party. The ED raided the office at about 10 p.m. Searches are on since last evening. Meanwhile, Congress has alleged political vendetta attacked the centre, saying you cannot silence us. BJP hit back saying law is taking its course. Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, as you already know, are facing Enforcement Directorate's heat in a money laundering case linked to National Herald newspaper.
This is shocking. This is a new law for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, which was involved in the freedom struggle in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
The ED must be allowed to do its job. People who have looted the country are corrupt, prima facie, and have got no relief from the Honorable Supreme Court and High Court, should not cry foul, and thus the ED so far has ensured that people who've laundered money belonging to the people of the country are being punished, which is a very welcome sign. This is the unique trait of the Gandhi Parivar. They want to enjoy all power, indulge in all misdeeds, illegalities, launder money, and then pin the blame on somebody who's no more. And I must also point out the fact that Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi had moved the Honorable Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court for quashing of the charges against them. And the Honorable Supreme Court refused to quash the charges. That itself says a lot about the illegalities committed by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi.
Well, this action appears to be a part of furtherance of investigation in the National Herald case. But you see, the unfortunate fallout is that there is a prevailing perception that opposition leaders are being victimized for political motivation. It must not be such an act on the part of ED officials. We expect that ED officials, although they have been emboldened by the last week's Supreme Court judgment, with regard to their powers under PMLA, but they must not act with any kind of extra legal consideration. If they are pursuing an honest investigation, they are certainly within their right to do so. But it must not look as though they are doing it at the instance of some political instructions to undermine the opposition and to harass the leaders.
ED is raiding the National Herald offices. What do you have to say, sir?
This is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
यही कांग्रेस पार्टी के पार्था है, राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी, जिनके खिलाफ कोर्ट के आदेश आए हैं, जिनको कोर्ट से राहत नहीं मिली है, परंतु कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने पार्था को बचाने के लिए कभी सड़कों पर उतरती है, कभी विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलती है। ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन हैं जो आज देश के सामने हैं, जिनका पर्दाफाश हुआ है, और ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन आज ढह रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है, परंतु ये इसको वेंडेटा बुलाकर ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन कर रहे हैं।
In Karnataka, Rahul Gandhi is going to be landing in the state as he's all set to attend Siddaramaia's 75th birthday. He's going to be holding key meeting with top Karnataka Congress leaders. Preparations are on in full swing to mark the 75th birthday of Congress leader Siddaramaiah. Karnataka's Devanagari district is where it's going to be held. Over 1,500 cooks have been hired. 5 lakh water bottles, 5 lakh Mysore Pak, sweet packets. 3 lakh people estimated to attend this particular event. The event would also be used to mobilize voters belonging to minority, backward classes and Dalit communities. This comes at a time when a war is out and open between DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah for Chief Minister's post. Breaking news coming in, cutting straight across to the protest that is going on here in the getting more details as far as this protest is concerned. Live visuals on your screens right now of a protest that is taking place in the national capital. We'll find out exactly what this is about in moments from now. Okay, National Herald headquarters. This looks like a Congress protest. Let's listen in.
ईडी के यहाँ पर आने का विरोध करते हैं क्योंकि ये हैरेसमेंट है, ब्लेटेंट मिसयूज है, इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी पे दबाव है। नेशनल हेराल्ड इज अवर प्राइड एंड इट इज अ न्यूज़पेपर ऑफ फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल। यू कैन नॉट सैबोटेज नेशनल हेराल्ड।
Congress protests in the national capital. ED, hi, hi. Those are the chants that you can hear. Let's also listen into the chants that you can hear. They're protesting against the raid at the National Herald office. Congress mouthpieces office raided. The Congress party says that it's they take pride in that newspaper and it's a shame that it's getting raided. These are raids over the National Herald scam. Remember, Rahul and Sonia Gandhi were also quizzed in the alleged money laundering case in the National Herald case. Latest coming in of the Congress party workers protesting in the national capital. This is on the back of the raid by the Enforcement Directorate at the National Herald newspaper. And this is coming in after the Enforcement Directorate quizzing of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Reporting how the ED has raided the National Herald headquarters, and on the back of this, the Congress is now protesting against the Enforcement Directorate. I'm getting you those latest visuals that are coming in live from the national capital. You can see all the Congress party workers, many Congress party workers, I beg your pardon, holding placards. They are sloganeering while protesting. There's a lot of chaos that is going on right outside the National Herald office where the ED raid is taking place. Listen in to the sloganeering going on by the Congress party workers too. Let's listen in. Ashutosh Mishra now joins us live for the latest. Ashutosh, Congress Party workers protesting against the Enforcement Directorate. We can see a lot of pandemonium outside the National Herald office. Bring us up to speed with the latest developments.
Well, we have seen the similar protest when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for the questioning. And today when ED carried out searches in Delhi, Kolkata, Lucknow, 12 locations in the alleged National Herald scam. Here, just 5 minutes ago, the Congress workers hit out the street right at Herald House outside the publication office and carrying out protests against the ED. Virtually, the Delhi police had almost, prevented their entry inside the headquarters, but now these workers are protesting here, the Youth Congress workers and the Congress workers, and now the police is trying to take them away. Of course, they will be detained here, but carrying out the banner and posters. You have already heard the MPs from the Congress calling it vendetta politics, calling it an ED's misuse against the Congress functionaries, Congress leaders. And here the protest, some around 30 to 40 Congress workers have gathered at Herald House, protesting against ED raid, which was carried out this morning by the central agency.
महिला कार्यकर्ता कुछ महिला कार्यकर्ताओं से बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। गौरव, हम यहाँ की आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। हालांकि जो ईडी की टीम है, सूत्रों के मुताबिक वो सुबह ही यहाँ पर पहुँच गई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर शाम को पहुँचते हैं। हम कुछ महिला कार्यकर्ताओं से बात करते हैं।
जब मोदी डरता है ईडी को आगे करता है। पूरे देश में ईडी
देखिए,
देश में ईडी का प्रशासन पूरे देश में ईडी लगातार ईडी का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है। ये ब्लैटेंट मिसयूज है। सरकार ये नहीं समझ रही कि नेशनल हेरल्ड इस देश की आत्मा है। आजादी से पहले से ये अखबार चल रहा है। इस अखबार पर छापा मारना इस देश की आत्मा पे छापा मारना है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रही है।
हम सब जानते हैं ईडी किसके कहने पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। हमारे लीडर्स गए, दे फॉलो ड्यू प्रोसेस, लेकिन कुछ नहीं मिला इन लोगों को, तो हम नेशनल हेरल्ड पे छापा मार रहे हैं। क्यों मारना चाहते हैं? इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज कॉम्प्रोमाइज है, दे वर्क ऑन द डायरेक्शन ऑफ गवर्नमेंट।
ये देखिए, जो कांग्रेसी कार्यकर्ता हैं उनकी अपनी दलीलें हैं, और ये देखिए यहाँ पर पुलिस कोशिश कर रही है जो लोग बैठे हैं उनको किसी तरीके से यहाँ से जो गेट है हेरल्ड हाउस का, इसके बाहर से इनको यहाँ से हटाया जाए। ये लगातार कोशिश है, क्योंकि गेट के बाहर यहाँ पर आप देखिए, गेट के बाहर तमाम जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर बैठ गए हैं। उनके पीछे महिला कार्यकर्ता है। हालांकि पुलिस की संख्या इतनी नहीं है, यही वजह है कि पुलिस, ये देखिए, आपको हम यहाँ की तस्वीरें दिखाते हैं। देखिए पुलिस किस तरीके से यहाँ से लोगों को हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। आप ये ताजा तस्वीरें गौरव हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। देखिए किस तरीके से पुलिस यहाँ से लोगों को हटाने की कोशिश में लगी हुई है। जो कार्यकर्ता है वो यहाँ पर पहुंचते हैं 4 बजे के आसपास। धीरे धीरे कार्यकर्ता एक एक करके यहाँ पे जुटते हैं, और शायद पुलिस के पास इसकी पहले से इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं थी। एक एक कर कार्यकर्ता पहुंचते हैं, उसी समय पुलिस भी यहाँ पर पहुंचती है। इस इलाके को जो मेन गेट है उसको खाली कराया जाता है, और अब जो कार्यकर्ता यहाँ बैठ गए हैं उनको यहाँ पर हटाने की कोशिश, समझा बुझा करके, धक्का मुक्की करके, हर तरीके से यहाँ पर पुलिस हटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। सीढ़ियों पे पहुंच गए थे लोग, उनको देखिए हटाकर आगे की तरफ यहाँ पर पुलिस लेकर के आई है। लगातार कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता ईडी हाय हाय का नारा लगा रहे हैं, उनके अपने तर्क है, और यहाँ पर पुलिस की कोशिश है कि किसी तरीके से गौरव इस एरिया को खाली कराया जाए। आप देखिए इस एरिया को, क्योंकि ये जो पूरा जो मेन गेट है,
दुरुपयोग करा है। आज सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी पे जो अत्याचार कर रहे हैं उनको देश की जनता से माफी मांगनी पड़ेगी।
देंगे, तैयार है, फांसी लगा देंगे, तैयार है।
हम कांग्रेस आ गए,
मोदी सरकार
जांच करने का राइट ही नहीं है।
तो देखिए कार्यकर्ता है, उन सबके अलग अलग देखिए तर्क है। यहाँ पर वो प्ले कार्ड लेकर के, और अचानक से जब कार्यकर्ता
Ashutosh Mishra is now joining us for the latest. Ashutosh, you've been getting us all the details as far as the protest outside the National Herald headquarters is concerned. At this point, can you bring us up to speed in terms of what's going on and what are the key demands at this point?
Well, you know, the only thing that the Congress and other opposition have been saying that stop misusing the central agencies, including the ED. And since this morning when the raids were conducted at 12 locations, including at the National Herald office in the capital, this was anticipated. Remember, when Sonia Gandhi was summoned, when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, from top leaders to the Congress workers, everyone almost were on the street. And we have seen the kind of outrage on the street against summoning of these two Congress leaders. And clearly Congress have been very vocal even since this monsoon session of Parliament began. And yet again when the raids were carried out, so clearly there was criticism and, aggression from the Congress when it comes to the parliamentarians issuing statements in the House. But clearly here on the street, at this evening, in a surprise way, the Congress workers came out on the street, protesting, and only thing they're saying that stop misusing of the central agencies. While the ED ने
जहाँ की है उसका कन्विक्शन रेट देख लीजिए क्या कन्विक्शन रेट है, तो डराएंगे जो इनके यहाँ डर के आता है वो गंगा धुल जाता है, जो नहीं डरेगा उसको ऐसे डराएंगे, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
सीबीआई से डराएंगे। राहुल जी और सोनिया जी जब पार्लियामेंट में दिखा देते हैं इनकी सीडी तो सीबीआई लगा देते हैं और लगा देते हैं इनके पीछे ईडी। तो हम ना तो पहले डरे थे और ना अब डरेंगे, ना मोदी से डरेंगे, ना उसके अमित शाह से डरेंगे, ना उसकी पुलिस से डरेंगे, क्योंकि मोदी जब जब डरता है दिल्ली पुलिस को आगे करता है।
Is Ashutosh with us? Let's bring Ashutosh Mishra to bring you up to speed with the latest developments coming in. The National Herald headquarters, and there is a protest that is going on by the Congress Party workers outside the Herald House here in the national capital. Bringing you all the latest at the moment from the national capital. Ashutosh Mishra is right there, and as you can see, the heavy police deployment is there. The Congress Party workers holding their party flags, holding placards. You can see a few women being manhandled by the women police officers right there. So far, this protest does not look violent at all, but it is a protest right outside the National Herald headquarters on the back of the Enforcement Directorate raids right there. We're getting a ground report, I believe. Let's play the ground report.
और यहाँ से भी अब पुलिस की कोशिश है कि किसी तरीके से उनको यहाँ से हटाया जाए ताकि इस सड़क पर जो ट्रैफिक है उसे खोला जा सके। आप देखिए महिला और पुरुष कार्यकर्ता दोनों यहाँ पर पहुंचे हुए हैं और पुलिस यहाँ से हटा करके ले जा रहे हैं। कैमरामैन अभिषेक भाई के साथ हिमांशु मिश्रा, दिल्ली, आज तक।
लो पैच करो, चलो पैच करो।
पार्टी की समर्थक हूँ और ये बार बार हमारे अभी तक सोनिया गांधी जी को ईडी के लिए बुला रहे थे, राहुल गांधी जी को ईडी पे बुला रहे थे। जब कुछ नहीं मिला तो चुपचाप मोदी जी ने ईडी को यहाँ भेज दिया। ईडी को कोई काम नहीं है क्या? हेरल्ड एक न्यूज पेपर है, पहले उसके बारे में पढ़ लो, जान लो। अगर इतना ही उनको है तो आप ये जो कर रहे हो, जो आपकी अपनी सिटी में हो रहा है, उसको आप देखते हो। आपकी गुजरात में लोग मर रहे शराब पी के, आपने तो कह दिया ड्राई सिटी है। कैसे ड्राई सिटी है? इतनी जहरीली की शराब वहाँ कहाँ से पहुँच गई? अडानी इतने घपले कर रहा है, अंग्रेजी सरकार आने वाली है। वही तो आप लोग सिर्फ एक सोनिया।
Ashutosh is now joining us for the very latest on this. Ashutosh, we can see a lot of Congress Party workers showing outrage. They are going on to claim vendetta by the Bharatiya Janata Party, insinuating that the ED probably acting on behest of the BJP. What are you picking up from the Congress Party workers?
Well, it's almost Shati, a high voltage drama outside the outside the National Herald building out here. There you see the police is now trying to convince the Congress workers to evacuate this area. In fact, many of them are being, being taken here. And since they were trying to enter in the building, the police stopped them. And other side, these protesters are meant here, rigid here, with the banner posters, with the Congress flag, protesting against the central government, calling them the misuse of the agency. And since this morning, the raids which were being carried out. Look at this. Other side there you see. Now they have almost virtually blocked this one of the stretch outside the Herald building. And now really the Delhi police has to struggle. क्यों आए हैं प्रोटेस्ट करने?
मांग ये कर रहे हैं कि ये जो फर्जीवाड़ा जांच हो रही है इसको
बंद करें। ये 2024 के चुनाव में ध्यान में रखकर मोदी सरकार इसका नाजायज इस्तेमाल कर रही है ईडी का। ये वही ईडी है जो 2015 में इस केस को बंद कर चुकी थी। अब ये कौन सी ईडी आ गई है? तो ये ईडी गलत है या वो ईडी गलत है? सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीतिक साजिश है।
You see, Amrita Dhawan is also here in the field leading the team of the women Congress workers. Almost now the Delhi police is asking them to vacate this area or there will be अमृता प्रोटेस्ट करने आप लोग आए हैं। सुबह से रेड चल रही थी। प्रोटेस्ट हम पार्लियामेंट में भी देख रहे हैं, स्ट्रीट पे भी देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस।
देखिए, प्रोटेस्ट इन्वेस्टिगेशन का नहीं है। प्रोटेस्ट इस बात का है कि सरकार के इशारे पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है। ईडी की अपनी विश्वसनीयता खत्म हो चुकी है। ये नेशनल हेरल्ड अखबार है जो आजादी से पहले से इसकी स्थापना हुई, स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का एक बहुत बड़ा माउथपीस है। जो ब्लडशेड हुआ इस आजादी के लिए, उसको स्वर्ण अक्षरों में इस अखबार में लिखा गया। इस अखबार को आप छापा मार रहे हैं। कल किसी भी मीडिया हाउस पे छापा मार सकते हैं ये लोग। ये सिर्फ उसकी आवाज बंद करना चाहते हैं जो इनके खिलाफ बोलता है। इनको दिख रहा है कि ये सरकार जानती है कि हमारे नेता डरे नहीं। राहुल जी ने 50 घंटे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन झेली। मैडम ने 3 दिन तक लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेशन ज्वाइन करी। हम तो ड्यू प्रोसेस फॉलो कर रहे हैं, पर बार बार इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के नाम पर ये जो हैरेसमेंट किया जा रहा है, ये जिस तरीके से इसको जिस तरीके
there you see the Congress workers are being detained here. They are being taken from the ED office. They are being taken to the nearest police station. Of course, the police is asking them to vacate this area because this is not the place where they can carry out their protest. But here, the women Congress workers, the men Congress workers, all the police have now virtually barricaded them. They are being taken from this area. And of course, the protest against the ED's raid this morning at the National Herald office in the capital. Chaiti.
And you know, Ashutosh, we can hear sloganeering that says, you know, very reminiscent of what we saw during independence times, going ED, go back, like Simon, go back. Ashutosh?
Yes, and you know, the similar protest, because it reminds the protest, those images when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi were summoned to the ED headquarters for the questioning. Of course, the number of the Congress workers were much more, and not only the Congress workers, but also the senior leaders from the party, from the Chief Minister of Congress ruled states to the senior MPs, all were on the street. And here today, remember, they have been really vocal from day one, when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, when Sonia Gandhi was summoned, and everything what they have to say. You heard from Amrita Dhawan, that is the what line the Congress is taking, that the newspaper which was the voice for the, you know, the battle of independence, and here how the central agencies and the government is targeting. So one side the Congress claim vendetta, subsequently then saying that how the Congress leaders, the opposition is particularly being targeted. And remember, we have also heard from the opposition, including the left and several others, that how they are now chugging on the strategy that to challenge the Supreme Court's verdict on the PMLA, the several amendments, 2019 amendments, and the power that they given to the EDs. Now, including Congress and left parties and several other opposition also planning to challenge, seek a review to the larger bench to the order that Supreme Court recently upheld all the powers under the PMLA to the Enforcement Directorate. But other side, the optics war, the perception battle, that also continue. There you exactly see why these Congress workers right outside the National Herald office, where the ED carried out raid this morning along with 12 other locations, they came out hitting the street and protesting. Chaiti.
And largely, Ashutosh, are these protests silent, calm? Because I could see a few female police officers manhandling one of the female Congress workers. Is it all calm, or is there any kind of violence? That we can see that again. Again, I can see that on the screens right now, live visuals.
Well, not a violence at all. Not a violence at all. It is indeed a peaceful protest. Of course, they are aggressive. There are sloganeering, shouting, but of course, because many try to go towards the National Herald building, the police only try to prevent them. And in fact, if you see, the rope barricade, have been made out here. This is to, prevent Congress workers from going inside, because this building also has a passport office and several other commercial institutions as well. Now they have been totally restricted to the other side of the road. So clearly there is no violence or any such aggression either. Of course, when there is a political protest happens, these images are very common, because whenever they show aggression go towards other side of the building or the institution where they go to protest, the police try to prevent them. So that's what's happening. Largely it is a peaceful protest, and so far they have been confined to a particular pocket, very small area, area, and the police is now appealing them to vacate and go back. And if that doesn't happen, then as a legal process under the CRPC, they will be detained and taken to the nearby police station. Look at this. Those women who came out from the particular pocket, now these police...
So far, Ashutosh, there have been no detentions, right, from the protest side? So far, there have been zero detentions from the protest side?
Far, there have been no detention. Indeed, there have been no detention so far, because usually it's when when such political protest happens, now the police will ask them to go back. But if they don't, given under certain time, of course they will be detained. And most likely we have seen under the political protest, whenever such it happens, whether the Parliament Street or Jantar Mantar or anywhere or these places, mostly it leads to detention. In fact, when the day Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi were also summoned when Congress workers came out, including their certain chief ministers, MPs and top senior leaders, they all were detained. So here, for now, the Delhi police only has confined them to one place. They're not allowed to go to the Herald building, and perhaps they'll be watching. If they're not going back home soon, then they will be detained and taken to the nearby police station.
That's right, and as we speak, the ED is currently conducting their searches inside the National Herald office, right? Inside, that's what's going on, and outside, this is what the protest is going on. If you could confirm.
Well, the raids which started at around 9:30 this morning, perhaps almost other locations it is over, and what we know, officials are still on the 4th floor at the account office, and perhaps in the files and records they were tracing. So that while continues, there we see the protest by the Congress workers right outside the Herald building. So of course that procedure, because several searches and raids, that quite takes some time. It goes in hours when the central agencies carried out such searches. So one side the raids being carried out by the agency, right outside on the street you see the protest by the Congress workers against the central agency's action.
No, absolutely. So we can see the protests, they're largely peaceful, no detentions. Ashutosh, is this protest of the Congress party restricted to outside the Herald House in Delhi, or have there been other locations? All right. Amit Malviya of the Bharatiya Janata Party joins us on the phone line. Mr. Malviya, your first up reaction. My question here is, the Congress shows a lot of outrage when either Sonia Gandhi gets grilled, Rahul Gandhi gets grilled, the ED raids their premises, but there is outrage amiss where the issues are of real concern to the nation.
Look, all this outrage is not going to help Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. They aren't above law. They will have to be accountable for the massive corruption that has happened in the National Herald case. The matter has been looked into at various levels of the judiciary, and they have prima facie found merit in the allegations of fund embezzlement and acquiring properties worth thousands of crores by using public money. Having said that, the agencies have been tasked to do a job, and they will do it. The opposition cannot cry vendetta. Being in opposition does not give you immunity against investigations. You look at Partha Chatterjee, the ED found cash worth more than 50 crore rupees. Satyendra Jain of the Aam Aadmi Party continues to be in jail and has got no relief from the judiciary. Similarly, Nawab Malik and Anil Deshmukh of the NCP are in jail and have not been able to convince the court otherwise. Therefore, the action of the agencies is very much in the realms of law. They have proof against these people who have indulged in massive corruption, and anybody, irrespective of their stature, will be investigated if they indulge in corruption, and Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi are no exception. My advice to the Congress workers would be to keep their powder dry when the Gandhis get convicted by the courts and have to face jail. Probably they should hit the streets at that point in time.
Mr. Malviya, how do you respond to the Congress party workers at this point who are going on right there to say that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party that is using agencies like the Enforcement Directorate to target them?
I just said that these matters are being looked into by the courts. If Kolkata High Court found merit in the SSC recruitment scam and asked the agencies to investigate, then the agencies have a job to do. Similarly, if the courts have looked at the National Herald case and have prima facie found that there was wrongdoing and income tax and other agencies were asked to look into the matter, then clearly there will be investigations. Gandhis cannot expect preferential treatment in this country.
Also, there's a growing chorus, Mr. Malviya, that usually when you see these enforcement directorate raids that go on, they're all usually on the opposition leaders, and not many raids you see as far as the ruling party leaders are concerned. How do you respond to that too?
If the ruling party members are corrupt, then the opposition should bring it out. And if they think that the agencies are not acting against ruling party members, they have the courts to go to.
Correct.
Let me remind these people that the case in National Herald was filed in 2013 in the court when the Congress was in power. Similarly, when the Colgate happened, the 2G spectrum happened, the BJP and its allies went to the court. And we made sure that they were held accountable. So to merely sit and allege that the agencies are acting against opposition leaders makes no sense, because the fact is that being an opposition, if you're indulging in corruption, you will be probed. And if you think that there are people in the ruling party or on the ruling side who are not being probed, then by all means bring out the evidence, go to the courts, and the courts will order the agencies to act.
Fair point.
It's as simple as that.
Absolutely. Mr. Malviya, I appreciate you taking the time out and joining us with that first up reaction on the protests that are taking place in the national capital. We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, US wants Dragon to not escalate tensions.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
The air we breathe inside an airplane is continuously renewed during a flight. It's captured from outside. 30 to 50% of the fresh air, depending on the plane, is mixed with air already inside the cabin. Air from outside is collected near the engines. It then passes into an air conditioning pack where it is heated to about 20 degrees and pressurized to a level close to atmospheric pressure at sea level. The air is then filtered by HEPA, high-efficiency particulate air filters, which eliminate 99.9% of 0.3 micron particles, including viruses and bacteria. Once it's mixed with ambient air, the flow is then distributed inside the aircraft, moving up the fuselage towards the cabin ceiling before passing through vents situated above passenger seats. Meanwhile, a pressurization valve at the rear of the aircraft continuously sucks in air from the cabin at the floor level near passengers' feet and blows it out of the aircraft, thereby creating a continuous airflow. This makes it possible to maintain a constant pressure inside the aircraft and to renew air inside the cabin every 3 minutes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. Chinese state media reports US military movement to the east of Philippines, the neighbor nation to Taiwan. Reports say a US class destroyer was found moving in the waters to the east of the Philippines at 8:58 a.m. this morning. Reports also claiming that 4 military reconnaissance planes, 2 US P-8A anti-submarine patrol aircrafts, 2 Fokke 50 turboprop aircrafts from Taiwan Island had been moving around the island over the recent days. Abhishek Bhalla is joining us with the very latest details that are coming in. Abhishek, what more can you add on this new escalation in the US-China face-off?
Well, it seems things are really heating up as Nancy Pelosi is expected to reach Taiwan. Even though there is no official announcement of her arrival there, she's on a tour of Asia where she's visiting countries like Malaysia, Singapore, Japan, and South Korea. And if she reaches Taiwan, she will be, in fact, the highest ranking elected official from the United States to be visiting Taiwan since 1997. China has already sounded the alarm, saying that if she indeed visits the country, then there will be serious consequences. In the run-up to the visit, China has been intimidating the Taiwanese side. There have been regular air incursions close to the border. So it remains to be seen how things will pan out in the days to come, if at all she reaches Taiwan.
Absolutely. There's more breaking news coming in right there. Breaking news is about Russia wading into US-China showdown over Taiwan. Now, Kremlin has warned the United States on Tuesday that an expected visit to Taiwan by US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi would put it on a collision course with China and provoke tension in the region. Abhishek Bhalla still continues to be with us. Abhishek, if you could bring us up to speed with the warning that is coming from Kremlin.
Well, interesting, Chaiti, that Russia has jumped in to this conflict between Taiwan and China, and where the US is also having a role to play in. And it all coincides, with what's happening in Ukraine over the last 5 to 6 months. This is a time when Russia is looking at very strong relations with China as well because of the war in Ukraine. And for Moscow to make a comment like this, amid all this, it's extremely significant.
Let's leave it at that. Thanks, Abhishek, for joining us with the latest details. We're slipping into a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
India is now witnessing a lot of design innovation in couture. Experimental forms, designs marrying functionality. Indian couturiers are working like artists now. Not just that, a lot of diversity, inclusivity, gender-fluid silhouettes are also making their way to the runways. Take a look at my report from the India Couture Week 2022. The FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital, and the last few showcases were interesting. The showcases were innovative in their creative speed, putting design innovation in focus. Amit Agarwal married design form with functionality in creating these pieces in ingenious fabrics. There was diversity, inclusivity, and a lot of design innovation at the heart of his couture showcases, Peresis. Anamika Khanna's showcase had shapes inspired by goddesses paired with deconstruction and pattern techniques. The artistic speak had cultural references to tribal India, with a contemporary twist in the cuts and styles. Pearl took center stage. Metallic silhouettes, somber blacks, delicate lace and ivory to reds and emeralds, the collection was rather experimental. Rajkumar Rao walked as a showstopper for Khanna. Kunal Rawal's showcase was full of wearable couture. Luxurious minimalism with gender-neutral silhouettes. His collection, Dear Men, gave enough space to repurpose and mix and match pieces from his couture collection. Men's fashion is becoming more and more androgynous and gender-fluid, and that's the trend we're picking up. Case in point, the Siddharth Titler showcase had a lot of that going, and then Kunal Rawal too had the androgynous styles going. Arjun Kapoor walked the ramp in the night's highlight piece, crafted with signature hems and ornamented with polki buttons. The actor was cheered on by Malaika Arora, who was also wearing a Kunal Rawal number, a bandgala with a crop top and a skirt which was fashioned in golden waffle embroidery. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today. That's it from me on this bulletin. Thanks for watching. Coming up next, 5 Live with Shivaru.
watching India Today.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Partha Chatterjee land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा। दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा।
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
So sorry.
Sir cheese, Sir paneer.
Giant China is 267 times the size of tiny island Taiwan. It has an army that's 10 times bigger than Taiwan's. China's air force is 5 times bigger than Taiwan's. China has 18 times more submarines than Taiwan does. China has 5 times the number of personnel deployed in the Taiwan Strait area than Taiwan itself. But in all these years, China hasn't invaded Taiwan. And as we count down to the arrival of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, many people are wondering, if China is so much bigger, so much more powerful than Taiwan, why hasn't it simply invaded this island? We answer that question with all the details in the build-up on 5 Live at 5 p.m. China-US showdown escalates. Speaker Pelosi heads to Taiwan. China sees red. Big countdown of Pelosi's touchdown in Taiwan. Dragon warns of serious consequences. World heats up over Beijing's threat. China's show of force ahead of touchdown. Big tension over Taiwan tango. In just 3 hours from now, US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be landing on the island of Taiwan. China has threatened resolute military action and a retaliation in what they see as a meddling in their internal affairs, and they say that the United States is going to have to suffer grave consequences of this particular move. Just by landing in Taiwan, China sees this as an act of war. What's going to happen when that aircraft touches down? How are the armies and the armed forces of Taiwan and China compared? And why is the world's attention on this tiny island? We're going to tell you the big build-up to Nancy Pelosi landing in Taiwan on 5 Live. This is Shivarur and these are the headlines. Congress hits the streets in protest as Enforcement Directorate raids National Herald building in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence in 50 crore cash mountain seized by Enforcement Directorate, says it doesn't belong to her. Her nail salon and 4 more properties are meanwhile being raided in Kolkata. Congress attacks Modi government over Laal Singh Chaddha, backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Congress Neta says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury, red alert in 7 Kerala districts, incessant rain prediction till Thursday, floods, landslide in several areas. Clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Osama's number 2 Al-Zawahiri in Kabul. Islamabad stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered the Al-Qaeda chief in Kabul. Tension is rising around the island of Taiwan, just off the coast of China. A big escalation is taking place right now between the US and China, both saber-rattling and both flexing muscle over the imminent arrival of US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan, something that China sees as an act of war. Viral videos have flooded Chinese social media showing armored vehicles on the move in the southern Chinese city of Xiamen. Chinese media reports say that the US has moved many of its ships to the eastern part of Taiwan and near the Philippine Islands, very close to Taiwan. Reports say a US Navy destroyer has been found moving in the waters to the east of the Philippines at 8:58 this morning. Chinese armored vehicles on the move near the Taiwan Strait, as per some unconfirmed reports on Chinese social media. Also reports that 4 military reconnaissance aircraft of the United States Armed Forces are in the air over the Taiwan region. The entire atmosphere has escalated dramatically with less than 3 hours to go before Nancy Pelosi lands in Taiwan. Remember, China has threatened resolute military action in what they see as a grave interference in their internal affairs. China claims Taiwan as its own. Taiwan is autonomously governed and has been moving towards fully independent status. It has not been a part of the Chinese mainland since 1949. It's been a festering and a highly, highly inflammable issue for China, and that's the reason why they see the imminent arrival of this US politician as a threat, an intimidatory gesture, and an act of war on the United States' part. The United States is deployed in a big way, remember, already in the South China Sea and the Pacific. And now Chinese state media have begun putting up pictures of what they claim are US destroyers spotted in the area around the Taiwan island. Chinese social media flooded with images of armored vehicles. A great deal of social media muscle flexing is taking place at this point of time. Chinese media also flooded with intimidatory messages from the Chinese establishment and government talking of hard action against the United States for daring to send one of its politicians into Taiwan, a country that has seceded from China, but a country that China claims as its own. I want to go first to Wen-Yi Lee, is India Today's correspondent in Taipei, Taiwan at this point of time, to get a sense from her about what the situation is just ahead of the imminent arrival of Speaker Pelosi. Wen, thanks very much for being with me today from Taipei. Just take us through the preparations. There's been a lot of confusion, a lot of here and there over what time she's finally going to land. I think in just about 3 hours from now, Nancy Pelosi will be landing in Taipei.
Yes, so and just 3 hours from now, Nancy Pelosi is going to arrive in Taipei airport, and she is expected to stay overnight until tomorrow morning. Her schedule is already piling up. According to local media reports, she's going to visit Taiwan's Congress Legislative Yuan in the morning, and also she will probably meet Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen, and then she would also probably go to a human rights park. That's her schedule, and it is heard that she might postpone her schedule until late afternoon, and then after that she will fly to South Korea.
When, there are a lot of videos coming up on Chinese social media now of certain military movements. There's a Chinese Navy drill that's taking place, in the South China Sea. The Chinese social media has images of certain armored vehicles moving as well. What are you making of all of this?
So actually, this kind of tension happen when there's some U.S. Senior officials come to Taiwan or something. Some important officials come to Taiwan as well. So this is kind of some kind of threat from China that people in Taiwan are quite familiar with. So actually here, if you can see, for example, right now I'm at a park in Taipei, and then people here are actually really calm on the fact that Pelosi's visits, and then actually on the street you cannot really have the feeling that there's probably a potential invasion. No, people are actually really calm.
Okay, Wen-Yi Lee, stay with me. Thanks for that update, but continue to stay with me as I remind our viewers about the fast-paced developments. These are the latest 5 developments that we're tracking on this story right now. Let's take you through the first development now. On this proposed visit, in a big show of military might, the US Navy has deployed 4 warships east of Taiwan in the Pacific as Nancy Pelosi heads to Taipei. 2 US P-8A anti-submarine patrol aircraft and 2 Fokker 50 turboprop aircraft have been hovering around the Taiwan island. These are, of course, file pictures of the US Navy, but reconnaissance aircraft and ships have been deployed east of Taiwan at this point of time. Development number 2, China's spokesperson in India has issued a word of threat. He's warned that any visit by Pelosi to Taiwan will constitute a gross interference in China's internal affairs, warning the United States of grave consequences. He says, and I quote, "Those who play with fire will perish by it. Very, very hard words coming in from Chinese representatives all around the world. Big development number 3. A satellite image has emerged of a US Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer found moving in waters east of the Philippines at 8:58 this morning. The Philippines Islands are due south of Taiwan. Big development number 4 at this point of time. The Kremlin, Russia, has waded into the Taiwan tension, warning the United States that a visit to Taiwan by Ms. Pelosi would put it on a collision course with China and provoke tensions in the Taiwan region. And finally, development number 5 that we're looking at, in a big bid to cement its own military might, China has been holding military drills in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait since Tuesday morning and will continue till Thursday evening. All other international traffic in the South China Sea has been banned during this period. So heavy-duty muscle flexing by China very much on at this point of time. Okay, let's just show you what China's oceanic curfew looks like around Taiwan. China is raising temperatures in a near unprecedented manner as far as Nancy Pelosi's imminent arrival in Taiwan is concerned. Now, they're already conducting a military drill in the South China Sea. This was supposed to have been a scheduled drill, but this is happening obviously to showcase China's military presence in that area where the US also has a presence. It has imposed a no-fly zone around the Taiwan island. No entry allowed from August 2nd till August the 6th in the South China Sea area for any kind of traffic. And there is also a great deal of muscle flexing in terms of aircraft of the Chinese Air Force and the Chinese Navy either sailing or flying very close to the Taiwan Strait. You've got aircraft that have been flying across the Taiwan Strait as well. So it's an extremely volatile situation. These are some of the big questions that are being asked at this point of time. Here are the big questions. What is China really threatening at this point of time? Is there a possibility of an attack on Speaker Pelosi's aircraft? Of course, there's very, very little, nearly zero chance of that actually happening. Issuing threats of military action, that's already happened. China has already threatened military action against the United States. Number 3, flex military muscle near Taiwan. As I just demonstrated to you, it's already definitely happening both from the air and on water. Could there be repercussions for the island of Taiwan after Nancy Pelosi leaves? Highly possible is what we're hearing. And is this all talks and mind games and no aggressive action from China? Is that also a possibility? Unlikely is what we're hearing, because this is too high profile and China is too committed now to aggressive retaliatory action to simply back off. There doesn't appear to be an honorable exit from those threatening words. And finally, could there be non-military economic actions against the United States after Pelosi leaves? That, of course, lies in the realm of possibility even now. I want to go back now to Wenyi Li. She continues to be with me. When, with all the threats that have been coming in from China, we'd like to understand from you, since you're in Taipei, what kind of action do you think China will take? They've made very specific threats. They've said things like resolute military action, grave interference in internal affairs. They've issued these threats from across different levels of the Chinese establishment. Even the Chinese spokesperson in Delhi has made those same threats. Do you think China will take any actions at all? And if so, what? When?
So actually, the real military actions from a lot of experts here in Taiwan, this might not be happening this time anytime soon. But if we look at the economic sanctions or economic actions, it is really actually happening. Just yesterday, that China just banned some Taiwanese brands and food exporters from exporting foods to China. So it actually adds a lot of economic pressures on Taiwan. So foods including seafood, tea, and honey, things like this kind of sanctions, this is really happening now.
Okay, so So the sanctions and the economic actions have already begun against Taiwan. Could they be imposed against the United States as well? Could there be any kind of military action? Do you foresee any immediate military action, for instance, when, as the aircraft of Ms. Pelosi lands in Taipei, do you think there will just be more words from China, or do you think there could be some actions as well?
I don't think there will be any kind of real tensions or actions taken by China, but we can see that China has been threatening by sending some aircrafts to Taiwan, to near Taiwan. So these are things that we have seen that they are doing.
Okay, Wen, thanks very much. I'm going to come back to you on this. But right now, temperatures are continuing to rise. We're going to be joined by more reporters from the ground in Taiwan in just a moment. There you have it. We've got a large panel of journalists and reporters and voices coming in. I'm going to ask my producer to keep talking to me, reminding me of where all our reporters are right now, so we can give our viewers all the information they need right now, because this is rolling coverage. I can't hear very much, so I'm going to remind my producers to tell me what I'm expecting to see right now. We've got Ross Feingold, who's a senior journalist from Taipei, Divya Gopalan, Foreign Affairs Editor at Taiwan Plus, James Shater Xingshan at the International Airport in Taipei, and Brian Heo is editor of New Bloom magazine, also in Taiwan. I'd like to take this up a little bit and get my prompter fixed for a moment. I want to go across first to Let's go across to Divya Gopalan, Foreign Affairs Editor of Taiwan Plus. Divya, any light you can throw on, what's going to happen? It's about 2.5 hours left for that 737, that US Air Force 737 to land in Taipei. Nobody wants to oversimplify what this is. This is, of course, a big global geopolitical game, but China has used very, very specific and aggressive, threatening language, talking of retaliatory action, grave consequences. Whatever those consequences are we going to see those when Ms. Pelosi is in Taipei?
Look, there's so many things that are troubling China right now. And for one thing, Nancy Pelosi's third in line to the U.S. presidency. That's a really high-profile visit. On top of that, she's coming to Taiwan on a military plane, so not a civilian plane. And on top of that, China has already made its arguments against Pelosi landing. They've warned Joe Biden. Joe Biden has even said that the military in the U.S. has said it's not a good idea for Pelosi to come. And yet it seems to be happening. Now, I need to point out that the Taiwan government still hasn't confirmed that Pelosi is arriving, and neither has the State Department. So they've shrouded this whole trip in secrecy, and part of that has to do with China's aggressive rhetoric and aggressive stance. Now, Taiwan people are used to that kind of language from China. What will China do? That is the question. Will it want to risk any military action, particularly because the U.S. is, by law, has to help Taiwan defend itself? Does it want to ratchet up that kind of aggression? That's the other question everyone's asking. Yeah. But what it will likely do is, as you said, flex its muscles. We've seen an increased number of incursions to Taiwan's air defense zone. We've seen naval ships in that median line that's just right on between the Taiwan waters and China waters. So you're definitely seeing all the posturing. Whether we'll take action other than economic action, which seems to be the most likely and easiest thing for China to do to punish the Taiwan people, that, as you said, is the big question.
I want to go across to James Chater, who's at the Xingshan International Airport in Taipei as well. James, all preparations on for the arrival of that C-40, the US Air Force C-40, with the US House of Representatives Speaker, Ms. Pelosi?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm here just over the road from Songshan International Airport, where we're expecting the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, to arrive in either 2 to 3 hours. The atmosphere is relatively calm at the moment. There's not too many planes coming in and out of the airport so far. And the scene on the ground at the airport, where I'm looking at just in front of me right now, is relatively calm.
Okay, it's relatively calm right now. I'd like to get some opening words in also from Ross Feingold, who's tracking all of these developments, rapid developments as a senior journalist. Ross, do you see anything apart from, economic actions coming in? The world is holding its breath because many people believe that actions vis-a-vis Taiwan, didn't seem likely in the past, but under the current Chinese president, they seem much more likely. This could be one big flashpoint. How are you seeing it?
Oh, maybe a flashpoint in the future, but frankly, for most people here in Taipei today, it's business as usual. People are not changing their daily activities in response to what people on social media in China say. Nor do people here change their daily activities in response to what various spokespeople from Chinese government agencies say. People are aware of this, but also it's something for the politicians. The political leadership of Taiwan will meet this visiting delegation, but it's really not relevant to people in their day-to-day lives here.
Okay, it's not relevant to people's daily lives because we've seen images and I'm glad to have all of you here on such an important issue, because if you look at this issue on social media, for instance, it looks like the wheels are turning, there could be an attack, and people are running in their hordes into their bunkers, and it's all very misleading. So that's the reason why here on India Today we're very happy to have all of you. Brian Heo, editor of New Bloom, is also with us live from Taipei. Brian, welcome. We've seen some reports on agencies of preparations that are on in Taiwan, for bunkers to be used and underground facilities to be used for persons. How would you put that into context? Because like Ross was saying, it's pretty much business as usual. Nobody's expecting a big military flare-up as a result of this visit.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd agree with the comments that have been said so far, that things are actually very calm in Taiwan. I think people are not panicking. People are not stocking up for the apocalypse. And so I think what is the danger then is that there is this reporting as though this is what we're happening. You have misinformation, disinformation circulating online, some of which may have psychological warfare aims. But then also you just have old footage being recycled as though this were new, or regularly scheduled activities such as the Han Kuang exercise, the air raid drill that occurs every year, as though this were in response to the Pelosi visit. It's not. It's just something that takes place every year. And so I think that's the danger here, that it becomes overstated because of social media exaggeration.
Oh, it is a social media exaggeration, and believe me when I say that we here in India know all about those the social media mind games. We're very familiar with it, especially in context of what's been happening in the Ladakh theater as well. Lots of propaganda, lots of mind games and psychological operations. Divya, is with China appearing to sort of commit itself or tie itself down to some kind of retaliatory action, how does that actually play out? Does China always make such specific threats? Will it be looking for some kind of an honorable exit after making threats of this kind? Or is it only to be expected that the retaliation will be, like you said, economic and at a later date?
Look, every time a foreign delegation comes to Taiwan, we hear a lot of rhetoric from China. Now, the fact is, for Taiwan, which largely remains unrepresented on an international stage, these kinds of visits, delegations, officials, government representatives, visits to Taiwan legitimize Taiwan as its own entity, with its own government, with its own democracy. And China really doesn't like that. So each time you will hear this kind of rhetoric and this kind of action, the question of whether China is going to act on it this time is, of course, looms large. And that's particularly due to the fact, especially, people have watched what's happened in Ukraine and drawn many parallels. Nobody thought that Russia would actually invade Ukraine, and they did. So, of course, people are questioning, people are taking caution. In fact, Taiwan's raised its military level of combat readiness this morning. That's the level it can defend itself. So on a governmental level, on a military level, they are watching this very closely and they are taking precautions. But as far as daily life goes, people have heard this time and time again. And the question is, does China really want to take this risk? Do they really want to do this and become have the world turn against them, as we've seen, so much in Russia, and also antagonize the US, which has a duty to help Taiwan protect itself.
Absolutely. Very, very important point and perspective, about what China really wants to achieve by all of this, all of this air of threat over Taiwan. Does it see some kind of an opportunity to do what it has always wanted to do? Well, on the island of Taiwan at this point of time, like you've heard from all of our guests right now, it appears to be pretty much business as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary going apart from them getting set to welcome a big dignitary from the United States. We've got some news just coming in right now. I want to quickly update our viewers that Taiwan's presidential office website appears to be under a cyber attack, according to news agencies, just ahead of Nancy Pelosi's visit. Remember, cyber attacks have been, a fairly routine form of warfare by China. Taiwan has its own cyber defenses, but the Taiwanese presidential office website, we're told now, has come under some kind of a cyber attack, an intimidatory gesture or a message of another kind. But the website is apparently down, and there are news agencies now claiming that this is the result of a cyber attack from China. James, are you hearing anything of this kind? Cyber attacks? Because when we've been reading about the situation between China and Taiwan, while cyber attacking and jamming a website is actually no big deal, cyber warfare is one of the things that could come into play if this becomes an escalating situation. Are you hearing about the president's website, James, going down?
I haven't seen the reports of this yet, but as you mentioned, cyber warfare and cyber attacks of this kind are extremely common in Taiwan, and the government is taking measures to combat such issues. There was a report published in the Agence France Presse last year, which said that Taiwan's government and Taiwan's government organs can, be subject to up to 4 million cyber attacks per day. So, this is something to be concerned about, and I'm sure the government is looking at all the options they can to deal with this effectively. But once again, this is part of this dissonance that sometimes comes up between, how international observers see Taiwan and how the Taiwanese government and how Taiwanese people experience this daily threat, this existential threat from China. As I mentioned, millions of cyber attacks, hacking attempts are foisted upon the Taiwanese government every day. So again, this is part of this this peculiar kind of dissonance that sometimes comes up between the international observers seeing Taiwan and how people are experiencing this on the ground.
Okay, cyber attacks pretty common, and this appears to be the latest instance of a Chinese cyber attack, with the president's website in Taiwan going down just 2 hours before Nancy Pelosi arrives on the island. Now, remember, China is also holding scheduled military drills in the South China Sea. Anything that happens right now vis-a-vis China and Taiwan is going to be seen as directly linked to the arrival of Nancy Pelosi. Beijing's fighter jets have been flying very close to the median line that divides the Taiwan Strait, the narrow strip of water between the mainland and the island. All of this seemed to be in retaliation to US Speaker Nancy Pelosi's proposed visit to Taiwan that begins 2.5 hours from now. Pelosi has been a known critic of the Chinese Communist Party, and China may take an action that it threatens, or it may postpone it for later. But this landing on the island nation is now something that the entire world is watching. Take a look. US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi meeting members of parliament in Malaysia ahead of her crucial and globally watched visit to Taiwan. Pelosi, who began her trip to Asia on Monday in Singapore, is expected to arrive in Taiwan's capital, Taipei, later today. Despite warnings from Beijing, the United States has said it will not be intimidated by Chinese saber-rattling over Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, an island off the Chinese mainland that says it's not part of the People's Republic.
Previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the Speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing. We are looking for them, in the event she decides to visit, to act responsibly and not to engage in any escalation.
We have been clear from the very beginning that she will make her own decisions and that Congress is an independent branch of government. Our Constitution embeds a separation of powers. This is well known to the PRC, given our more than 4 decades of diplomatic relations. The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before, without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. Now, the world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint US-PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
China is seeing red over Pelosi's Taiwan tour. Beijing has declared that its military will never sit idle. It has also sounded an alert, telling the United States, don't say we didn't warn you.
We can see such a visit is apparently very much dangerous, very much provocative. If the U.S. insists on making the visit, China will take firm and strong measures to safeguard our national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Definitely, such a visit undermines the One China principle, undermines China's sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Hours before Pelosi's impending Taiwan arrival, China released a series of propaganda videos showing its military equipment and carrying out a series of drills. Is China then preparing to take the first shot? Taiwan is preparing its air raid shelters amidst rising tensions. The island nation has vowed to defend itself and has made strengthening its defenses a priority with regular military and civil defense drills. Other preparations include designating shelters where people can take cover if Chinese missiles start flying in, not in purpose-built military bunkers, but in existing underground spaces like basement car parks, parts of the subway system, and underground shopping centers.
Most everyone has a basement in their building. It doesn't matter if they're categorized as an official shelter. What's important is to know what you need to bring with you, what's currently there, and for you to be able to stay there for a long period of time.
When you look at the war in Ukraine, when they strike, in the beginning they would hit military targets. But it's hard to imagine that they would not hurt the innocent public. Normal buildings, organizations, or schools could get hit by strikes too. In the same vein, Taiwan could face the same situation.
The China-US showdown is only escalating. The world is on edge over conflict red alert in Taiwan. Bureau Report, India Today. One of the questions that people commonly ask, given the size difference between giant China and tiny little Taiwan, is why hasn't China, with all its aggressive ambitions and expansionist culture and philosophy, simply invaded and taken over Taiwan? Why hasn't it done it in 73 years? Well, it's a vastly complex issue, but I'm going to try and answer it for you in 10 simple points. Try and encapsulate and try and capture the simple answer to a very complex question. For starters, if China attacks Taiwan, it won't just be Taiwan defending, because Taiwan has very powerful allies. Because if attacked, the United States as well as Japan have committed to entering the battle and defending Taiwan. So let's get that out of the way. Taiwan is not alone in this fight, despite being a tiny little island. Third point, the Taiwan Strait is 128 kilometers at its narrowest point. So it's not like Taiwan is just next door. There's a fair bit of ocean to go across to reach Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan isn't just some ramshackle island. It has advanced air force and air defense assets, fighter aircraft, Patriot missiles, all kinds of very, very advanced weaponry supplied by the United States. The invading force, that is China in this case, will need to move most of its troops and occupying forces by sea if it wants to invade. The invading force would therefore be necessarily slow and therefore vulnerable to anti-ship attacks from Taiwan. And Taiwan is bristling with anti-ship weaponry. The cities and targets in Taiwan are majorly spread out. So it's not like there are very, very few targets that can be engaged. There are all the military bases and cities are hugely spread out, so it's difficult where to attack from. The western edge of Taiwan, that is the edge of Taiwan that faces China, is a very riverine area with cliffs and canals, and therefore it does not afford an opportune or optimum area to attack from, and that's the one that China will have to look at. There are very few beaches for possible Chinese amphibious landings on the island of Taiwan, so that's another big, big hurdle if China wants to take Taiwan by force. There are many, apart from the main island of Taiwan, there are many small Taiwanese islets in the Taiwan Strait which have huge numbers of anti-ship and air defenses as well as radars which are constantly trained and looking at China and Chinese movements. It would be very difficult for the People's Liberation Army, Air Force, Navy to seize the ports and airstrips in Taiwan without simply destroying them. And once they destroy them, they will have no further use for them. So it's a huge paradox. If they want to take control of those crucial infrastructural points, the seaports and the airports, they can't do it without a fight. And with a fight, they'll be destroyed. And therefore, they probably won't have any more use for them. Now, let's tell you a little bit more. Let's zoom in just a little bit more and tell you about Taiwan's anti-China muscle. Because this is a country that has been armed to the teeth by many of its allies, mostly with defensive weaponry. It has developed its own offensive weaponry. But here's China's Okay, I'll come back to this in just a moment, but let me go to Gaurav Sawant right now. Gaurav, the fact that Taiwan has been able to put up a credible defense against China so far, is a matter of great surprise to many, many viewers and many observers, because as we've just explained, it is a far from simple issue. Taiwan enjoys the direct military support of the United States and Japan. But even apart from that, this is a country that is bristling with defenses and all primed against China. It simply exists with its defenses because of the constant threat of a Chinese invasion, Gaurav.
Shiv, right from its inception, Formosa to Taiwan, the effort was defense against a communist China. While mainland China may talk about integration and Xi Jinping may say it cannot wait forever, the fact remains, with its F-16 fighter jets and a string of Patriot surface-to-air missiles, very, very clearly with the Patriot missile defense shield, there is a protective shield that Taiwan has put around itself, along with what is known as strategic ambiguity of the United States of America to come to Taiwan's defense. And this has been in place for decades. Also, the role of Japan, in terms of China may say that it can take this territory not by force but by convincing them to be a part of mainland China. That's easier said than done. Shiv, there's another aspect. Apart from the military aspect, there is also the trade and business aspect, the amount of trade between the two, and China's dependence on Taiwan, including for something as strategic or as important as the microchip. Now, in case, what Taiwan says in its defense, even the missiles that China has uses the microchip made in Taiwan for its use. So very, very simply, there are effective systems of checks and balances that Taiwan has in place, and fiercely patriotic to the core to defend their democracy and their rights.
And Taiwan is an industrial powerhouse. Like I said, it's not just some island, off the coast of China. It's a country that very much, it's an island that and a nation that stands by itself in a very, very big way. Remember that China does not look at Taiwan as a separate entity whatsoever. It's part of the one China philosophy. And that's the reason why China is seeing red over what they see as an interference in their internal affairs. We've got more breaking. Gaurav, stay with me. We've got more breaking news coming in. Okay, China's fresh red alert as Nancy Pelosi's visit approaches just 2 hours from now. The Chinese Foreign Ministry has just issued a statement saying the US will certainly shoulder the responsibility and pay the price for undermining China's sovereignty and security interests. China's Foreign Ministry spokesperson also says, we hope US officials will clearly understand the importance and sensitivity of the issue and how dangerous it would be if this visit actually happens. Let's listen in for a moment.
美方必将为其损害中国主权安全利益承担责任，付出代价。我们密切关注佩洛西的行程，如果美方一意孤行，中方必将采取坚决有力的措施，维护中方的主权安全利益。中美双方呢一直在各个层级通过各个渠道，在北京和华盛顿都保持着密切的沟通。中方多次明确无误地向美方阐明了中方坚决反对美国众议院议长窜访台湾的坚定的立场。我们希望美方的官员呢能够清楚地理解这个问题的重要性、敏感性以及一旦发生的危险性。
China's the narrative is escalating. The words being used are becoming, more specific. The threat of a retaliation and an escalation coming thick and fast from the Chinese establishment. Grave consequences and endangering of the world if this visit goes through is what China is now threatening. We've got Taiwan's best journalists on our panel this evening, and William Yang is also joining us from Taipei. William, quickly want to get a perspective from you. These statements that are coming out from China, obviously more and more of them coming up as the landing of Nancy Pelosi gets closer. What are you making of them, William? The general sense we're getting from Taiwan appears to be it's business as usual. These are psychological mind games. The air of threat has always been there. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Whenever a foreign dignitary visits, this is what China usually does. Do you see anything different this time?
Honestly, there isn't really much difference in terms of China's response, the wordings, and the potential way that they are going to retaliate against Taiwan. I think, as you just pointed out, Taiwanese people have been dealing with this kind of threat for decades, and over the last few years, China has not once, stopped using the gray zone tactics to actually try to intimidate Taiwan. So whether Nancy Pelosi is visiting or not, China will still fly their fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. And at the same time, other items from Taiwan could still be banned from importing into China. So I think that is why Taiwanese people are not necessarily having a very big reaction to the news that she is visiting, and also having big reaction to the kind of wordings and the threats that have been coming from China.
William, because, there are things like, this is a question I want to ask because from the outside, it's difficult to judge because, and that's why a perspective like yours is so valuable at a time when we're talking about the possibility of conflict breaking out. And I'm glad to hear that it's not being seen as, out of the ordinary this time either. But, things like airspace closure, the cancellation of thousands of flights in mainland China on Tuesday, are you seeing those things as out of the ordinary and a possible indication that things could actually escalate this time, or no?
I mean, I'm sure there's definitely going to be additional tactics that they have not really used that often. And I think the closure and the air traffic control, that's definitely one thing. And the other is there were 2 Chinese naval vessels being spotted near the coast off the east side of Taiwan's offshore island, Orchid Island.
Yes.
So these are, I think, definitely new ways that they're added to Pelosi's visit. And I think it reflects the level of importance that they're putting to the visit of Pelosi, because I think, after all, this is the highest level U.S. official that has visited Taiwan in 25 years, and probably the highest that we will be seeing, because any higher than Pelosi's level is going to definitely trigger more unpredictable response from Beijing. But I think we also have to keep in mind that no matter what kind of responses that Beijing is going to use this time, is going to be pretty measured, because we need to keep in the back of the mind that the 20th Party Congress is coming up in the fall, and Xi Jinping is actually facing the task of being basically running for the unprecedented 3rd term as the Chinese leader. So he does not need an external trouble or conflict with a big power. So what he wants is to show a stance, but at the same time, the stance needs to be strong enough so that he can convince the domestic audience that he is the right leader, because he chooses the right moment to show China's strength. And this is one of those moments.
Very, very interesting and very, very crucial points, helping us understand and put into perspective this unfolding story. William, I request you to stay with me for just a few minutes longer. China has increasingly become more belligerent. We're seeing it happen live during this broadcast, and is also, remember, seen to be using its Belt and Road Initiative to spread its sphere of influence by hook or by crook. It's doing it in different parts of the world. Several countries that have fallen into China's debt trap are increasingly waking up to the threat posed by China. In the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, aspiring to be the British Prime Minister, has said China poses the biggest threat to the world's security at this point of time. Here is how the world is waking up to the China threat more than ever before.
An aggressive military power, an economic superpower. China's hostile policies have kept its neighbors and the West forever on the edge. The latest leader to talk of the China threat is Britain's Prime Minister contender Rishi Sunak, who labelled Beijing as UK's enemy number 1. During his campaign, Rishi Sunak laid out his plans to take on China if he made it to 10 Downing Street. Sunak said he would close all 30 Confucius institutes running in Britain to prevent the spread of Chinese influence through culture and language. Britain's spy agency MI5 will be employed to combat Chinese espionage. Sunak claimed the dragon was stealing UK's technology. The former finance minister of Britain recognized the threat China was posing to India. India has been in a standoff with China alongside the LAC for 2 years now, with more than 15 rounds of talks bearing no fruit. India has cracked down on Chinese business, its apps following the face-off. But nothing has stirred China as it keeps provoking Indian forces stationed in eastern Ladakh. US-China ties are faring no better. The latest confrontation is over Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, the growing flashpoint in Asia. Many other nations share concerns over China's expansionist vision, but Beijing appears unfazed despite slowly being isolated in the world. Bureau Report, India Today.
And our build-up coverage to the arrival of Nancy Pelosi in Taipei in just 2 hours from now continues. All of those updates will be right here. I'm taking a very quick break. On the other side, I can't complete this show without telling you about Al-Qaeda's chief, Ayman al-Zawahiri, who's just been killed by the United States 2 decades after the 9/11 terror attacks. Full details on the other side.
Digi Yatra is going to be implemented in India from 31st August. It will allow passengers to catch their flight quickly if they are in a hurry. So basically, the Digi Yatra allows facial recognition technology or biometric-based digital processing of passengers done at the airport. It will be functional at the airports of 7 states: Delhi, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Vijayawada, Kolkata and Pune. They would not have to provide their identity cards or boarding pass at different checkpoints, including the entry, security checks and the aircraft boarding. It will also facilitate a self-backdrop. The initiative is expected to be a paperless, centralized registration system. The government ID repositories, airport security systems and airline back-end network would be integrated together. A mobile application will also be launched by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Digi Yatra application will share the ticket details and the facial data. The airport will be equipped with the biometric camera-based e-gates. Although the scheme is going to make traveling very easy, there are certain loopholes that passengers may not like. According to the Internet Freedom Foundation, there would be privacy risks with features like facial recognition for check-ins and data recall.
Your approach towards these films and these roles. You know, you keep getting asked this question, a lot of actresses keep getting asked this question: what happens after marriage? What happens after 40? What happens? Are there roles written for women? It's a question that women constantly keep getting asked. And you've also answered this in the past, but now I want to ask you, is that, does ageism still exist? Does sexism still exist?
No, I think only on social media, not actually in life, because it makes good topic and you're constantly like talking about it. You're constantly, you know, it gives a topic of discussion. People are writing articles, debates are happening and everything. But I mean, in the reality of situation is that we're still working. Everyone's getting their work. If you're talented, you will get work. Yeah. If you're looking good, you will get work. If you're, you know, being yourself, you'll get work. So you have to have the confidence in yourself also, you know. And today, I think everybody is doing great work. Yeah. Age is just a number. I mean, people are doing different characters, and you're as old as you look, you know. So I think that's what you have to go by. I mean, it makes good copy to write things and say things and all that, but I think Twitter और इन सब प्लेटफॉर्म में अच्छी होती है कि ये डिस्कशन चलना कि एजिज्म, सेक्सिज्म ये है वो है, but your decisions should speak that. I mean, I'm still working. I worked throughout my pregnancies, and people who have a problem with it don't take me. But the fact is that
And finally, the elimination of Ayman Al-Zawahiri, the Al-Qaeda chief today. President Biden is beaming. The US weapons industry is gleaming. So clean was the strike that there was no explosion. The coordinates were so accurate that the missile didn't even need a warhead. It just went straight down and cut Al-Zawahiri into little chunks of meat. Great job. And it's important to congratulate the United States on this important day. But it's also important to show what a failure the war on terror has been so far. Please remember, viewer, that Zawahiri was killed while living as a VIP in Afghanistan's capital, Kabul. The same country that the US had to pull out of just last year. And Al-Zawahiri was accommodated and protected by the Taliban. That's right. The same Taliban that impressed anti-fascist Indian activists by holding a press conference after seizing power last year, since it afforded a precious pot shot at the Indian Prime Minister. But I digress. The point is, 21 years after the so-called war on terror began, the US remains bogged down hunting terrorists that aren't just VIP protectees, but now run full governments in big countries like Afghanistan. This is the same US that has had to watch helplessly as Pakistani terror structure has aided and funded the rise of a jihadi government and the deaths, remember, of nearly 2,500 US soldiers. The same Pakistan which housed Osama bin Laden, but now gets a free pass despite housing several more high-profile terrorists. So while we celebrate the justified, necessary killing of a terrorist like Ayman al-Zawahiri, remember that it's only a reminder that the war on terror in many important ways is a total failure. Thanks for watching.
Gender-agnostic fashion lines and models are now prominent in India too. While the trend is still catching up, more non-binary models are getting their due finally. The Pride Month each year brings more awareness and the change is palpable.
Fashion seems to be breaking the gender barrier, right? And I think a lot of that credit goes to people like Ranveer Singh, who are massively looked upon, looked up to by this particular generation. And the fact that he breaks stereotypes and he's not conforming to this whole idea is great. So people say if he can do it, so can we. And which is so ironic in India because our royals, our Rajas and Maharajas were always wearing these very sort of flowy, clothes, which today, well, could have been considered feminine, but that was part of how we were. In fact, even like jewelry and men with so much jewelry and stuff was very part of our Rajas and Maharajas and the royal culture. So I'm glad today we're coming back to this point where, that whole thing in the middle where we went through saying skirts are for women and shirts and pants are for men is sort of dissolving, and that's incredible.
Fashion is a means of self-expression and new social constructs in order to bring about sartorial changes as well. Whether it is the Indian kurta or the dhoti or the angarakhas, Indian tradition has always had elements of gender fluidity. Today it is the printed pants, bomber jackets, tees, all screaming gender fluidity. The designers are getting more aware, discerning of inclusivity and creating genderless fashion. They are involving models who are queer and non-binary and giving them their due. Nitin Baranwal, who identifies himself as queer and non-binary, was featured in an iconic Rahul Mishra ensemble. In fact, the Sabyasachi ex-Bergdorf Goodman made a statement in this regard too. Model Rabbani Victor has been featured in multiple designer campaigns, and the one from Shantanu and Nikhil's Tribe India story, captioned, "No labels, no social norms, no preconceptions," says it all.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com.
US strikes big on the terror outfit. Osama bin Laden's right-hand man killed. 9/11 plotter Ayman al-Zawahiri whacked. US drone strike kills the Al-Qaeda chief. Taliban condemns the airstrike on their soil. But US President Joe Biden claims this is justice delivered. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime. Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Pooja Shali. After 2011, in which Osama bin Laden was killed, now his closest aide, Ayman al-Zawahiri, has also been eliminated. And in next half an hour, I'm going to tell you exactly how was this secret mission and then neutralized by the United States of America. First, the headlines. Congress party hits the streets in protest as the Enforcement Directorate raids the National Herald building in Delhi. Searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore cash mountain seized by the ED, says it does not belong to her. Her nail parlour and 4 more properties have been raided in Kolkata. The Congress party attacks Modi government over Laal Singh Chaddha and backs Amir Khan over the boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Siddaramaya's 75th birthday bash with big political flashpoint between him and DK Shivkumar over the Chief Minister face race. Rahul Gandhi to attend the event. Grand preparations are on. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rainfall prediction till Thursday. Floods, landslide in several areas of the state. It's a big suspense and showdown expected over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, United States of America warns the dragon not to escalate tensions.
China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing.
Close to midnight, in a major airstrike in Kabul, in Afghanistan, the United States of America has killed the Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri. Al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike when he came outside on the balcony of his safe house in Kabul. Here's a report about what exactly transpired and how did America successfully operated this mission.
First Osama bin Laden, now Ayman al-Zawahiri. US avenging the deadly September 11th attacks on its soil, which killed nearly 3,000 Americans. 11 years after eliminating Osama bin Laden, US forces caught up with his number 2, the Al-Qaeda's Zawahiri. At the balcony of his safe house in a posh Kabul locality of Shirpur, walking distance from the erstwhile US Embassy. A Hellfire missile fired by a Reaper drone took out the Al-Qaeda chief, who was possibly standing and staring at the Kabul skyline. The missile, equipped with 6 razor-like blades and without a warhead, is said to have sliced right through Zawahiri. But there's no way to confirm that that's precisely how he died. Images of the strike showed smoke billowing from the hideout and a shattered balcony, even though there was no explosion.
And what we know, according to senior administration officials here, who did brief reporters just before President Biden spoke, is that they had detected the movement of Zawahiri's family back to Kabul. And that's what led them to keep an eye on this particular building. And then they started to notice this man standing on the balcony a lot, very similar to what we saw with Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad.
The Al-Qaeda chief was sheltered by Taliban's interior minister and Pakistan terror stooge Sirajuddin Haqqani's close aide, revealing a clear Pakistan nexus. The US called the elimination of Al-Zawahiri after Osama as justice served.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. The United States continues to demonstrate our resolve and our capacity to defend the American people against those who seek to do us harm. You know, we make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Hunting down the Al-Qaeda chief was a task for US forces and intelligence agencies, coming as it does over 2 decades after the 9/11 attacks. While bin Laden's hideout was covered with a 7-foot wall, Al-Zawahiri was visible to CIA drones when he was strolling in his balcony. Biden was briefed about the Kill Zawahiri operation 2 months ago. In July, the operation plan was presented to him along with the model of the Al-Qaeda chief's house in Kabul. President Biden ordered the attack on July the 25th, and it was on the 31st of July that the Al-Qaeda head was eventually killed. The US and Taliban blamed each other for breaching the Doha Pact after the killing. The war on terror continues. Bureau Report, India Today.
So how did possibly the United States of America's intelligence and military manage to successfully implement this operation? Remember, for the past few months, since Al-Zawahiri managed to find shelter in a safe house in Kabul, the intelligence agencies were tracking the pattern, were trying to analyze and gaining confidence and developing intelligence if they were correct. When the operation was successful and US President Joe Biden was briefed about the impact and ensuring that this strike will be successful via a Hellfire missile. Then via the drone, the target was specified, and from US, as you can see, directly to Kabul, where that safe house was in Afghanistan. After all other options were eliminated, the strike was implemented. 30th July night, US undertook this precision counter-terrorism operation with the confidence of Joe Biden, who eventually then announced with the killing when it was confirmed that justice has been delivered. I'm now joined by our managing editor Gaurav Sawant on this. Gaurav, now Osama bin Laden was a more popularly known face, but while Zawahiri was low profile, he had managed to unleash a lot of terror and is known as the butcher of innocents across the world, and specifically of American civilians and armed forces personnel. How significant do you think this specific strike should be seen in?
You know, Pooja, there are 2 very important aspects to this incident. One, the doctor of terror has finally been neutralized. Remember, he's somebody who's seen as the brain of the Al-Qaeda. While Osama bin Laden was this charismatic terrorist leader of the Al-Qaeda, the real brain, according to most analysts, was Ayman al-Zawahiri, a surgeon, an eye doctor, born in Cairo, in a well-to-do family, a family of professors. He actually was tried in the Anwar Sadat assassination case. He spent time in jail. He fled Egypt and first went to Saudi Arabia, then to Peshawar in Pakistan, and that is where he's been involved in a number of terrorist strikes on American civilians and soldiers. The twin strikes that took place on the American embassy, including the one in Kenya, and the attack on USS Cole, the US Navy ship. So he's been involved in a series of terror attacks, including 9/11. Yes. Remained under the radar for quite some time. But the alarming aspect is 20 years after America's war on terror in Afghanistan, this terrorist was back in Kabul. He wasn't killed in the mountains of Tora Bora. He was killed in downtown Kabul in a very upscale locality. Now there is information subject to verification that members of the Sirajuddin Haqqani family were also neutralized. This is a claim being made by some journalists, subject to independent verification. So this situation remains extremely alarming. The return of Al-Qaeda and Taliban to Kabul, and the fact that Osama bin Laden was killed again in a built-up urban area in Abbottabad, barely 100 meters from Pakistan Military Academy, Kakul.
Now that you've mentioned that important point, how are we looking at a possible US-Pakistan deal here, Gaurav? Because it was the US intelligence that had confirmed that from Pakistan, where his whereabouts earlier were expected to be, had moved to a safe house in Kabul.
You know, again, a very pertinent point you make. Pakistan is in dire straits. Pakistan is on the verge of bankruptcy, and Pakistan desperately needs an IMF bailout. The civilian establishment has repeatedly failed, so much so that Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif actually authorized the Pakistan Army Chief, General Qamar Javed Bajwa, to reach out to Wendy Sherman and to the US administration to get at least a couple of $1 billion out of the United States of America through IMF, to ensure that Pakistan doesn't default on payments. Now, this is a quid pro quo relationship, and this is a quid pro quo relationship. If you look at history over past 20 years, each time a high-profile American leader was to visit either Afghanistan or Pakistan, Pakistan would actually hand over a low-hanging fruit, some terrorist, and get more money out of the United States of America. They've done this over 20 years. This time, there are analysts who argue that it was Qamar Javed Bajwa who, for an American IMF bailout, actually gave out information about where Ayman al-Zawahiri was hiding. Because remember, he's come there only after the Americans left. He was in Pakistan, came to Afghanistan, was living in Sirajuddin Haqqani's house, living in the house of Afghanistan's interior minister, and neutralized there. Clearly,
thank you so much,
Gaurav
Sawant, for helping us understand what precisely could be Pakistan's role here as well. But Gaurav is also updating us with new information that is coming in with regard to Haqqanis. Now, when we talk of this secret weapon of choice, what was this missile that actually eventually killed al-Zawahiri? Let me explain it to you. It's very interesting. This is the AGM-114 RX-9. This R9X Hellfire is a variant. It's very important. Now, this variant is with a kinetic warhead. What does that mean? It actually means that air-to-ground missile, this is laser-guided and has pop-out blades, at least 6 blades in this case. And instead of explosives, it slices through the target. So, al-Zawahiri would in all likelihood had been sliced into pieces but did not explode. What does that mean? To avoid any sort of a hostage situation or endanger any possible civilians around him, the slicing is used, and that is why some other commonly known words of this specific variant of the Hellfire missile is called the Ninja Bomb and the Flying Jinsu, so as not to harm collateral damage around. It's very interesting that it has appeared to have made its debut in 2017, but is never officially recognized by the Pentagon or the CIA. It was in 2019, where this Hellfire variant is expected to have been used to kill Jamal Ahmad Muhammad al-Badawi, who was an Al-Qaeda operative, was accused of masterminding and was involved in the USS Cole attack in 2019. That is when it came into the public domain. It's also been used in Syria and Afghanistan for targeted executions in 2020, but it does now become the weapon of choice for specifically the US military. Remember, not exploding, silently slicing the target on the ground. Now, to get a bigger perspective on this Hellfire missile, India Today spoke with the Voice of America correspondent a little while ago on how the Al-Qaeda chief was killed by the RX-9 missile, which is used and called as a Hellfire missile. A warheadless missile, slices through the target, does not explode. Listen into what he explained.
Yes, this was a drone that was firing what are called Hellfire missiles, according to sources. And what these Hellfires are capable of doing, they're sort of like giant blades or scissors, have you, where they use kinetic energy. It's not a big explosion, and that's how they were able to take him out while he was standing on the balcony without killing anybody else.
So this AGM-114 Hellfire missile is used the world over, and India also has access to these missiles. With the India-US deal of 22 Apache helicopters, take a look closely. With these Apache Guardian attack helicopters, have the Hellfire missile attached to it. These are armed with fire and forget Hellfire missiles. The Apache attack choppers can track up to 128 targets in a minute and prioritize threats. The missiles equip the gunships with heavy anti-tank armor capabilities as well. So India also has an access to these Hellfire missiles with regard to the Apache helicopters. So Ayman Al-Zawahiri has now been neutralized. But who was he in the first place? Not as commonly known as Osama bin Laden. He hails from Egypt, was accused of the assassination of one of the Egyptian presidents. But with the radical Islamist groups that he started to join, from Muslim Brotherhood to Egyptian Islamic Jihad, he is known as the surgeon of terror and the mastermind of 9/11 terror attack in the United States of America that killed almost 3,000 people. Here's a report.
With $25 million bounty on his head, Ayman Al-Zawahiri, the senior-most leader of the terror group Al-Qaeda, the right-hand man of Osama bin Laden. Zawahiri was an eye surgeon by profession, who also then helped found the Egyptian Islamic Jihad and took over the leadership of Al-Qaeda after the killing by US forces of Osama bin Laden in May 2011. Born in Cairo in 1951, Zawahiri came from a family of doctors and scholars. But after radicalization, joined the Islamist group Muslim Brotherhood as a teenager and contributed to calling for the overthrow of the Egyptian government. In 1981, Ayman Al-Zawahiri was rounded up for the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. By 1993, Zawahiri took over the leadership of the Egyptian Islamic Jihad and became a key figure, plotting series of attacks on Egyptian government ministers, including the Prime Minister Atif Siddiqui. In 1998, he was accused for 2 simultaneous attacks, destroying the US embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing 223 people. With other senior Al-Qaeda members, Zawahiri is believed to have plotted the October 12, 2000 attack on the USS Cole naval vessel in Yemen, which killed 17 US sailors and injured more than 30 others. In September 2001, Zawahiri is considered to be the mastermind of series of airline hijacking and suicide attacks where approximately 3,000 people died. Now, with Ayman Al-Zawahiri killed in a US strike in Afghanistan, it is the biggest blow to the terror group since its founder Osama bin Laden was killed in 2011.
The United States successfully concluded an airstrike in Kabul, Afghanistan that killed the emir of Al-Qaeda, Ayman Al-Zawahiri.
And as US President Joe Biden said, justice delivered. Bureau Report, India Today.
So Osama bin Laden dead. Now Ayman Al-Zawahiri also gone. Who will then succeed for the Al-Qaeda terror outfit? There are already names emerging. On top is the own family member of Zawahiri. Mohammad Abate is likely to be the next because he's the son-in-law and also senior advisor head of Al-Qaeda's external communications. Now this, remember, is going to be perhaps more interesting because as a son-in-law, he clearly is in the know-how of how the Al-Qaeda works, already has some sort of training given by Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Let's go across to another one because Mohammad Abate, apart from being the external communications, there is one Saif al-Adel. Saif is being touted as a key Al-Qaeda functionary. And that indicted in 1998 US Embassy Kenya bombings as well. Take a look at this, possibly the next terrorist of Al-Qaeda. He's considered a key functionary also because of his experience coming in with regard to launching the Kenya bombings in which over 200 people were killed, all Americans. We're also looking at, after him, Ahmad Omar Abu Ubaideh. Remember, this is already 2 done, but it is the Somalia connection that comes in here. He leads the Somalia terror organization Al-Shabaab. He's already overseen Al-Qaeda offshoots operations. Ahmad Omar Abu Ubaidah carried out the violent terror attacks in Kenya. This is in reference to the US embassies that were targeted both in Tanzania and Kenya, in which over 200 people were killed. So this is what we are looking at. Remember, terrorist has been killed. Terrorism, jihadi extremism, not yet over and out from this world. We have some big news coming in. Let's take a look at that. The Chinese state media has now released a new threat. This is coming in with regard to what the China is saying, that the entire security mechanism of Taiwan Island will be considered when Beijing reacts to Pelosi's visit. The Chinese mainland may start to execute control of the airspace and the waters adjacent to the island to ensure there is not a second Pelosi visit to the island. Remember, this is clearly coming in as a threat. This is with regard to United States of America stating that Nancy Pelosi will be making that visit to Taiwan. But China issues a new threat saying the entire security mechanism of Taiwan Island will be considered when Beijing reacts to Pelosi's visit. The Chinese mainland may start to execute control of the airspace and waters adjacent to the island to ensure there is not a second Pelosi visit to the island again. This, remember, till now, President Joe Biden and specifically the United States senior-most officials have been saying and asking China not to escalate tensions and warning China on the standoff as well. But clearly China also going ahead with the latest on that. Let's go across now to our defense editor as well. Abhishek, how do we look at this specific state media releasing a new threat?
Well, clearly intimidating tactics by the Chinese, something that they've been indulging in the run-up to this expected visit. And also, you know, there were several instances when Chinese fighter aircraft were hovering around the airspace of Taiwan. In fact, in Taiwan, there had been several drills to be completely ready in case there is an air raid from the Chinese side. So this is something that is on the unexpected lines, and China has been continuing with this propaganda and intimidation. Not just this, in fact, China has also earlier stated that if the visit is to go on, then US will be responsible for the consequences because China would take military action. What happens next, we'll have to wait and watch. But certainly Chinese intimidation and propaganda at its best right now.
Abhishek, thank you so much for this coming in. Remember, with the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, China now again giving out a threat, as it appeared, just few hours ahead of that visit. Pelosi right now, remember, is in Malaysia and is expected to, in the next few hours, be visiting Taiwan. I'm heading into a very short break. When I return, the Congress party hit the streets again, this time in protest, as the Enforcement Directorate is raiding the National Herald building in Delhi. 22 locations have been searched. We get you the latest from the ground on this.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today. A massive crackdown by the Enforcement Directorate. The central agency has now raided over 12 locations across the country. In the multi-city raids, the ED has also raided the National Herald headquarters in the national capital, New Delhi. Following the searches, massive protests erupted with Congress workers and supporters staging a sit-in dharna on the streets. Congress party slammed the centre, calling the raids a political vendetta and a move to purposely disturb the Congress. The BJP hit back, saying law is taking its own course. Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi are facing the ED's heat in a money laundering allegation case linked to the National Herald newspaper. Here's what the streets of Delhi look like via the Congress party.
The newspaper, which was the voice for the battle of independence, and here how the central agencies and the government is targeting. So one side the Congress claim vendetta, subsequently then saying that how the Congress leader, the opposition is particularly being targeted. And remember, we have also heard from the opposition, including the left and several others, that how they are now chugging on the strategy that to challenge the Supreme Court's verdict on the PMLA.
ED is raiding the National Herald offices. What do you have to say, sir?
It is clearly a diversion tactics of Modi government to divert the attention from price rise, unemployment, like people-centric issues. And also they are believing in political vendetta against their political opponents. They are doing it with everybody. They think that ED is the biggest weapon for them to target the opposition. This is but we will face it.
This is shocking. No, this is a new low for the BJP government. As sacred an institution as the National Herald, which was involved in the freedom struggle, in the independent movement, to be, the national institution to be undermined, to be demeaned, and to be insulted like this is really shocking. We seriously condemn this use of ED to target all opposition leaders and now institutions also which are associated with opposition leaders.
यही कांग्रेस पार्टी के पार्था है, राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी, जिनके खिलाफ कोर्ट के आदेश आए हैं, जिनको कोर्ट से राहत नहीं मिली है, परंतु कांग्रेस पार्टी अपने पार्था को बचाने के लिए कभी सड़कों पर उतरती है, कभी विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलती है। ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन है जो आज देश के सामने हैं, जिनका पर्दाफाश हुआ है, और ये 4 पिलर्स ऑफ करप्शन आज ढह रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके ऊपर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा है, परंतु ये इसको वेंडेटा बुलाकर ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन कर रहे हैं।
Look, all this outrage is not going to help Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. They aren't above law. They will have to be accountable for the massive corruption that has happened in the National Herald case. The matter has been looked into at various levels of the judiciary, and they have prima facie found merit in the allegations of fund embezzlement and acquiring properties worth thousands of crores by using public money. Having said that, the agencies have been tasked to do a job, and they will do it.
Time for a quick commercial break, but when I return, I take you to Kerala because that is where the monsoon mayhem has now escalated. A red alert in 7 Kerala districts from Kollam to Pathanamthitta. There's incessant rainfall prediction till Thursday. These are the horrific visuals coming in from Kerala. I want to bring you that ground report after a very short break.
So there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Heavy monsoon rainfall continues to batter several parts of Kerala, where normal life has been disrupted due to heavy downpour, resulting in waterlogging as well. Low-lying areas, take a look closely, have been inundated due to a flood-like situation. A red alert has been issued for 11 districts in the state. All the educational institutions have been declared a holiday. Amid the chaos, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has cautioned people of the state to take necessary steps and travel less. Several tourist destinations in the state have been shut till Friday. Fishermen folks have been specifically advised not to venture into the sea until further notice.
Heavy rains continue to hit Kerala as the state is on a red alert till tomorrow, and I'm right now at Pathanamthitta region, one of the majorly hit region in the state due to the heavy rains that started since Sunday. The place that I'm standing right now, it's a road actually, and the Pamba river is very close by. It's 500 meters away from the place where we are standing right now. You can see their houses almost merged in water. It's come to a major high level. It entered, from what we're picking up from the ground, from the residents here, the water entered the houses, and right now it's slowly, since the rain has come down a little bit, the water is slowly flowing. If I can show you this side of the machinery shop, these are their equipments that's merged in water. It's completely destroyed and they've stopped working. And also the wall, if you see, you can see a watermark here. So since yesterday, the water level was here, and day before yesterday, from what we are hearing, it was still here. And yesterday it reached till this level of water is what we are learning from the people here. A red alert, state under very major caution. Chief Minister has said that everybody who's living under dangerous circumstances close to the rivers and close to hilly regions should vacate as soon as possible, because this will go on till Friday is what the IMD is telling the state. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekhar, this is Shubhimol KG reporting for India Today from Pathanamthitta.
Just a few days before release, actor Amir Khan's upcoming film Laal Singh Chaddha has become the center of controversy. Yesterday, Amir Khan also sent out a plea to citizens, pleading them not to boycott his movie and give it a fair chance. Here's a report about why is a boycott Laal Singh Chaddha trending on social media. Take a look.
Amir Khan and upcoming film Laal Singh Chaddha is being trolled and targeted days before its release. The hashtag Boycott Laal Singh Chaddha has been trending on social media for the last few days. But what have Amir and Kareena done to invite the wrath of social media users? Well, the actors seem to be paying the price and being cancelled for comments they made years ago. Amir Khan is being branded anti-India and anti-Hindu as Twitterati have joined hands for a campaign to boycott his upcoming film. And it's not over one controversy, but a number of them. First, over this scene in Amir's film PK.
Brother, मैंने जान दे, मेरे छोटे-छोटे बच्चे. मालूम है हमका, कलेजी और कार्तिके इतने छोटे भी नहीं हैं वो, अकेले रह सकते हैं घर में. आप हमारा रिमोट दिलाई दो.
Second, over his intolerant India comments back in 2015.
For any society, it's very important to have a sense of security. The last maybe 6 months, 8 months, there has been a growing sense of despondency, I would say. Kiran and I have lived all our lives in India. For the first time, Kiran says, should we move out of India? Now, that's a disastrous and very big statement for Kiran to make to me.
And it doesn't stop there. There's also outrage over Amir saying in a TV show that people should feed the poor rather than buy milk for Lord Shiv, and also over his meet with the Turkish First Lady during the shooting of Laal Singh Chaddha last year. All these issues have come back to haunt Amir Khan, and it's led to a widespread boycott call on social media. To add fuel to this raging fire, Kareena Kapoor has also been dragged into this saga, and again it's a flashback comment about nepotism that's gotten her in trouble. And Kareena's latest reaction to the boycott Laal Singh Chaddha trend has also not gone down well with netizens. Speaking to India Today, Kareena said that these trends don't bother her, and also opened up on the raging cancel culture.
I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, I mean, like, okay, everyone, I mean, you know, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
With days to go for Laal Singh Chaddha's release on the big screen, will the boycott gang get its way and ensure empty theatres greet the Amir starrer, or will content trump cancel culture?
जिंदगी गोलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं पड़ता.
Bureau Report, India Today.
After the social media trend of boycott Laal Singh Chaddha, the Congress party came out in support of actor Amir Khan. Taking to Twitter, Congress leader Priyank Kharge took a direct swipe at the Modi government, highlighting how intolerance is rising under Modi government. He took to Twitter, and I quote him here: when India was tolerant, Anthony was Amitabh, Raj and Rahul were SRK, Prem was Salman, Akbar was Ritik, Muhammad Yusuf Khan was Dilip Kumar, referring to people of different religious identities playing different characters. But yesterday, Amir Khan also appealed to citizens, he said, asking them not to boycott the movie, remember, and that giving it a fair chance. But Priyank Kharge, the Congress Neta, said India has now become, how intolerant are we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this environment has come about in Bollywood too. I mean, after all, they're movies. I mean, they were on celluloid, and we were a little more tolerant when Amitabh Bachchan played a Muslim character in Coolie. When he had a little accident, the entire nation prayed for him. And one of his most famous characters was that of Christian, of Anthony. Whenever you ask in the 90s, and anyone asks who is Raj and Rahul, people would say it was Shah Rukh Khan. Salman Khan stole a lot of heart as Prem. And Hrithik Roshan got a lot of accolades when he played Akbar. I mean, where are we headed? I mean, it's all a movie. They're all part of the country. They have done well for the industry. They have done well for others too in the industry. I mean, how did they all become so famous if other people from other communities did not like them? You think Salman Khan movies crossed 100 crores only by one community watching them? Amitabh Bachchan became a star by only one community watching them? Today, the South Indian movies are making great waves across the country. Is it because only one community or only South Indians are watching them?
As the party, we don't have any policy of banning or not banning or demanding films banned. You know, we are a national party. We don't take up frivolous issues like that. But however, one has to be sensitive about what, overall population is or public is or the viewers are thinking about the random statements these stars are making. Maybe that is the reason why they are demanding a ban. And maybe these actors who call themselves influencers need to be much more responsible when they make statements. There can be reasons why, and I'm saying that if an iconic movie star who happens to be an influencer makes statements openly, then has to be responsible when he's making statements. You cannot blanket, everything under one color and say that, India is intolerant. How in the world can you make a blanket statement like that? I'm not holding on to that.
I'm heading into a very short break, but when we return, let's bring you some other stories as well. And from the world of fashion, the FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital, showcasing innovation in their creative speak, putting design innovation in focus. Let's bring you update from that after a very short break.
morning raids, 15 hours of grilling and a midnight arrest. And now, the court has sent Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut to ED custody till August 4th. But the ED remand came with some relaxations. The court directed ED to not conduct interrogation of Raut at night owing to his ill health. The ED must also ensure Raut got his medicine and would be hospitalized if required. Sanjay Raut has also been allowed to speak with his lawyers. The concessions came despite the ED accusing Raut of influencing witnesses and tampering with evidence. Sanjay Raut has been claiming that he is a victim of political vendetta. On Monday, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray backed his loyalist. The former Chief Minister compared the current political scenario with Hitler's rule.
सेकंड वर्ल्ड वॉर चल रहा था तो हिटलर एक समय ऐसे आया था कि अब उस वक्त लग रहा था कि शायद हिटलर जीत जाएगा, पूरी दुनिया को अपने कब्जे में ले लेगा। तो उस वक्त डेविड लो मतलब हिटलर बॉम्ब डालता था और डेविड लो एक कार्टून निकालता था और वो कार्टून का जो एक परिणाम हुआ करता था वो बॉम्ब से भी ज्यादा होता था। तो यही होती है जो तानाशाही की बात होती है, जब सारे लोग अपने गुलाम होते हैं तो कुछ दिन के लिए जब तक उनका उपयोग आपके लिए होता है तब तक वो गुलाम अच्छे लगते हैं, बाद में गुलाम जब उनका उपयोग नहीं रहता है तो निकलते हैं।
Uddhav even used the famous dialogue from the film Pushpa to say that a real Shiv Sainik झुकेगा नहीं।
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन झुका नहीं। जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता।
In a show of support, Uddhav Thackeray even went to Raut's home to meet his family. Raut's arrest came after ED claimed that more than 11 lakh rupees were found at the MP's house. ED says it has enough evidence to nail Sanjay Raut in the multi-crore land scandal. But the Sena leader says the probe agency is shooting in the dark. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
India is now witnessing a lot of design innovation in couture. Experimental forms, designs, marrying functionality. Indian designers are working like artists now. And not just that, diversity, inclusivity, gender, fluid silhouettes are also making their way to the runways. Chaiti Nerula gets you this special report.
The FDCI India Couture Week wound up in the national capital and the last few showcases were interesting. The showcases were innovative in their creative speed, putting design innovation in focus. Amit Agarwal married design form with functionality in creating these pieces in ingenious fabrics. There was diversity, inclusivity, and a lot of design innovation at the heart of his couture showcases, Peresis. Anamika Khanna's showcase had shapes inspired by goddesses paired with deconstruction and pattern techniques. The artistic speak had cultural references to tribal India, with a contemporary twist in the cuts and styles. Pearl took center stage. Metallic silhouettes, somber blacks, delicate lace and ivory to reds and emeralds, the collection was rather experimental. Rajkumar Rao walked as a showstopper for Khanna. Kunal Rawal's showcase was full of wearable couture. Luxurious minimalism with gender-neutral silhouettes. His collection, Dear Men, gave enough space to repurpose and mix and match pieces from his couture collection. Men's fashion is becoming more and more androgynous and gender fluid, and that's the trend we're picking up. Case in point, the Siddharth Titler showcase had a lot of that going, and then Kunal Rawal too had the androgynous styles going. Arjun Kapoor walked the ramp in the night's highlight piece, crafted with signature hems and ornamented with polki buttons. The actor was cheered on by Malaika Arora, who was also wearing a Kunal Rawal number, a bandgala with a crop top and a skirt which was fashioned in golden waffle embroidery. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's dramatic midnight arrest. After 2 marathon rounds of grilling and raids in the Partha Chatterjee land scam case. Sena MP had hugged his mother before being taken away by ED officials.
शिवसेना को कमजोर करने के लिए, लेकिन शिवसेना कमजोर नहीं होगी, महाराष्ट्र कमजोर नहीं होगा. दूसरी बात, संजय राउत झुकेगा नहीं, ना पार्टी छोड़ेगा, ना शिवसेना छोड़ेगा.
On Monday, ED took Raut for medical checkup at JJ Hospital before seeking his custody in court for tampering with evidence and dodging summons. Raut's defense in court included his heart condition. The Sena MP also called cases against him as baseless, claiming no role in land scam and laundering. Uddhav Thackeray paid a visit to the Raut household in a mark of support and attacked the BJP and Shinde government.
मुझे संजय राउत पर अभिमान है और बाला साहब का असली सैनिक सिर्फ वो पिक्चर देखने के लिए ठीक है, पुष्पा झुकेगा नहीं, लेकिन झुका नहीं. जो झुकने वाले थे वो हमाम में चले गए और झुकने वाला कभी शिवसैनिक नहीं हो सकता.
आप देख रहे हो ये पूरी पॉलिटिकल सर्कस चल रही है और जो भी इस राज्य में चल रहा है वो डेमोक्रेसी को पकड़ के नहीं है, लोकशाही को पकड़ के.
But despite Uddhav Sena putting up a brave face, the ED appears confident of nailing Sanjay Raut. The arrest memo exclusively accessed by India Today shows ED officials confident of prosecuting Raut for laundering. Terming Raut as uncooperative, ED asserts that there is ample evidence of the Sena MP's collusion with key accused Praveen Raut.
The officer, the ED is claiming that they had reason to believe Sanjay Raut's involvement in this money laundering, but on this very same basis, Sanjay Raut was placed under arrest.
The opposition, however, accuses the ED of inaction against BJP and Shinde Sena loyalists accused of corruption, including Union Minister Narayan Rane, Pratap Sarnayak and Yamini Jadhav. With Divyesh Singh in Mumbai and Munish Pandey in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Sir cheese, Sir paneer.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Chaddha University in association with Jeep Meridian, Untamed Sophistication.
Good evening. You're watching 7 at 7 here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you the day's top 7 stories this evening. Let's begin with the headlines. Congress hits the streets in protest as ED raids National Herald building in the capital, searches at 12 locations in connection with the money laundering case. Partha aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks silence on 50 crore cash mountain seized by ED, says it doesn't belong to her. Her nail parlour and 4 other properties raided in Kolkata. Congress attacks Modi government over Laal Singh Chaddha, backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Kharge says India has become intolerant. Siddaramaya's 75th birthday bash, big political flashpoint between him and Shiv Kumar over CM face race. Rahul to attend the event, grand preparations on for the mega event tomorrow. Kerala battles monsoon fury. Red alert in 7 Kerala districts. Incessant rain prediction till Thursday. Floods, landslides in several areas. Big suspense and showdown over US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. After China's threat, US wants Dragon not to escalate tensions.
China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions. That would be entirely on Beijing.
And clear Pakistan link emerges in drone killing of Al-Zawahiri. Islamabad's stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Haqqani had sheltered Al-Qaeda chief in posh Kabul safe house. As we count down to Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, let's get you details of how China is reacting with one provocation after another. They've now released a propaganda video
of a Navy drill that's being conducted by the People's Liberation Army. This is the video, in fact, that shows a coordinated training on China's Type 075 amphibious assault ship Hainan. So China continuing to provoke, trying to send out a very clear message to the United States, even as we're counting down right now to Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. It's expected that in the next 30 minutes or so, she could actually touch down in Taipei. I have with us Shiv Arur also with us. Shiv, you're tracking right now live where Nancy Pelosi's flight is. Could you give us those details?
You know, it's incredible, Akshita, but Flight Radar, which is the most popular site for live tracking of aircraft, has completely crashed because of the thousands of people who are tracking this one little flight. Now, here in pink is SPA 19. That is the 737 C-40 US Air Force aircraft that carries Nancy Pelosi. And here's Taiwan. So it's currently flying over ocean right now. It's taken pretty circuitous route, as you can see. It's gone all the way from Malaysia, and instead of flying straight, to Taiwan, which is right about there, in this area, it's taken this circuitous route over, all these countries, Brunei, past the Philippine Sea, and now is approaching Taiwan. So we're expecting it to reach in the next 45 minutes to an hour. But SPA 19 is the 737 that is being tracked. All through today, we and our team have been looking at this aircraft, Akshita, looking at where it's traveling. I think China is going to actually take heart in the fact that instead of flying straight to Taiwan from Kuala Lumpur, the aircraft has taken a bit of a different sort of flight path, probably owing to the fact that there's such huge interest in where this aircraft really is at this point of time. But right now we're looking straight at it. These are slightly live deferred pictures, Akshita. So this aircraft will probably be slightly ahead to where you see it right now. But in the next hour, it's going to be landing in Taiwan.
So, there are a lot of questions right now, Shiv, on whether it's happening or not. There's still a question mark on whether Pelosi will touch down. The route that you're showing definitely seems to be headed right towards Taiwan.
Yeah.
The flight there
Headed
and going straight towards Taiwan.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I don't think there's any question right now. I think we can more or less say that it's headed in that direction. Let's also get your details at this point of the security that's been put up at Taiwan right now. Security being beefed up where Pelosi, it's expected, will be staying in a hotel in Taipei. The police are in fact put up at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Taipei. Barricades that also have been set up by cops there. We're getting you those images here on India Today of the kind of massive security arrangements that have been put in place for Pelosi's visit. All preparations done right now. The messaging is something everyone's going to be focusing on. With this particular visit happening, it's expected that Pelosi, once she touches down about 30 minutes from now, will make her way first to the hotel in Taipei at the Grand Hyatt. There's still a question mark as to what time she'll land, but 30 minutes is what we're expecting, considering we're tracking live on Flight Radar exactly where her plane is, as Shiv just showed you. I'd also like to bring in Gaurav Sawant on this broadcast. Gaurav, you've been live through the day from early this morning on India Today, getting us all the details. What's Pelosi's schedule likely to look like?
So she arrives there this evening. That's what we're being told. In the next half an hour, her aircraft should be landing there. The moment that happens, we expect a high-octane rhetoric from China. Of course, as far as Nancy Pelosi is concerned, this is a very important signal that's being sent out. As far as democracies are concerned, this is strengthening democracies against expansionist forces. That's the message that is being sent out. She rests at her hotel today. There are a series of meetings that are scheduled. Tomorrow, extremely interesting, is not just meeting the president of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, but equally important, if not more, the address and interaction with members of parliament in Taiwan. And that's a huge signal that will go out not just to China, but to the rest of the democratic world. It becomes very important, Akshata, also because here is a democracy, a semi-presidential state, members of parliament who are already facing sanctions now from China and yet responding, saying, we will not buckle under Chinese pressure.
Very, very true. Gaurav, just stay with me. I also want to bring in India Today's correspondent on the ground. We promised we'd get you coverage from the ground, and we're getting you the latest updates of what's happening in Taipei, in Taiwan, which is where Nancy Pelosi's plane is expected to land in just a few moments from now. Wen Yi Li, India Today's correspondent, is joining us on this broadcast. Wen, can you give us a sense of, what's the mood in Taipei right now, with just moments to go for Pelosi to land there? What is the mood and what's the reception going to be like for Pelosi? Because there are obviously a lot of international diplomatic repercussions to this visit.
Yes, sir. So there's just a lot of international media covering the Taiwan, China, U.S. tensions going up and growing. But actually, in Taiwan, a lot of Taiwanese people are pretty calm. And you can see I'm at the park right now. A lot of people, children are still in the playground. So they are pretty, people are not actually feeling the tension is or coming or a war is happening.
What do Taiwanese believe will be the takeaway of this kind of a visit diplomatically as well? China has resorted and I'm sure you've seen the kind of reactions that's come in from Beijing to this visit by Pelosi. What do the Taiwanese people hope will emerge from this kind of a visit? Why do you believe that it could be something that's significant or symbolic?
So this kind of visit usually U.S. senior officials visiting Taiwan, you would see this kind of situations where which China is giving a lot of threats. So Chinese people are really familiar with this kind of situation, and so that's why people are more calm about this. But I think the Taiwanese people are now expecting more from the U.S. government to see maybe a lot of Taiwan U.S. corporations could be taking place in the future.
Okay, when I'm going to come back to you in just a few moments, I request you to stay on with us. We're going to continue getting you all the reports from the ground. But why are we talking about this story? Why is it so hugely significant for the entire world, for us here in India? Our next report, we break down all the details you need to know about this story, the reactions particularly that have come in from China on this reported visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taipei.
US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi meeting members of parliament in Malaysia ahead of her crucial and globally watched visit to Taiwan. Pelosi, who began her trip to Asia on Monday in Singapore, is expected to arrive in Taiwan's capital, Taipei, later today. Despite warnings from Beijing, the United States has said it will not be intimidated by Chinese saber-rattling over Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, an island off the Chinese mainland that says it's not part of the People's Republic.
Previous speakers visited Taiwan. Many members of Congress go to Taiwan, including this year. And so if the speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing.
The Speaker has the right to visit Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House has visited Taiwan before without incident, as have many members of Congress, including this year. The world has seen the United States government be very clear that nothing has changed. Nothing has changed about our One China policy, which is, of course, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint U.S. PRC communiques, and the 6 assurances.
China is seeing red over Pelosi's Taiwan tour. Beijing has declared that its military will never sit idle. It has also sounded an alert, telling the United States, don't say we didn't warn you.
We can see such a visit is apparently very much dangerous, very much provocative. If the U.S. insists on making the visit, China will take firm and strong measures to safeguard our national sovereignty and territorial integrity.
Hours before Pelosi's impending Taiwan arrival, China released a series of propaganda videos showing its military equipment and carrying out a series of drills. Is China then preparing to take the first shot? Taiwan is preparing its air raid shelters amidst rising tensions. The island nation has vowed to defend itself and has made strengthening its defenses a priority with regular military and civil defense drills. Other preparations include designating shelters where people can take cover if Chinese missiles start flying in, not in purpose-built military bunkers, but in existing underground spaces like basement car parks, parts of the subway system, and underground shopping centers.
Most everyone has a basement in their building,
It doesn't matter if they're categorized as an official shelter. What's important is to know what you need to bring with you, what's currently there, and for you to be able to stay there for a long period of time.
When you look at the war in Ukraine, when they strike, in the beginning they would hit military targets. But it's hard to imagine that they would not hurt the innocent public. Normal buildings, organizations or schools could get hit by strikes too. In the same vein, Taiwan could face the same situation.
The China-US showdown is only escalating. The world is on edge over conflict red alert in Taiwan. Bureau Report, India Today.
And the United States is leaving nothing to chance. We've been seeing repeated warnings, direct warnings from China. And amid that, Japanese media reports suggesting that 13 US Air Force aircraft have departed military bases in Japan. These media reports suggest that 8 fighters and 5 tankers have departed the country. These planes are reported to be the Speaker of the House's escort to Taipei. So all of, in fact, these Air Force aircraft is going to be escorting Pelosi as she touches down in Taipei. Routine, more or less, because according to these Japanese media reports, they are part of the escort to Taipei. Let me take this back across to Wenyi Li. She's reporting live for us from Taipei. There's been a lot of warnings that have been issued by China. They've put out videos showing the kind of military drills, the kind of Navy drills that they've been holding. They've also warned that they won't sit by idly. Amid that, we're hearing that there's going to be huge security provided by Taiwanese authorities to Nancy Pelosi, and also US security that will be deployed in large numbers.
So yes, right now we're seeing, because Taiwanese government has actually kept a really low profile on this. So we are really seeing these all from the outside news reports, and so these are the information that you will probably get from online international news such as Reuters or other news outlets. But actually, the Taiwanese government is really trying to keep really low file, I would say.
What's the news that's coming in with regards to these Navy drills by China in the Taiwan Strait? Any update on that? Because there's also a video that's been published by Chinese mouthpieces online where they've put out these propaganda videos essentially timed to Pelosi's visit.
So these kind of videos are not the first time posted by the Chinese government. Usually, once in a while, they will post this kind of videos, so that people probably don't see this as a really dangerous signal, I would say.
Okay, when we're going to come back to you for all the updates on the ground, so request you to stay on with us. At this point, with how things are escalating on the ground and China directly warning the US against Pelosi touching down in Taipei, what does this mean for Taiwan? And in our next report, we kind of decode for you what this island nation is all about and compare the Taiwanese resources versus Chinese resources.
China has been flexing its muscles eyeing Taiwan. Chinese fighter jets zooming into Taiwanese airspace. Frequent air incursions have become a bullying tactic, keeping the island nation on edge. China's aggressive maneuvers are a chilling reminder of how Russia invaded Ukraine. The threat is real. In response, Taiwan has been carrying out exercises to combat air raids. Mock missile alerts, sirens being sounded, people rushing indoors, much like the recent scenes in Ukraine, where a real war is still on. And amidst all this now comes the big warning from Beijing. China has spoken of serious consequences if US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi visits Taiwan. This has far-reaching geopolitical ramifications, making America wary. If the visit were to happen, Pelosi would be the highest-ranking US politician to travel to Taiwan since 1997.
There is no comparison of China and Taiwan's, military expenditure, the strength of their militaries, the size of their armies, the size of their, aircraft, the size of their land power. So there's on every single parameter, China kind of outshines Taiwan.
China claims Taiwan, a democratically run island nation close to its southeastern coast, as its territory. This has always been rejected by Taiwan. China has not taken the growing diplomacy and Taiwan cozying up to the US very well. As another conflict looms large, is Taiwan ready to take on a mighty China? Here too, there are similarities with the Russia-Ukraine war. In case of a military confrontation, China's resources look to overpower Taiwan. China is not ruling out a military response. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian warned of firm and resolute measures and that the US will be responsible for the serious consequences if Mrs. Pelosi went ahead with her visit. The military response has been even more aggressive. If the US side insists on going ahead, the Chinese military will never sit idle and will take strong measures to thwart any external interference and separatist attempts for Taiwanese independence. Colonel Tan Keifei told the China Daily. Here's how the two militaries stand against each other. China's military budget is $252 billion compared to a meager $13 billion of Taiwan. In terms of numbers, Taiwan is not a match for China. China has roughly 20 lakh active military personnel compared to 1,63,000 in Taiwan. China has over 4,000 combat aircraft, while Taiwan only a little over 800. China's combat fleet is far superior to what Taiwan has. When it comes to tanks, China has over 5,000, Taiwan only 1,700. In terms of armored vehicles, China has 14,000 compared to Taiwan's tiny 1,700. In artillery too, China completely dwarfs Taiwan. Coming to maritime power, once again the Chinese Navy has far more firepower. China has over 700 frontline ships, Taiwan has under 100. China has 2 functional aircraft carriers, with a third one almost ready. Taiwan doesn't have the luxury of having even one. The Chinese Navy has over 70 submarines, while Taiwan has only 4. A direct comparison of the militaries doesn't paint an accurate picture, though, of what it would be like if the two countries actually went into war. Taiwan, as it stands, enjoys the support of many countries across the world. But whether this new flashpoint will escalate to a full-scale conflict or not is difficult to predict. But with tensions rising and China's aggressive moves, a flare-up cannot be ruled out. The world is closely keeping an eye on China's next moves. With Abhishek Balla in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And we're tracking live right now the movement and the trajectory of Nancy Pelosi's plane. And the update we can get you is that it's expected at 8:14 p.m. to be exact. At 8:14 p.m. Indian Standard Time, Nancy Pelosi is expected to touch down in Taipei. That's the latest update we can get you. Let me take this back across to Wen Yi Li. She's reporting live from Taipei for us. So when the update that we have right now is that in about an hour, it's expected that Nancy Pelosi will touch down in your city.
Yes, so Nancy Pelosi is expected to arrive at around 10 or to 10:30 in Taipei time, and she is expected to stay overnight here in Taipei. And she's a lot of the press is actually waiting near the hotel as well. And she actually is expected to have a almost full day schedule ahead in Taiwan. Following, she may be visit Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen, and then the Legislative Yuan, which is Taiwan's Congress, and then we'll have a luncheon later, a visit to Human Rights Park.
Okay, so important highlights from the itinerary that we'll be tracking very, very closely. 8:14 p.m. tonight, Indian Standard Time. Nancy Pelosi will be touching down in Taipei for the truly historic and symbolic visit to Taiwan. Thanks very much, Wen, for joining us. India Today, getting you reports from the ground on all the updates you need to know that's coming in from Taipei. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 7 at 7. Coming up on the other side is our fact check segment. Don't go anywhere.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Not everything that circulates on social media is true, and that's why we here at India Today, we get you our fact check segment. There's a video that's currently doing the rounds on social media which claims that it is a part of the Bundelkhand Expressway, which was recently inaugurated, looking completely damaged. We fact-checked this video and found it to be false. This is in fact a video of Madhya Pradesh's Kaliusot Bridge that's completely damaged right now. We'll continue getting you more such fact checks here on India Today. That's all we have time for on 7 at 7. On the other side, I'm joining you on To The Point.
It's been 2 years since India passed the controversial Citizenship Amendment Act. The much-debated act fast-tracks citizenship of Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi and Christian immigrants from Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh who arrived into India before 2015. However, the centre is yet to frame rules for it. Without the rules being framed, the act cannot be implemented. But interestingly, data from the past 5 years shows that 87% of the applicants who have received Indian citizenship are from Pakistan, and an astounding number of 6 lakh Indians have given up their citizenship in these last 5 years. India's brain drain. On an average, 1,21,632 people have given up Indian citizenship every year, but only an average of 1,044 people took Indian citizenship in the last 5 years. This means total intake is only about 1% of the total brain drain. The top preference for Indians is USA citizenship. At a small level, reverse migration is also taking place. Only 71 American citizens opted to take Indian citizenship in the last 5 years. In contrast, the top 3 countries whose residents got Indian citizenship are Pakistan, which is 87%, Afghanistan, 8%, and Bangladesh, 2%. Why are Indians giving up their citizenship? According to the Global Wealth Migration Review, 2% of India's millionaires have already flocked overseas in 2020. Firstly, India does not offer dual citizenship, so people seeking to be citizens of other countries have to renounce their Indian citizenship. A high number of Indians seek citizenship in other countries in return for monetary investments. Countries like Portugal run a golden visa program, citizenship by investment or residency by investment. Another reason is also India's poor passport score. The Indian passport is currently ranked 85th, offering visa on arrival to just 58 destinations. The higher the passport index ranking, the better access to travel visa-free to many countries. Indians have also been leaving the country because of job opportunities with better pay and better work hours. Also in the United States and United Kingdom, for instance, professionals in healthcare, science, technology, engineering and math fields are currently in high demand.
Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. What's the signal that's being sent out to China? How will Xi Jinping, looking for an unprecedented third term, react to this slight? Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the widest perspective on this big story on the news track at 8 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening. You're watching To The Point here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. Actor Aamir Khan, one of the biggest actors of the country, is pleading with Indians to watch his upcoming film, Laal Singh Chaddha. And that's because there's endless controversy doing the rounds on social media, calling Aamir Khan anti-India, calling him anti-Hindu. And with just days to go for the release, our next report, we focus on exactly what this controversy is all about. What's got social media currently trending? Boycott Laal Singh Chaddha. Take a look at this report and then I'll bring in our guests.
Aamir Khan and upcoming film Laal Singh Chaddha is being trolled and targeted days before its release. The hashtag Boycott Laal Singh Chaddha has been trending on social media for the last few days. But what have Aamir and Kareena done to invite the wrath of social media users? Well, the actors seem to be paying the price and being cancelled for comments they made years ago. Aamir Khan is being branded anti-India and anti-Hindu as Twitterati have joined hands for a campaign to boycott his upcoming film. And it's not over one controversy, but a number of them. First, over this scene in Aamir's film PK.
Brother, मैंने जान दे, मेरे छोटे-छोटे बच्चे. मालूम है हमका, करेजी और कार्तिके इतने छोटे भी नहीं हैं वो. अकेले रह सकते हैं घर में. आप हमारा रिमोट दिलाई दो. फिर जाओ अपने फैमिली के पास.
Second, over his intolerant India comments back in 2015.
For any society, it's very important to have a sense of security. The last maybe 6 months, 8 months, there has been a growing sense of despondency, I would say. Kiran and I have lived all our lives in India. For the first time, Kiran says, should we move out of India? Now, that's a disastrous and very big statement for Kiran to make to me.
And it doesn't stop there. There's also outrage over Amir saying in a TV show that people should feed the poor rather than buy milk for Lord Shiv, and also over his meet with the Turkish First Lady during the shooting of Laal Singh Chaddha last year. All these issues have come back to haunt Amir Khan, and it's led to a widespread boycott call on social media. To add fuel to this raging fire, Kareena Kapoor has also been dragged into this saga, and again it's a flashback comment about nepotism that's gotten her in trouble. And Kareena's latest reaction to the boycott Laal Singh Chaddha trend has also not gone down well with netizens. Speaking to India Today, Kareena said that these trends don't bother her and also opened up on the raging cancel culture.
I don't take any of this like seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, okay, everyone, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion.
With days to go for Laal Singh Chaddha's release on the big screen, will the boycott gang get its way and ensure empty theatres greet the Amir starrer, or will content trump cancel culture?
जिंदगी गोलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं पड़ता.
Bureau Report, India Today.
क्या पता हमें है.
And let me take this straight across to our guests who are joining us this evening. Nasir Abdullah, actor, is with us on To The Point. We also have Rahul Ishwar, social activist, who's also backing the Boycott Laal Singh Chaddha campaign. Rahul, I'd like to begin with you. Let me just get this straight. 2014 is when PK released, and that's when there was a controversy over that movie scene that we showed in our report. 2015, Amir Khan made those comments about intolerance, about intolerant India. 2022, why are we still talking about it?
2 points, ma'am. One, fans or normal public, either they go all out in their emotion and passion towards the stars. It is the stars who need to have a thick skin, because public is very diverse. Public has their own opinion, and it's the public who made these stars, whether it is Amir Khan, Akshay Kumar, Shah Rukh Khan, or whoever it is. So it is a public sentiment or a public mood. They can be unforgiving, they can be incredibly loving. So it's a mood of the public, and it is highly unfortunate that a star like Kareena Kapoor is dismissing any kind of trend or mood on social media or people's mind. They need to respect, they need to acknowledge. Maybe the public has some unsolved grievances. They need to address it rather than addressing it. If they are dismissing it, the people will only get more angry. There are some scenes in PK we all got hurt with. We all know Amir Khan is a great star. We all respect him for the great work he has done. He's a superstar and a great brand ambassador of Indian movie. At the same point of time, he should be sensitive to the public demand. He should have a thick skin. He should not be over touchy about things and take things in a positive spirit, because this is a feedback from the media. Nobody is orchestrating this.
But why are we bringing this up now? 8 years on, Rahul. 8 years on.
It can be 8 or any number of years. We all know the campaigns against Modi ji at one point of time because of something, later because of other people. So it is the public mood and sentiments. It is there in the public consciousness. So I believe Amir Khan ji should clear the air, should communicate to the audience rather than dismissing it like Kareena Kapoor. Amir Khan should address it straight on.
He has.
And not
Rahul, I'm not sure if you've heard what Amir Khan has said. He's asked everyone saying, please come watch Laal Singh Chaddha. There's this misconception that I don't like India. That's not true. So he's spoken about that whole intolerance, the intolerant India comment that he's made, and he's kind of tried to clarify on that.
I mean, that's a very welcome move. Unlike Kareena, Sri Amir Khan chose to address it. Is a very welcome move. I hope public will applaud that spirit of engaging with the audience, with the public. Otherwise, we have all grown up watching Amir Khan, Shah Rukh Khan and Salman Khan's. No, but unfortunately, there has been some controversy, unresolved issues, unresolved grievances. I hope by all these movies and by his posturing, by his communicating, it will be solved.
Nasir Abdullah, would you like to comment on this? Clearly now, with the social media era, issues that were brought up maybe 20 years ago can still, resurface now and then haunt these stars. Cancel culture is very, very real right now.
Something I cannot for the life of me imagine anybody like an Amir Khan or any of the Khans, firstly, or anybody else, whoever made these films like PK and the others, which found some angst was actually developed. Because do you know what I think happens? I think what happens is that somebody from somewhere higher up sees an opportunity to find something to be angry about, to be upset about, and to accuse the filmmaker of intending to humiliate a certain,
what do you mean? What do you mean
like a
by
part
someone?
of the Hindu system?
What do you mean by someone higher up, Nasir?
And I will tell you. I'll tell you. I will tell you. I will tell you. I will tell you. You're repeating yourself. I will tell you. I'm not deaf. So what I'm saying is the normal public, the general public, doesn't really feel the things that they are later made to feel. This is created, and then there's this huge thing about, oh, there's a debate and it's all over the place, all over the news. Mostly people with their life struggle and stuff, it does not matter so much. For example, PK was not a bad film at all. There was no intention of any kind, but people took offense because it works for them so that they can attack some people on other issues that might have happened. For example, Amir Khan, his wife made a few of the comments that she was afraid to live in India, blah, blah, blah. Obviously, that was an overrated a comment, and it did not hold much water. And that is done and over with. And he's been forgiven, at least she has, because he was quoting her. It was not his comment. She quoted this. Not many people are interested in what we call
Nasir, again, I'm going to ask you, who are you referring to when you say there's an attempt to kind of fuel this? Who are you referring to?
Well, whoever they are, I don't know. You find out. You're an intelligent girl, whoever. Somebody from the Hindu, whatever.
No, you're making the allegation. You're making the allegation. This show is called To The Point for a reason.
Oh, my God. Okay. There was a gentleman many years ago who had quoted during a controversy that money is being sent from Arabia to India to make films that humiliate Hindu women. This was made once. But you see, what I'm saying is you are going into a non-issue. The point is it is being done. The Muslims do it, the Christians do it, everybody does it. And the Muslims are more intolerant than the Hindus. Actually, they're more intolerant. Now, the Muslims are going to get after me for that, but it is a known fact. I know it. I have seen it. I'm a Muslim officially, but what is wrong is wrong. I think they are more headstrong. They're more arrogant. And there is a lot of arrogance there and a lot of aggression about their dharma, which is very wrong.
Let's not generalize. Nasir, let's not generalize. Rahul, would you like to come in?
Just one humble submission. Nasirji, please don't look for a conspiracy theory angle. We are all ordinary people who equally applaud the Satyamev Jayate of Amir Khan. We are all the ordinary people who have grown up watching Amir Khan. But there were some scenes that really created hurt. So it's a very good thing that Amir Khan is engaging with the wider audience. Amir Khan is acknowledging that there has been something. His comments, it is only out of love that particular kind of antipathy suddenly also comes, because we love such a huge star. We have watched growing up, we have sang his songs. So there is definitely a love plus kind of an antipathy relationship happening. I wouldn't even use the word hate with Amir Khan, but please understand there is a sentiment. You can have two attitudes towards it. Either be dismissive about it, hum to sitare upar ke hai. See, we are ordinary people. When you engage with more and more audience, ordinary people, engaging with them, conversing with them, like the great appeal of Amir Khan saying that, please watch my film. It's something kind of a sweetener. So please engage rather than showing some kind of a snobbish behavior. And it is beyond. I mean, people like Amir Khan, Shah Rukh Khan or Akshay Kumar are beyond Hindu and Muslim. They belong to the entire India. See, they are absolute great stars, and especially coming from the Forrest Gump kind of a remake, everyone expects. But yes, Amir Khan has some unresolved grievances. If he addressed in a very nice way, it would be great. See, it is an appeal to a star. It is not a demand from someone.
My question now is, what is the problem? Yeah. What is the problem with the film now? That's what I'm asking. What is the problem? Does it
That's
hurt
a valid question.
anybody's whatever sentence? That's what I want to know. I don't know because I haven't seen the film. I just wanted to know that they want to get back to him for what he had stated in the past 6-8 years ago, or is there something in this film which hurts the sentiments of
it's a good question, Nasser.
The majority?
It's a good question.
Thank
What's
you.
wrong with Laal Singh Chaddha that, now there's this huge controversy over it?
No, Nasserji, please, listen to
Because there was a film before this, Thugs of Hindustan. I don't remember a controversy playing out then.
Yeah, Nasserji, please understand that submission. You belong to the movie industry, you are an artist. So you might be able to see in a very artistic way. But common people see the star, the movie, the celebrity, all in one kind of a mix. So earlier too, Thugs of Hindustan absolutely bombed. That's a different thing. But having said that, some comments were played and PK, the Hindu deities, the posters were saying the Lapata and don't pour milk over Shiva. See, these are sensitive issues. At least if we can, I know express regret that some kind of issue has happened in the past. So these are things that can really hurt people.
That was an Akshay
We are very
Kumar
ordinary people who believes in our own customs, rituals and all. When a superstar raises questions...
Rahul, give Nasser a chance to respond. Give Nasser a chance to respond.
Yeah,
yes, Nasser.
So what they did in a few of the films, the one about the pouring of milk and all that, whatever, that is, I know the way they do it. But here is the deal. What they were doing, in my opinion, and what I know of, was exposing where the people are wrong. And we have had Swamis and saints and the Babas who are, some of them are in jail for life, etc. And there are other Swamis who misguide the people based upon their ignorance, etc. So it was also done. There was this film about, oh my God, or something with Akshay Kumar, and they actually exposed this whole nexus of how the Mandir authorities waste the money, waste the milk, waste the food, and how it is a kind of a business, which is fine. You do what you like. The point is, they also, the film innocently depicted a person who's from another planet. He's a Martian, and he doesn't know what the hell is going on. So once upon a time, it was okay. In a film called Baiju Bawra, Bharat Bhushan broke all the statues of Shiva, Vishnu, and Krishna and Parvati many years ago. Black and white film. 1960. Nobody would have objected. But he was very angry with the gods because a loved one of his had been taken away from him. So they have these scenes. Nowadays, it is becoming very easily, the people are being made to get offended. I don't think most people are offended. I don't think so, okay? But maybe they are. But I think they are made to feel offended by bringing out these things. Oh, he said this. Oh, he said that.
Are people, Rahul, are people being instigated, or are they being hypersensitive? Nasser has given a number of examples of films, what's deemed to be artistic freedom. And PK in particular has been targeted. He also made a mention about an Akshay Kumar film. I don't see any outrage, any questions over Akshay Kumar or any boycott calls for him.
They're there. Even when Akshay Kumar...
They are there, I agree. Because next week, one of his films, Raksha Bandhan, is releasing. But it's not because of Akshay Kumar that you're seeing boycott calls. It's about something his screenwriter of the film has said. When will this end then? Where do you draw the line?
Yes, there should be lines. Nobody is saying no. Nobody is, vouching for some kind of, extreme hate towards anyone. But at the same point of time, to submission, when Akshay Kumar also came up with, regarding that Godwala movie, there were very genuine criticism from what is perceived as the right wing or the dharmic people. They were saying Akshay Kumar is smoking our gods. It happened. And Baiju Bawra, it was a different era altogether. That Nehruvian era, the kind of era is no more. People are a bit more sensitive, respectful. I believe we have to be mutually respectful towards each other. This is not demeaning Amir Khan or any great stars of ours. It is a mutual respect kind of thing, where a star, when he is perceived to hurt our sentiments in a big way, people get offended. Naraz ho jata hai. It is not like some kind of a hatred.
But is it selective? Is it selective? Because Akshay Kumar's film released in 2012. 10 years on, why is there no outrage? Whereas for Amir Khan, 7 years on, there's outrage.
I believe we shouldn't take the line of a Muslim victimism call, because we all love our stars beyond Akshay Kumar, beyond Amir Khan. They all belong to the entire India. They don't belong to Hindu or Muslim exclusively. So I wouldn't, as a personal on a personal scale, I wouldn't like to demarcate between them. But we all know they are great stars.
I'm glad you haven't done that. But the question is, are others? Are all of these people who are spreading this kind of a message on social media actually doing that?
See, let me be very blunt about it. I'm a Hindu activist, but at the same point of time, there are some people who are hypersensitive, hypercritical and all. But the core point is the star is the person who need to have a thick skin. He is a person who need to take it in the stomach. He is the person he or she is the person who should be able to stomach it. Because they are
that's fine, but Rahul, the problem is that now it affects their business, it affects their film, right? It is not just about the stars, it's about so many others who've also worked on the film. But Nasir, from what Rahul has said, is essentially the message is you reap what you sow. And when Amir Khan was part of a film like PK, and it clearly hurt religious sentiments, there was a lot of outrage over a lot of the scenes and how Hindu gods were portrayed. Should he have seen this coming, this kind of backlash?
Yeah, I don't think because let me tell you one very clear thing. They did not for the life of them do it with the intention that, it'll be fun, we're going to offend some people. No. It was a comic situation of a person who does not understand the sensibilities and the traditions of the Hindu people, how they worship their gods. So obviously he was reacting in a certain way because he's an illiterate Martian from Mars or whatever. So that is a given. There is no way that anybody can pre-plan this. They cannot. What they want to do is they want the people to enjoy, either be very, very animated and engaged, or have a good laugh and enjoy. And the humor was there.
Message,
it was amazingly
Nasir,
funny.
I've been going through a lot of reactions. I've been going through a lot of reactions on social media. The message essentially is this. Would there be any other religion that would have been mocked in the same way in the film by Amir, and would they have gotten away with it? Is it a question of, tolerance and now intolerance showing yes, but then there was absolutely no problem?
Yeah. Amongst the Christians and the Western culture, there is fun and jokes are cracked about Jesus, all the disciples and God and what he said and what he did about Mary Magdalene, all the followers. There are huge jokes and they're always happening. I know that for a fact. We all know that. But unfortunately, in the Asian countries, more on this side in the Middle East, the Middle East is crazy. They will not even tolerate one slight thing about their about the prophet or the religion or anything like that. So, I don't like that, but it is the way they are. But what I'm saying is, in films like that, in the films that we have some objection to, there is no intent. The intent is to entertain.
Okay, let's keep that aside then. Let's keep that aside. But Amir Khan as a person made comments about intolerant India. That wasn't in a film. It wasn't a script that he was reading out. It was his comments.
Yeah. He repeated something that his wife had said some years ago, and that is done and over with. He was reacting to certain information he got. Many people have been the victims of information they got, and they talk about it, and that information is not really true. But they freak out because they have this information, and it has happened to some of the leaders in the government in the past. I don't want to go there, but it happens. So that is all over and done with. Why bring it up now about a film that does nothing for him to be said, oh, you are a this, you are out to hurt the sentiment. Nothing there about it. Is about Forrest Gump. It is a remake of some, slightly mentally retarded guy, maybe, whatever. I don't know. But why do it now is my question. Is he offending you again? Has he repeated the offense again? Is he working against, Hindu, whatever, the tradition or the religion?
We get your message, Nasir. So, Rahul, why are we jumping the gun here? Why are we calling for a boycott of Laal Singh Chaddha if there's nothing offensive in this current film?
Yeah, 2 points. If I can also give you a historical context. Back in 2017, Sarsang Chalak of RSS, Mohan Bhagavat ji himself gifted Amir Khan an award in the Lata Mangeshkar ji's function. Usually Amir Khan doesn't go and take awards, but he broke his tradition and collected that award. See, there has been some attempt at reconciliation, but please understand the right-wing spectrum is very diverse. Right-wing spectrum is very wide. So sometimes some of our people do react and call for it, but the way Amir Khan has engaged is a very positive thing. People including me were very sad and a bit fuming regarding the dismissive reaction of Kareena Kapoor. But the way Amir Khan engaged showcased is positive and encouraging. Hope he will be able to please inspire and win back the audience. There has been some grievances, and stars are expected to have such kind of a thick skin, acceptance for diversity of viewpoints. Sometimes they get blame, sometimes they do get all these kind of harsh reactions, but stars are expected to have that. So it is beyond politics or beyond religion. They belong to all of us. They are our celebrities, but at the same point of time, more and more engagement with this particular target audience will or may help him to win back that confidence he has once lost because due to some statements and due to some scenes in some movies.
Okay, Nasir, final message from you. Do you think Amar can actually recover from this? Because if Laal Singh Chaddha also flops because of all of these controversies that have come back to haunt him, as an actor, he is going to suffer.
I'm sure a good film remains a good film, and it will be watched either way, especially since it doesn't have anything objectionable in it. We must also remember that Amir Khan is an incredibly gifted actor, director, producer, etc. He made a film called Lagan, which actually killed everybody with the success. And it brought in so much revenue. His films have brought in so much revenue from China, of all the places where it was dubbed, and millions of dollars were raked in.
These are good points. These are good points. Nasir and Rahul. Amir has also made films like Lagan. He's also made films like Mangal Pandey, which is about patriotism, which is about India as well. So we'd like to thank both of you and leave it at that. Thanks, Rahul. Thank you, Nasir, for taking the time out for joining us this evening on To The Point. We leave it to you, the viewer, to decide. Is it really fair to target Amir Khan over comments that he made back in 2014, 2015, no matter how controversial, how provocative they are? You decide finally. Thank you very much for tuning in. Good night.
Your approach towards these films and these roles. You keep getting asked this question. A lot of actresses keep getting asked this question. What happens after marriage? What happens after 40? What happens? Are there roles written for women? It's a question that women constantly keep getting asked. And you've also answered this in the past. But now I want to ask you, does ageism still exist? Does sexism still exist?
No, I think only on social media, not actually in life, because it makes good topic and you're constantly talking about it. You're constantly, it gives a topic of discussion. People are writing articles, debates are happening and everything. But I mean, in the reality of situation is that we're still working. Everyone's getting their work. If you're talented, you will get work. Yeah. If you're looking good, you will get work. If you're, being yourself, you'll get work. So you have to have the confidence in yourself also, And today, I think everybody is doing great work. Yeah. Age is just a number. I mean, people are doing different characters, and you're as old as you look, So I think that's what you have to go by. I mean, it makes good copy to write things and say things and all that. But I think Twitter or in some platform में अच्छी होती है कि ये discussion चलना कि ageism, sexism, ये है, वो है. But your decisions should speak that. I mean, I'm still working. I worked throughout my pregnancies, and people who have a problem with it don't take me. But the fact is that I've shot with Amir even when I was 5.5 months pregnant. Yeah. Alia's still pregnant and working and continuing to work. So it's up to the person to break boundaries. You also have to kind of try and take up the challenge.
You mentioned Twitter, and I see you. We get to see glimpse of your life on Instagram. Yeah. You also share what you want to share. Yeah. There's a certain line I'm guessing you draw where you think, okay, this is too much. You just had a sigh. I want to understand what is your take on cancel culture, because social media is so quick to cancel films, cancel actors, say that rubbish film came out, it's not working.
Of course, because the accessibility is there. Today, everyone has a voice. Today, there are different platforms. I mean, everyone has an opinion. So now if that is going to be there, then you have to learn to ignore certain things. Otherwise, then it will just become impossible to live your life. Yeah. And that's why I don't take any of this seriously. I just post whatever I want to post. I don't take, okay, everyone, if it's a film and it's going to release, everyone will have their opinion. Yeah. So that's it. But the audiences, and if it's a good film, I believe that it will surpass anything. Film has to be good for that. Yeah. There could be a reason why also people are, talking about a particular film. So I think that good films will surpass anything.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Nancy Pelosi's Taiwan visit. What's the signal that's being sent out to China? How will Xi Jinping, looking for an unprecedented third term, react to this slight? Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the widest perspective on this big story on the news track at 8 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aankh Se Bachai. Co-powered by RK Marble, Khoobsurat Imandari.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Taiwan gets red hot ahead of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit, and her aircraft is now in Taiwan's air defense identification zone. She will be landing shortly. Nancy Pelosi's Boeing C-40 has entered Taiwan's ADIZ. She's likely to land in the next 15 minutes. Information also coming in, and this is information that's coming in through the Japanese media that's reporting that at least 13 United States Air Force aircraft are escorting Nancy Pelosi's aircraft to Taipei and of course ensuring that the sky remains absolutely safe. Reports also suggest Nancy Pelosi's flight is being escorted by F-16 aircraft of Taiwan Air Force. Meanwhile, on ground, and these are 3 images that we've put out on your television screen, at the Songshan airport, camouflage has reportedly been removed from anti-aircraft guns, and a large crowd of people in Taiwan en route the airport to receive and welcome Nancy Pelosi.
Global flashpoint over Taiwan. Pelosi to land in Taiwan anytime now. China threatens, world holds breath. Chinese hardball or just mind games? Dragons drama or escalation ahead? Big focus on News Track.
US Air Force F-22 Raptors and F-15 Eagles. They are escorting Nancy Pelosi's aircraft. They've taken off from an airbase in Japan. That's the information that's coming in through the Japanese media. There are also 5 mid-air refuelers in the sky at different locations, which means, are these combat air patrols? Are they securing the skies to ensure Nancy Pelosi's Boeing lands safely in Taiwan and there is no threat? Because the rhetoric from China has intensified, and over the course of the next 1 hour, we get you details. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines at 8. Congress hits the streets in protest. Enforcement Directorate raids the National Herald building in the national capital. Searches on at 12 different locations in connection with the money laundering case. Former Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee's close aide Arpita Mukherjee breaks her silence on the 55 crore cash mountain seizure by the Enforcement Directorate. Says the money does not belong to her. Her nail parlor and 4 more properties raided in Kolkata. Congress party attacks the Narendra Modi government over Laal Singh Chaddha. Backs Amir Khan over boycott trend. Congress Neta Priyank Khadge says India has become intolerant. Kerala battles monsoon fury, red alert in 7 districts. Incessant rain predicted till Thursday. Flood and landslide in several areas. Clear Pakistan link emerges in the drone strike and killing of Ayman Al-Zawahiri. Islamabad's stooge and Taliban Interior Minister Sirajuddin Haqqani had sheltered the Al-Qaeda chief in a posh Kabul safe house. So in about 15 minutes from now, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's aircraft is scheduled to land in Taiwan. And you have the US Air Force, F-15 Eagles and F-22 Raptors fighters in the air. You also have 5 mid-air refuelers in the air. Apart from these US Air Force assets, you also have F-16s of Taiwan Air Force in the air to protect the skies as an aircraft comes in. Nancy Pelosi is scheduled to land at 20:15 hours IST at Taipei. Now, Japan has reported 13 US Air Force aircraft have taken off from different US bases in the region. They will escort her to Taipei and ensure that combat air patrol or protecting the skies is ensured. Now, in Taiwan, in Taipei, buildings are displaying Welcome to Taipei, Speaker Pelosi signs. Also, Taiwan loves US, and we will show you those pictures on your television screens shortly. Massive, massive security in place, and China clearly frothing in the mouth. One propaganda video after the other, including messages in the past 48 hours, ready for combat. That's the message that comes out from China. The question remains, is this a video that's being put out because it's the 95th anniversary of the People's Liberation Army, or is this a very clear signal? And big breaking story that we get to you, China's Su-35 aircraft. China's Su-35 aircraft close to the ADIZ, or Air Defense Identification Zone. In Taiwan, anti-aircraft guns, camouflage cover removed from those anti-aircraft guns. 13 US fighters and tankers flank Pelosi's aircraft. That's the information that's coming in. She will land very shortly. Joining me on India Today is Wen Yi Lee, who joins us from Taipei. Also, William Yang is a senior journalist, again joining us from Taipei. But Wen Yi Lee, if I may, what's the latest on ground in Taipei?
So the latest news coming from Taiwanese government is that Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs just confirmed that there will be a special visitor, an important visitor coming to Taiwan and will arrive in Taiwan Songshan Airport. That's the latest news, that the Taiwanese government just confirmed that she will arrive at 10:30.
Okay, and what's the situation on ground? What's the security environment like? Is there a threat? Is there a threat from mainland China?
So definitely the government is preparing how to protect Taiwan from the threat from mainland China. And right now we are seeing, including the hotel that Pelosi is going to stay overnight, and then also the security in the airport, also all secured by, protected by the Chinese government.
Okay, Wen Yi Lee, stay with us for a moment. William Yang, a Su-35, and that's also being reported right now by the international media, that a Su-35 is close to the ADIZ, Air Defense Identification Zone. What would this mean? Are these Chinese intimidation tactics?
Yeah, this is clearly very consistent with what China has been doing to Taiwan over the last few years by flying different kinds and types of their fighter jets into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. And this is nothing new and nothing very innovative, but at the same time, it just signals that China is very closely following and watching the landing of Pelosi's plane. And at the same time, it is not backing down in terms of not scaling back its tactics that has been using against Taiwan and putting pressure on Taiwan. And at this very crucial moment, I think it's a demonstration of their determination to stick with what they had previously warned before Pelosi decided that, or information confirmed that she is coming to Taipei, which is that the People's Liberation Army is not going to sit idly if she decided to visit Taipei.
And now that it's clear that she will be landing in a short while from now, for the benefit of our viewers in India, the difference between airspace, Air Defense Identification Zone, and the classification of a threat as far as Taiwan is concerned. What happens? What are the standard operating procedures, William Yang, if a Chinese aircraft or a hostile aircraft is in ADIZ, or a fear or an apprehension that it may come into Taiwan's airspace?
So the typical handling of a Chinese military aircraft being spotted in Taiwan's ADIZ is that Taiwan's Air Force should send their own military aircraft up into the air to monitor and also send out warnings while the Chinese aircraft is being identified or still within the zone. And of course, when the Chinese aircraft had made the case of actually crossing into Taiwan's so-called airspace, then there will be an escalation of the Taiwanese response. But we have actually not really seen that being deployed or used by Beijing just yet. But the frequency that they have been deploying their military aircraft into Taiwan's ADIZ is really putting pressure on Taiwan's Air Force over the last few years, because whenever they spotted Chinese aircraft, they have to deploy and scramble, and the frequency of that is really putting a lot of pressure on the pilots, and at the same time it's depriving the pilots from getting all the other trainings or all the other preparations that they need to actually be in preparation mode for whatever kind of event that is happening within their own territory of management. So that is why a lot of the experts were saying that the frequency that the Chinese has been doing that is actually going to be taking a toll on Taiwan's Air Force in the long term.
So a much bigger Chinese Air Force is sending in its aircraft, and a smaller Taiwanese Air Force, the pilots would be tired, the engines and the aircraft and the avionics and the entire systems would be under pressure. But when Li, what would Speaker Nancy Pelosi's schedule be from the moment she lands? How long will she be in Taiwan? Apart from President Tsai Ing-wen, who all is she meeting? What's on her agenda?
So she is expected to stay in Taiwan for less than 24 hours. So she stay overnight in Taiwan, and then tomorrow morning there will be a meeting expected to with President Tsai Ing-wen, and then she will visit Taiwan's legislative and Taiwan's Congress. Later, there is also an expected luncheon with some group of people. And then also some human rights activists are expected to see Nancy Pelosi as well. So these are all the schedules that are expected during the day tomorrow, and then later afternoon she will leave Taiwan for South Korea.
Okay, William Yang, what are expectations in Taiwan? What's the buzz on ground? We do see these posters and banners at hotels, welcome US speaker, Taiwan loves US, but what's the buzz on ground?
The buzz is actually a two-camp, basically waiting outside her hotel, and also near the, basically one camp is Taiwanese people who are very strongly believing in the benefit of building closer ties with the United States, whereas the other crowd is more pro-unification with China that have actually been staging protests outside the hotel since this afternoon. And there were reports of minor shoutings between both camps. And actually now I think the official broadcast of the situation at the airport is just showing that the plane is probably just about to land. So we're actually seeing Taiwanese Foreign Minister Joseph Wu waiting for Pelosi, and he will be the first Taiwanese official that she's going to be greeting. And the AIT, American Institute in Taiwan's director, Sandra Oatkirk, is also at the scene to accompany Joseph Wu and to welcome Pelosi. So Pelosi is expected to be going straight to the hotel after she landed. So there will be no public engagement, and it will be interesting to see where she tries to go into the hotel, because there is a huge crowd of journalists basically crowding outside the main entrance of the hotel, and there are also hundreds of police waiting around to ensure her security.
Okay, both of you stay with me for a moment. We are just being told, that red dot that you see on your television screens, this is a live shot that's coming from the Taipei airport. And this is where her aircraft is coming in to land shortly. We are told it will be landing very, very soon in Taiwan. What's the signal?
What's the messaging? Is this symbolic? Is this substantive? Is this actually going to rile China? These are several questions that we will be putting to a panel of experts and, of course, our reporters and analysts on ground. India today has the biggest team of reporters and analysts in Taipei, getting you all angles to this story. But Wen Yi Li, as far as Taiwan is concerned, are you looking at this visit, and in Taiwan, is this being looked at as a symbolic visit, or is there something substantive that will come out of this?
This is really a symbolic visit because as a lot of media reports, this is the first time after 25 years that the House Speaker from the US is visiting Taiwan, and also the highest ranking officials coming to Taiwan. So people are really expecting to see what this kind of visit could bring to Taiwan, maybe more kind of cooperation or more friendship with the US.
Okay, so you said this is more symbolic, and that's the first image that we're getting to you of Nancy Pelosi's aircraft coming in to land at Taipei, the Songshan airport. There is a large crowd, we are told, waiting to receive her. The foreign minister is at the airport to receive her, and that's the aircraft that's coming in to land. But William Yang, as she comes in, symbolic or something more substantive that you expect out of this visit? And is it actually, as some argue, putting Taiwan in harm's way?
I think it's difficult to really gauge whether the effect is going to put Taiwan in a more harm's way or actually benefit from it. I think there are both arguments will stand up, because on the one hand, these kind of very high-level visits always give Taiwan a lot of international attention, and this is probably the highest attention that they've ever actually given. And at the same time, the concern is that this kind of very high-profile visit could actually, it's not really helping to improve Taiwan's security and safety. And if this kind of visit happens too often, it might actually just attract
aircraft
a lot more.
Landed. Nancy Pelosi's aircraft has just landed in Taiwan, as both our reporters and guests are telling us the most high-profile visit in the past 25 years of a US speaker to Taiwan. The aircraft has just landed. Remember, this aircraft landing here is a direct, as the Chinese say, you play with fire, prepare to be burnt. And yet Nancy Pelosi has pushed ahead with this visit. China has reacted very angrily to this visit. In fact, we are getting a reaction from the spokesperson of the Chinese Foreign Office. MFA China says, if the US insists on following the wrong course of action, then it should be responsible for any serious consequences arising thereof, despite the bluster. And the question remains, what you see from China, is it bluff and bluster? Has the US stared the dragon down? William Yang, as the aircraft taxis in now, I'm getting you the first reaction from the spokesperson of Chinese Foreign Ministry. If the US insists on following the wrong course of action, it should be responsible for any serious consequences arising thereof. What can these serious consequences be?
The consequence, I think, could be US officials being sanctioned, or certain individuals being banned from entry into China. I think it's a really wide range of possibility. But at the end of the day, I think Taiwan is going to be receiving most of the retaliation. And we're already seeing that today, a wide range, economic ones, military threats, and there's likely going to be some diplomatic pressure as well. So we will have to wait and see what the end result of this so-called unspecified retaliation is going to be. Just to add a note, is that China's state media, CGTN, just reported that China's Su-35 fighter jets is crossing through the Taiwan Strait. We are unclear about how far they're going to cross. The last time that a U.S. high-level official, Alex Azar, visited Taiwan, they almost crossed over the median line of the Taiwan Strait. And of course, Pelosi is a much, much higher level official than Azar in terms of her position in terms of in line for presidency. So we will have to see if there will be more actual threats or movements from China tomorrow when she meets Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen and also leaders of the legislature.
Okay, is this actually the US putting China in its place? Chinese President Xi Jinping, no less, the President of China, warned the President of the United States of America, saying, if you play with fire, prepare to be burnt. And that warning, despite that warning, you see that aircraft. That is Nancy Pelosi's aircraft. It's just touched down in Taiwan. And this is America staring the dragon down. Is that what is happening? Wen Yi Li, is this America staring the dragon down? But does this put Taiwan in harm's way?
So, a lot of the experts are saying that the potential war or potential military real action is not really happening. It's not going to happen because this is like usual threat like China has taken. But where we can see that this is probably also the highest tension that we could ever see over the past years. So we can still keep observing this situation.
Okay, stay with me. Let me also bring in Jonathan Wajgul joining me on the broadcast. And Jonathan, you are analyzing these images, these developments, the warning that China sent out, not just at the level of the Foreign Office, but also at the level of the president. And yet, we see this touchdown. What does this mean, sir?
What we're seeing is the playing out of something that, really, frankly speaking, if we look at the way things have been going over the last weeks, months, arguably even years, we've been at this tension point anyhow. So we're seeing the movement maybe moving